skipping rocks on my skin until then. Lost to see you were the one to push me in, but the water's warm now. I'm bathing in karma and sin. You can see the pain in my eyes, and I can see you standing by, getting ready to pounce, but it's over now. You have your fun, but mine's just begun. Going insane, so I drink my pain
Kia, movement that inspires.
Delivery, order ready.
समझा नहीं क्या भाई? अपना भाई वाव मोड में है।
Wow.
We're back with the newly formed groups in the day 4 of the realme BMPS 2025. I'm going to be a host of Casterneck John alongside with me on the panel. It's going to be IC Baby 1-2. And IC, before we move on towards today's day itself, let's talk about what happened yesterday. Yesterday we saw Moneymakers and True Rippers wreak a lot of havoc inside of the lobby.
Agreed, and of course, when it comes to wrecking a lot in the lobby as well, guess what? We are going to be shuffling the entire rosters for each respective group today itself. So, most of the teams has pretty much played, actually, sorry, not most of the teams, all the teams have actually played 3 matches in total. And today, it will begin their second run. And this is going to be a very, very important one here because a brand new Group A and also a brand new Group B going to be playing today itself.
Exactly. As I mentioned too a while ago, we are back with newly formed groups once again, so it's going to be super exciting. But as I mentioned before we move on towards today's day itself, yesterday's gameplay was all about tactical nature. True Rippers, Moneymakers was in that play as well, and let's not forget Golden Glider Esports, a team that came in out of nowhere, is now doing pretty good in the overall standings.
Exactly. And of course, when it comes to their first 3 matches, it all comes down to just getting used to how most of the teams are going to be playing and adapting, right? So when it comes to the second phase, I would say, when this reshuffle comes into play as well, most of these teams actually don't really have a lot of homework to actually work on because you don't really know which team you're going to be playing against until like late last night itself, which is the end of yesterday itself. So for them to actually make those kind of preparations and homework, it makes them feel that they are put in a spot where their homework is actually 20% of the results today itself. So it all comes down to how flexible, how adaptable you are, and how quickly can you, take action towards what the game plan is for today itself.
I mean, especially when it comes to the early stage of a tournament, right? It's all about the adaptability, how quickly you can adapt on the fly. And so far, it feels like a decent bit of teams have done a decent job as well, adapting quickly enough. But still a few known names. We did see them in the mid-pack. I'm speaking of Revenant X-Park. I'm speaking of Soul. I'm speaking of Hero Extreme God. Like, the known names still sitting in the mid-pack as well. Cincinnati Kids yesterday started things off with a bang. They got a chicken dinner. But then later on, we saw that consistency as well dip down slowly and steadily.
It all comes down to consistency. But to give you guys a little bit of a refresher course of all the teams that's been participating so far here, FS obviously going to be on the #1 spot as well. They're currently holding the title with 49 points, followed by OG on the second place with 45 points, Mashmine Mavericks on 44 points, and Learn from Past on 42. Cincinnati Kids with 41, Raven on 40, True Rippers on 39, and also Team Forever with 39 points. So as of yet, the cutoff for the top 8 is going to be somewhere in the 39s here. Meanwhile, on the bottom 16, we have, I think, Volcano on 30 points.
Yeah, exactly. The only reason why top 8 is so important is that if the teams do manage to place themselves in the top 8 directly in the round 1, they move on towards the semifinals week 1. So the top 8 is extremely important. Well, if you do not really manage to place yourself in the top 8, and if you manage to somewhere place yourself between 9 to 16, you will move on directly towards the round 3. So pretty much the top 16 is extremely important. And let's not forget, the bottom 16 directly gets eliminated from the round 1 itself. So this time around, the Pro Series, it comes in with a lot of shocks. The second page is on the screen as well. We do see interesting names over here too. Revenant X Park with 27 points. You've got Jaguar Officials with 29 points. Team Mastermind Mavericks as well, sitting with 29 points.
Well, this is going to be a little bit of an interesting one here because we are going to be taking a look at the rest of the more favorable teams as well. We obviously have Vasista going to be in play as well. We have 8-bit in the picture, Versatile 8-bit, which is the defending champ. I wouldn't say the defending champions. The champions coming in from BGIS also having a little bit of struggle, but they're not too far off to actually break past in towards the top 16.
Yeah.
This is all about the comebacks and the chase coming in from today itself.
They've got a decent bit of base set up for themselves, right? 22 points is not bad. They're doing decent up till now, and they can easily get the recovery as well in today's day or even tomorrow's day. But speaking of the overall standings on the 4th page, we see Diesel Esports, a bit of a surprising name on the 4th page. Rider Esports too with just 12 points. Yesterday we saw Rider Esports in the last game. They clutched up and got those 11 elimination points, and that's the only reason why they're not in the bottom 16 right now.
Yeah, this is going to be very, very interesting to see how it is going to be for some of these teams as well. Even for SOA/Likitha Esports is something that I think a lot of people going to be worried about this as well, because based on SOA's performance here, they are known to be the most consistent teams during the group stages during BGIS, right? But when they came into the grand finals, you don't really see them perform on day 1, day 2, but they somehow made one of the biggest comebacks in that in BGIS itself, where they actually clinched 6th place out of all 16 teams in the grand finals itself.
Yeah, so the most important part over here is that now today the teams are going to be playing their remaining 3 games, right? And if they're not able to play that well, then it's fine. They still will have 3 more games to go in the future, and then 3 more games to go once again after the reshuffles do happen again. So there will be enough chances for you to prove yourself, but if you still do manage to fail, and if you place yourself inside of the bottom 16, you will be eliminated from the round 1 itself. We've got the new and reformed Group A on the screen. FS Esports is going to be there as well. We've also got Godsreen in the mix. We've also got Autobotz Esports, MAFIAxZENIN, Do or Die, SBA X ARYAN, AltitudeXInsane, shadowblitz, Diesel Esports, SOA Likitha Esports, RAKA Esports, ASSAM Tiger Esports, Universe 7, Los Hermanos, TCWX EMZ Officials, and Fearless 4.
Now, this is going to be a very interesting one as well, considering that FS Esports is going to be playing in the lobby itself. They are on the number 1 in the overall standings. But speaking of which, let's talk about the number 2 here. Orangutan is going to be playing in Group B in the halfway point of today's matches so far. And joining them here, we do have Inferno Rising Esports, Team Cosmic, WINDGOD Esports, Wyld Fangs, Golden Glider Esports, Quark Team Ace, Deadly Gaming, 4 Miracle Esports, Team Tamilas, God's Omen, MIF Official, Wyld Esports, INTX Furious, Dragon Esports, and none other than Gen X FM Esports. So this is going to be a very, very interesting one as well. Whether or not will they be able to rack up some points. But let's talk a little bit more on their next respective groups.
Exactly. Group C as well is quite the new one and the reformed one. We, of course, do see moneymakers right there. Team Eggy 2, Volcano Esports, GlitchX Reborn, Hyderabad Hydras, Team Hector X, Vasista Esports, BO7S. You've got Reckoning Esports in the mix too. Alibaba Raiders, Tribe Herdman, 2OP Officials, New Version, TZ. You've also got Phoenix Metal Esports, Ape City right there too. And in the end, we've got Halo. For Halo's performance, it's been quite a bit of a dip, but hopefully they recover.
Yeah, same can be said for Reckoning Esports as well. This is a team that, you know, arguably almost clinched the trophy of BGIS itself, now making a little bit of recovery and also a huge roster change. It feels very, very concerning considering the fact that their opening 3 matches was nothing shy of a disappointment, unfortunately to say. But joining them here is going to be a different group here. We have Group D on screen. We have Learn From Past. We have K9. We have 40RX. We have AceX Official. We have Hero Extreme Godlike. We have 8-Bit, Forever X, and also Board Army Esports. So that's going to be a very, very intense match in my honest opinion here as well.
Exactly, man. Even the last group is stacked up with so many massive names, right? We did see K9 Esports right there, Hero Extreme Godlike too. So just imagine so many massive names right there in that group itself. So one thing is for sure, this week is going to be extremely impressive, and it's going to be extremely fun too. We might see a bit of those surprises as well. We might see a lot of known names actually in the bottom 16. But hey, it's the part and parcel of the game, right?
Hey, you win some and you lose some. However, it's not over yet until it's truly over here. Total of 12 matches will be played. But now it's going to be their 4th match for each and every one of them. 4, 5, 6 is going to be where they are going to be playing as well. And again, later on, we are going to be having those roster shuffles. So getting as many points as much as possible is going to be very, very important. So again, when it comes to this format in general for this tournament, it comes down to the decision makings of each and every single teams, or even the masterminds behind every single team, the coaches, and what the game plan is, right? Like, there are some instances, if this format means that if you guys got to be playing each other for 24 matches every single day for the same 16 teams, the game plan is very, very simple. Study these 16 teams, ignore the rest.
Simple. Exactly. But since we're having those shuffles coming in, that study as well just completely goes down the drain. So you just need to be instantly adaptive, as we had to talk about it as well. If you're not going to be adaptive, well, the struggles are definitely going to be there. And a lot of these known names are definitely struggling. There's so many known names in the middle pack. There's so many known names in the battle pack. And, of course, a prime example of that has to be Phoenix Metal Esports, because yesterday's performance, it was terrible. It's not something you expect from a banner like Metal Esports,
Agreed.
but hopefully they recover in the future. But let's talk about Group A and B, since we're going to kick things off with them today. And it's out of Group A and B as well. It's out of Group A specifically. We've got FS Esports and even God's Ring. Now, both these teams, they have made quite a stark statement in the first week. So I really do want to see what sort of a caliber they're going to showcase once again.
I think when it comes to FS Esports, this is a team that is kind of very underrated, I would say. When it came towards the LAN finals itself, they were doing pretty you know, kind of a little bit shaky kind of performance as well. But they do have the track record during the entire BGIS where they have the most amount of chicken dinners in any group thus far. Like, they'll always find a way to get chicken dinners, but they're not the type that is super flashy, taking insane 1v4 fights, but they're just very, very calculated as well. And based on their performances during BGIS itself, every single time they're put with random players, random groups, or teams that unknown, you have no information whatsoever, they somewhat perform really, really well. And that's something that I think FS Esports has somehow found the secret sauce to handling situations like this. Yeah,
they've got a lot of firepower too, and they're also quite adaptable, and that's one of the main reasons why they're doing so good in the round one itself. Even CK is pretty much on that same boat. But I've got an important announcement for you, and even for the people that are currently watching this broadcast. We have been speaking about the realme GT7, and I've got the device in my hands itself. That means I've also played on the device myself, and trust me when I say this, I've had the smoothest experience in BGMI so far. I was winning games after games, especially in TDM as well, just dominating noobs. It was extremely fun. But you know what, Icy? Have you got your hands on this device yet?
Well, I have. That's why they call me Icy Baby. Have you seen what the back of the design actually looks like as well?
Look
it
at
looks so good. And it's so cool in the sense where when you're playing for 6 hours straight, you get a very, very stable 120 FPS, which normal phones don't really give you that kind of functionality, which is pretty insane.
Exactly. And speaking of the functionality itself, let's move on and have a look at today's schedule. We're going to kick things off at Group A for the first 3 matches, then Group B is going to chime in for the latter 3. Erangel's going to be the first map that's going to be played, and as we know, as I mentioned, it's going to be Group A. Inside of Group A, we've got some heavy hitters like God's Ring, Autobotz Esports, FS Esports, MAFIAxZENIN, Do or Die. All these names are quite massive. Even SOA LIKITHA Esports, it feels like they still haven't woken up, but they're just probably waiting for the right moment.
Yeah, they definitely need to actually buckle up a little bit more, especially coming from SOA x LIKITHA Esports. I personally had a lot of expectation for SOA doing a little bit well here, but yesterday it was just a complete disaster for them. So hopefully they are going to be able to make it a little bit of bounce back as well. They are known to be making a little bit of comeback, and I would really like how SOA in this situation, because their position during the entire BGIS is very similar to Team Mastermind Mavericks, similar to FS Esports. They're always somewhat consistent. They're not being super flashy, but they always have very, very good positioning and understanding how to rotate macroly. But the biggest problem is, yes, you may have the best topography knowledge, or in this case, terrain knowledge on how most circles are going to be formed. But the question here is, if you get caught mid-rotation, which oftentimes happen a lot because it is so unpredictable, it is a problem in towards your homework. Like I said, homework in this situation, especially when it comes to this format, against teams you don't really know how normally they would play, will affect your overall performance.
And at the start of the day, we went on and made our predictions. Here are the English desk predictions. Johnny going with FS Esports in the Group A. I went with Autobotz Esports. I was really surprised with their day 1 performance. So I, of course, went with Autobotz Esports once again. And you went with SOA LIKITHA. What's the secret behind that?
Well, I believe in comebacks, to be honest here. And of course, Hindi side as well, we've got MAFIAxZENIN with FS and also LIKITHA Esports SOA x LIKITHA Esports. So this is going to be something that I'm really curious to see as well. Because it is pretty widespread, but FS Esports obviously is pretty much very much an all-rounder between Johnny as well as Maisie because of the fact of, obviously, they are number one right now for a reason, but it's still too early to celebrate if you think about it. But they are in prime position to clinch the top 8 position as of now. Because
yeah, of course.
It's a great start, but in terms of a marathon, can you go the distance? Can you outlast everybody in a long-term game?
At this point, FS Esports does not even need to try hard too much. They just need to get 7 points per game, and that's it. FS Esports is still going to be staying there in the top 8 because they've just got 49 points at this time. And I don't think there are any teams that are extremely too close to the players of FS Esports so they can have that leeway. And you know what? Something that's, of course, going to help you with your gameplay as well is this device, realme GT7. So I would recommend you guys to move on towards Amazon and search for it right now, and you can stand a chance to win prizes up to 2 lakhs. But without wasting any more time, we're straight up going to jump into the first game of the day as Erangel boots up on the screen, and as the plane's going to be in the skies once again, starting all the way from Severny towards down south, which is going to be Sosnoka military base.
Yep, it is going to be a very, very important match for all these teams to actually kick things off in this second shuffle. And for the first time on Group A, a brand new shuffle between all these 16 teams. And this is going to be their first time playing against each other in this respective group itself. So, flight path is going to be a very, very balanced one between all the teams itself. It is going to be coming from the north side of Severny, ending towards the south side of military base. So I would say it's even Stevens for everyone rotating towards west and east. However, a little bit far-fetched here. Obviously, South George, North George, Zarki, Libovka, Milta, and Novo is going to be the furthest points, but it's not that far off.
Yeah, we do see a few teams actually moving towards Yasna and Polyana. It's been the hotspot for a while now. And luckily enough, Revenant X Spark isn't really a part of this lobby because we do see FS Esports and another team, which is probably Autobotz Esports, moving towards that generic direction. And also a few teams moving down south. RAKA Esports as well, taking an exit towards that farm's vicinity. Down south is probably going to be God's Green. It's not even a question. They like to always drop in towards that Sosnoka military base.
Yeah, this is going to be something that I'm curious to see whether or how they are going to be tackling the situation. If first circle comes towards military base, great for God's Reign. But I'm curious to see how Yasnaya is going to be working out as well, because FS and also Autobots are dropping very, very close to each other here. They might be looking to contest those vehicles together.
Ooh.
But seems like Autobots, they will be having a couple of vehicles on Yasnaya, and the circle is going to be shifting towards the northwest corner. So it seems like it might be a Georgia Post circle, might be a north, might be a south one again.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be a massive anonymous factor that the circle is bringing in. There's a big chance the circle might just end around shooting range too. Or even he can't shift a bit towards Zarki and just catch everyone off guard. If it does happen, though, one thing is for sure, not a lot of these teams are going to be ready for that terrain. And speaking of the terrain itself, we do see a few teams dropping towards Fair Pier too, so there's a big chance even a cluster might just happen there.
Yeah, it seems like it's going to be MAFIAxZENIN and TCW going to be having a little bit of scuffle right there as well. And seems like they are going to be looting up a little bit here. We do see a couple of mini 14s here and there, but no vehicles in the hands of TCW. So they are going to be scrambling a little bit here, looking to kind of scavenge from the south side. But I do really want to talk about the circle itself as well. You talked about the divide between the river of the north side of George and south. It is going to be a huge divider where you need to kind of make a gamble on where you want to hold those forts here, because especially the tri-intersection onto his Georgia pole is going to be a hit or miss, right? Like the Harry Potter down the south is great, but the north compound is also great. But if the circle shifts you on either side, you are going to be stuck in a very, very awkward position if the circle does not go through you. But looks like
no.
TCW on the hunt.
MAFIAxZENIN, it just blows that they instantly get chased down by the players of TCW, but still it's an even Steven trade. A beautiful knock that was, even from the side of MAFIAxZENIN, but the fight's already commenced. TCW, they cannot back away from this at this point. Even a few death strokes have been handed out. But at this point in time, Tiger is just stuck all by himself with just a Tommy gun in his hands. And slowly and steadily, the man's also going to get pounced on, so he needs to do something at this moment. He needs to find at least the first knockout. That's going to give his team a little bit of that lead and the advantage as well. But instead, it's Atlantis who's able to find the return knock with the Honey Badger. Finds the second strike against the players of TCW. They're starting to make a lot of rookie mistakes, but even a return knock, it's going to be handed out to the players of MAFIAxZENIN. The third man falls down as well. MAFIAxZENIN in a big wall of trouble, down to just one man standing, and that will be Ajit OP. How OP is the man actually? Let's find out. Not a lot of HP available. 2 shells in the shotgun left. And he's now just down 1 shell. He's, of course, going to go for that reload, too, but he wants to go for the revival now. Enough time has been wasted. The same thing is also going to happen with TCW. Even they're going for the reset.
Yep, they are going to be picking up as well. But looks like they will get the numbers advantage. MAFIAxZENIN looking for the goal for the push, but no knock, no connection so far. B's a little bit low. Needs to call in for a little bit of safe play, but after hearing the shotguns, the teams on the bottom are looking a little bit hesitant to actually push this as well. TCW in one of the most awkward fights possible. But they do have the outskirts completely covered here. As MAFIAxZENIN going to be holding a very tight angle. One well-placed nade will completely shut them out, but MAFIAxZENIN gets the full reset, while TCW is going to be in a very, very awkward split here. Blaster on the other side of the corner looking for an off angle, but he doesn't have the health to go for those peaks with the shotties there.
Yeah, he's down to a two-man squad. TCW with just a two-man. Now they need to wipe out a three-man of MAFIAxZENIN, but that was such a quick reset from Mafias too. And now we're down to a stalemate. The classic intersection that happens usually in the early game. 3 players of MAFIAxZENIN, they of course are itching to actually make it up close and personal too against TCW. And you can see Empire closing on up as well. There's a big chance we might just see the revival come through too. Empire might just be back upon his feet, and if that does happen, that will be massive. The revival's being stuck for now. Last position compromised. Tiger, he manages to fight 2 crucial knocks, and MAFIAxZENIN now crippled big time. Can they really bounce back? That's my question. Tiger's got his hands on the revolver, and that's the only weapon he's got to play with right now. 5 bullets in the magazine of that revolver. Needs to make every single bullet count, and he's currently just thirsting the players. MAFIAxZENIN down to just this one last man, and even he's not going to stand a chance. A lot of mistakes made from MAFIAxZENIN, and that's why they've been eliminated from this game.
Well, TCW has got to be counting their lucky stars here, because that wow chase here pretty much gave them the upper hand in getting 4 finishes, but they are so underlooted, whereas the rest of the world are starting to make their way inside the zone here. And guess what? On screen we have U7 going up against RAKA Esports, and RAKA Esports looking to try to fight this as well. Universe 7 now a very awkward spot as well. The spray comes through with the M4. As you can see, RAKA going to be caught out in the open.
I'm not even sure what they're doing, so exposed out in the open like that. Universe 7, those should be some free knocks right there, but they still missed on the opportunity. Krishna did go for the fadeaway shots, but even that's not going to work out. Universe 7 at this point, even they're taking too much damage upon themselves. Just back away to safety at this point. It was one of the most awkward engagements I've seen so far. The first 2 fights completely awkward. This one as well, it's extremely awkward. Even ASSAM Tigers getting eliminated from the game. That was another important news.
Yeah, it is very unfortunate for them, but of course the reset comes through. They are going to get completely backed off for now, as Universe 7 going to be rethinking their decisions, as they are still not inside the zone. Seems like they are going to try and wrap around Pochinki towards the west side, dodge the city completely to make entry point inside the zone for now. It is Circle 1. Very slow rotations coming in from a lot of teams as well. Same can be said for God's Rain, but they are taking a very early approach this time for them. Usually we kind of expect God's Rain to wait it out for like Circle 2, Circle 3 before they go in, which is interesting. But as of you guys, let's take a look at the replay on what happened between ASSAM Tiger as well as Do or Die, what happened off screen.
I mean, ASSAM Tigers unfortunately completely eliminated from this game as well, but they did decent bit of damage even to the foes. So Do or Die as well, dropping down in a man, but for ASSAM Tigers getting eliminated from the game completely, that was definitely quite a massive stinger. That means first game is already out of the boat. Now they've only got 2 more games to play today.
Yeah, they do. However, the journey continues with the rest of the world here. God's Rain, I'm going to see how things are going to be working out, because Neo is going to be part of the playing for today. A lot of questions were asked whether or not Neo will be playing or not, but it seems like he will be taking the handheld today. That's going to be very important to them.
Exactly. The realme GT7 move on towards Amazon and search for the realme GT7. You might just stand a chance to win prizes up to 2 lakhs. And not just that, it's also got the iSense graphene rear cover. Let's not forget 7,000 mAh battery as well. Comes in with 120 watts flash charger. And not just that, if you're still not satisfied with the specs, it also comes in with stable 120 FPS up to 6 hours. Tested by the realme guys and the Crafton guys themselves.
Yeah, but speaking of a fight here, on screen we do see Universe 7 going to be attacking the zone, knowing that there are companies coming in from the sides as well as they try to make entry to the zone. And the zone, guess what? It is going to shift towards the north side, so that means it is going to be an open field here. Not a lot of cover once more on the northern approach here, and especially the graveyard. Their playing graveyard is going to be somewhere around where SOA is. So LIKITHA SOA LIKITHA is going to be very happy that they have center control. But the question here is, will they be able to fend off the rest of the world? Because those compounds is great and all, but without firepower, it is not going to be good enough.
As you mentioned, it's all about sustaining the compound. They currently do have the control, but sustaining it might just be tough. The terrains are quite exposed. There's a massive chance soon enough those terrains as well will be filled up with a lot of foes. So if SOA somehow do crack under that pressure, they will be eliminated from the game. They need to keep their heads up and high. We also do see a team towards shooting range. Even a few teams around that similar vicinity. You've also got Autobotz Esports taking that rotation from the Severny side itself. And for Autobotz Esports, the first 3 games were incredible, but now they just need to continue with that same pace and momentum.
It is going to be very, very important though. Can they do it? It's going to be the question. FS Esports also going to be taking a little bit of a slow approach, as they do have a very, very decent cover towards the north side, like you said as well. Severny, this place is going to be A-okay, but again, if the circle shifts up, great for them. Circle shifts them, pushes them out towards the mountain terrain. Well, it's not going to be looking good here, but Turbo, they do scout out Autobots from afar. That's a very, very long distance towards the Severny vicinity. Great range, unfortunately, no effective damage being dealt.
Yeah, nothing critical happening yet. The players are too far away in Autobotz Esports. Those are just warning shots from FS Esports. If you get any closer, you will pay the price. And at this point in time for FS Esports as well, they've got a decent bit of compound to play with. Not a big fan of Autobotz Esports' position though, deciding to play from the edge. But let's see, it might just work out. They've probably got a good plan set up in their head. Do or die up against the players of SBA. This is not a good fight at all. Both the teams, they seem quite stuck. Duorda at this point, they found one of the men from the side of SBA out in the open as well. The shots are taken, but the conversion still lacking. Buggy on the verge being blown up as well. At the moment that buggy gets blown up, the man behind the buggy will be chipped up insanely low, but instead it's the complete opposite. Omega gets knocked out from DOD.
DOD almost got a very, very nice spray down, but unfortunately, Omega knocked means they are on retreat. They're going to be playing for defense right now. Reaper going to be going for a dogfight to try to scare people off. Getting a little bit of information to try and push through, but it seems like from behind, SBA going to be looking at this opportunity to push them instead. As you can see, the zone is about to close completely. Everyone is desperately trying to make space in this fight and do or die. Carney holding down the fight, and ARYAN runs him over, mows him down, and do or die is in for a lot of pain. And now the retreat does not go through as they get taken out, and SBA is going to be there to clean them up. Nicely done.
They chose the wrong animal to fight, straight up. SOA just showing who they exactly are and showcasing their caliber and their prowess against DOD. And DOD just did not even stand a single chance as FS Esports now. Even they try to close on up. Want a little bit of that piece of the pie as FS Esports with this third party for them. It's probably going to be a clean swoop too. And SOA, even Hitler taken care of. With all the 4 players, FS Esports looking extremely strong, and they have managed to do some insane amount of damage against SOA as well. So one thing is for sure, at this point in time, after losing so many players, do they really stand a chance to do anything now?
Yeah, it's going to be very, very difficult for them. Meanwhile, SBA has to continue their journey with 3 players thus far as they continue on. FS Esports is going to be stalking people as well. And this is very smart of FS Esports, right? Like every single time they hear a major gunfight, they are looking to try and third party. And even if they get one, it's good enough. They're not looking to overly commit just because of the fact that it's still only stage 3. So picking your fights wisely is going to be one of the key components and why FS is currently #1 for a reason.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, just the way FS Esports moved on, took that area control, made sure that the players of SBA Esports are just going to back away from that vicinity was incredible. And now that SBA is down to a 3-man squad, they know they are not capable enough to go for a fight, a full-blown fight against FS Esports, so it's better to just back away. And that's what they've done. Even the circle is quite exposed out in the open. Autobotz Esports spotting a few teams, making that rotate next to them. And RAKA Esports might have just walked into a death trap. It does seem like an absolute spring trap from them. Sirvi, this nade needs to be on the money. It's going to be tossed right in the front. The nade's not going to find a lot of connection to, but it's enough to find that suppressive damage. And for Sirvi to back away. RAKA Esports, they still lose out on the man. What a spray that was from Areeb. Catching the man, Coffin taken out and dusted from this game. RAKA Esports, now they do not stand a chance to convert the fight anymore. And what's going on over here? A bridge that is contested by so many foes. Universe 7. You've also got EMZ Esports on the same side. Even God's now chiming in.
My goodness, God's Rain, great spot coming there as well. Knowing that Universe 7 was distracted, immediately cross and safely takes him out. Look at this, God's Rain just raining on towards Universe 7. Did not check their backs and got completely punished for this. God's Rain looking tree, looking for having 3 finishes thus far, looking for more. However, they are not in the greatest position here. The circle is about to close in 5 seconds. That is going to be a very important deciding factor here. God's Rain, do they want to back off or not? But it seems like Smokes has been dropped here to preemptively make the push for this. But now seeing the circle, going to be shifting far north into the side as well. God's Rain, what do they do? Do they want to back off? Do they want to push? Because it is going to be a very, very important one for them.
Better to just back off, in my opinion. Just play for the zone and then edge keep all the other teams who want to make it inside of the circle. That can give you much more elimination points. And also help you isolate fights better. And also give you a major advantage too inside of the fights. At this point, it feels like Krishna does have that perfect angle too. So the man's going to be safe for now. God's is trying their best to find at least some sort of an angle against the folks in the front. Krishna spots out the man in the water. A lot of shots are taken against him as well. Krishna can almost find the knock as well. One more shot connection is needed. And that shot connection was almost on the verge of being found as well. Oh my god, for God's Green, they might have just messed up big time. Match too exposed. One more shot connection is needed. And the connection is there. As Neo gets knocked out from God's Green. Such a big blunder this was.
Neo, he wanted loot and now he's shown himself and he's going to get punished for this. Great spot here coming from Chris now, but God's Rain losing Neo just because he needed those loots. Oh, so unlucky. And guess what? They also lost Delta. God's Rain hesitant on backing off, now choosing to fight, but they've lost 2 members for absolutely nothing. No fights, no pickoffs, no head-to-head at all. Just being picked apart like that due to an unfortunate mistake by Neo.
Yeah, they still have a chance to back off, and that's what they want to book upon as well. But in my opinion, God's Rain, just run away inside of the circle. That's going to give you the best possible odds. You can try and edge camp a lot of teams. But still, God's Rain is just playing on this edge. And they just want to stop as many foes as they can, I guess. They are just here to rack up those elimination points.
They definitely are trying their best as well, but Circle's slowly inching in as well. The next smoke setups coming in from Destro as they need to try and make a push for this. Diesel already making a run for it. But God's Rain going to be double checking in case there are any stragglers. And guess what? Because of that idea, they just might be able to scout out Krishna. A little bit of a revenge match, but now Krishna making the play. But nope, he gets shot down. It's a great game sense coming from God's Rain.
God's Rain, the patience paying off in the end, eliminating that player right there. So at least Universe 7 now is not in the game anymore, but for God's Rain as well, the problems have been amped up.
The zone.
The moment they decide to make it inside of the circle, the lines are not going to be too free for God's Rain. There's a big chance they might just be edge kept by the players of EMZ Esports. And Diesel is just playing on the edge too. Probably trying to stop the players of God's Rain making that entrance.
And now Fearless 4 making a little bit of bounce back into this game. Fearless 4 in 3 games got absolutely no points. But today, in this next shuffle, seems like they are going to be playing a little bit better. Having control on towards the western side, no direct contact yet. The closest target is going to be teams on the south and also was the north side. But God's Rain, they get picked apart, and that's going to be a Diesel that takes them out. So that's going to be God's Rain losing all their members right here, except for Just T, who's good. Justin's going to be alive for now. He's going to be the last man standing. The solo warrior trying to make things up, but looks like he's going to try and make a dive for this.
I'm not a big fan of what Justin's trying to do, but at the same time, he's the only man, so he cannot really do a lot as well. He found himself against the entirety of this team, and EMZ Esports is now getting single-handedly manhandled. Justin on the verge of taking down both the players, realizes the man's already knocked out, but instead it was EMZ Esports who hands out the death blows as well. Even AltitudeXInsane chime inside of the fight. EMZ Esports, they lose out on Dream, but it's completely okay. Still, the foes have been eliminated from this game.
Dreams, he's got 4 finishes. What an absolute beast here coming from EMZ Esports. Looks like they are ready to party. Meanwhile, Insidious with the dogfight trying to take space. They do scout out enemies coming from south side. It's going to be SPA looking to try and pounce on them as they try and regroup the fight. Seems like they will immediately back off. Smokes has been set up. SPA not going to be able to pick them apart. But little did they know, they need to push in the zone. 15 seconds left before the zone starts to move in. But fortunately for them, it is stage 5, so it is a very slow zone.
Yeah, EMZ Esports, Crypto, Turbo, next to each other. Then Dreams is all by himself, a little bit split apart. Playing with that 3-1 split. Let's see how well that's going to work out. Dreams' position has to be anonymous. He cannot reveal his position just yet. And even SBA, they need to make it inside of the circle as quickly as possible. The next zone is going to center on up once again, quite in the no man's land, quite out in the open. Need to make something out of nothing now.
Yeah, it is going to be very, very important for them. They need to make something work as of yet. And we know for this a fact that this zone is going to be pretty much open fields here. It all comes down to dogfighting. In this case, those vehicles kiting around is going to be very, very important. SBA and also FS Esports doing a fantastic job keeping each other in check on the east side. But seems like gunshots has been made. FS Esports, they will try and pick apart RAKA, who's pretty much stuck inside shooting range. And Autobotz itself is going to be bullying on them as well, as this is going to be one of the worst possible outcomes RAKA can be in right now in terms of situation. Yeah. Completely surrounded. And
Autobotz Esports is constantly just peppering those shots against them as well. Applying that constant pressure, consistently keeping them on their knees. As one of the man in the back line's knocked out for now. Going for the revival is going to be next to impossible as well. So one thing is for sure, that's going to be the elimination point in the pocket too. But instead, that goes to the players of FS Esports. Autobotz Esports. Still, they have the man advantage, but they're not exactly doing too good when it comes to that circle.
Uh-oh.
So Autobotz Esports needs to make the entry. SBA have already managed to find the opener against FS Esports, and even that distraction comes through in the vehicle. The only reason why the vehicle went forward was to try and stop that revival from coming through. Even Crypto, the man's taken down. Real FS Esports on the verge of being dismantled, and they have been successfully demolished by the players of SBA.
Mistakes were made as they tried to pounce onto the guys from RAKA, but unfortunately, SBA found the opportunity to take them out. Meanwhile, RAKA, they lose one at the expense of Devotee also being picked apart from afar. It was Autobotz that took advantage of those commotion made by them, walked up towards the mountains, and then decided to gatekeep them. Now SBA on the run as Autobotz Esports is looking to climb up the mountain and take him out.
I'm not gonna lie, Autobotz Esports is playing a 200 IQ game. They're using teams to actually fake the other teams out, and at this point, even SBA, they're just falling to that trap. Toxic finds the second knock as well. Oh my god, what is going on? SBA is getting single-handedly dominated by Toxic. And at this point, since the man knows he's knocked out as well, he just does not really want that elimination point to be stolen by someone else.
Looking for those confirmations by Autobotz Esports. Look at this, the next circle shifts comes through. They have to make the next move. They're sending Toxic inside the zone. Next to it is a supply crate, so that is going to be a fresh vest, fresh helmet, maybe even a potential Groza in play for them. But for now, SBA, they're going to be hugging on the zone here. Cyrex pretty much last man standing, but he gets clipped off. Toxic knows exactly where he is, sees a pixel, and now Cyrex going to be on the run to reposition. But the circle is about to move. He has the cover of the tree, so Cyrex is going to be A-okay, but little did he know that there is going to be the team closing in from the south side as well. That's going to be SOA Likitha Esports having the only compound inside this zone in the inner phases of the zone.
Oh, but Diesel Esports, they make the pounce on top of the players of AltitudeXInsane. And already the damage has been dealt. AltitudeXInsane vanish into thin air. What just happened there before Diesel Esports? Cards played right. This was just this one man alive. In the end, Orlo gets snuffed out, and shadowblitz is going to end his day. But still, for shadowblitz Esports, they were quiet till the final few moments. Now, finally revealing their presence. They are not doing too good when it comes to that circle advantage, but at least they're still alive inside of the game with a 3-man squad. But the big game is still being played by Autobotz Esports. They control the majority of the chunk.
Agreed, but at the same time, it all comes down to execution. shadowblitz finally decides to make a little bit of push inside the zone here, trying to hunker down, set up a couple of barricades themselves, but gunshots are being made from afar, and they know for a fact that Altitude is somewhere lurking by, considering that we just heard a major fight between Diesel, Orlo being the solo warrior that actually took him out. But all things considered, Autobotz still taking their own sweet time. They're hearing all these gunshots. They might look to try and pounce at this as well. Fierce Fall fighting the barriers to the Fang against shadowblitz, but they themselves get completely demolished by those nades. Crazy down, Parvy's down, and they get eliminated because Autobotz heard that. They came in and helped out.
All the 4 eliminated from the game and devoured alive. shadowblitz Esports not even breaking a sweat in that duel. 6 elimination points secured so far. shadowblitz Esports on the verge of pulling off a nuclear performance as well. But as I mentioned, the big game is being played by the players of Autobotz Esports. The only way you can stand a chance to win the game is by stopping Autobotz themselves. And let's not forget, still, SOA is in play too.
Yeah, but at the same time with the screen right now, shadowblitz, they're going to be running into his altitude. The rush comes through. Adonis trying to make a little bit of play here, but unfortunately to say, the smokes are going to give him a little bit of cover, but he gets scouted out, gets sprayed down, and altitude takes 2 in the back. They do get a little bit of a salvation points here for AltitudeX Extreme, but Insane coming in to his play. Lazy, one of the clutch fighters coming from him. They will get those confirmations, but we are down towards the final 5 teams inside this very, very small circle.
That was a massive mistake from shadowblitz, but now they still got one last man standing, and I'm not exactly sure how much this one last man can do. Gutbrute, an exploded vehicle that he's utilizing as cover. He does have 2 nades available as well, but does he know that Autobotz have already backed away, and now they're going to try to contest their own northern side. SOA, they're just freely roaming on the map like it's their own. And at this point, it feels like SOA is just waiting for someone to reveal their presence by taking the shots against them. SOA probably knows where Autobotz Esports is in the upcoming circle as well. It's dominated by the players of Autobotz Esports. So SOA, they first need to clear the surrounding lines and then make it inside of the circle.
I really like what SOA and Autobotz is actually doing here. They have the man advantage. They're just not afraid to hunt them down. And guess what? Toxic finds one. That's going to be Gabru out. And we're down towards the final 4 team. And in this matchup as well, it is going to be 4 teams alive, so that means there is a 4-man squad coming from Autobotz and also SOA alongside where AltitudeXInsane is going to 2 and SBA's got 1, so that means they are looking to try and clean out the stragglers before going towards a head-to-head, or unless somebody from the 4-man roster actually gets picked off first, and that is where they are going to go for the jump. But speaking of which, guess what? Cyrex, they actually pick off SOA.
Oh my god, what a massive blunder this was. There was a lonesome man alive from the side of SBA, and he's now spoiling the game of SOA. 2 players down. SOA's game has been completely spoiled. The nade's gonna find the last man of SBA, but just that one man did so much damage that now your winning chances, they have been taken down by a half. Oh my god, Autobotz Esports, the stars now seem aligned. It's their time to take the cake.
Agreed, but at the same time, Altitude, they are going to be having a little bit of skirmish with Autobots themselves. They are taking casualties. Lobster's down, ARYAN as well as down. And guess what? The chances for SOA has slightly increased. The plunder is coming through, and Autobots, they're going to get picked apart. 3 of them goes down in the hands of AltitudeXInsane. God! He's gonna keep things alive for them as they try to clean them up. Autobots, they had the numbers, and now they're in trouble. God continues with the pressure. Servi could be gliding on towards those roads here. The Molotov tries to flush him out. The shotgun comes through for God. Can he connect?
Oh
he gets it! He gets it!
He single-handedly shuts down the entirety of Autobotz Esports. Today's the day of the lonesome survivors as they spoil a few dreams. And this time, God's proving why he's named God. He indeed just made an absolute god play in that moment. SOA Likitha Esports down to a 2-man squad, but against the man himself, the god himself. God in a situation put. Now he knows what exactly needs to be done, but the main issue is his back's against the wall. And the blue this time around is going to start to do some serious damage. SOA does have the man advantage, but Gods needs to find that initial knockout. The moment he finds the isolation, Gods knows this will be his victory. And I like what he's doing, marching towards that one player, tunnel visioning towards that one player, waiting for him to make some sort of mistake, but Gods instead is taken down real low. Starboy knows if the moment he goes for the peak, there's a big chance he will be knocked out. A nade toss next to him, but that's not going to do the deed. Instead, it's the M416 to close things off. But still, what a play that was from Gods, dismantling the entirety of Autobotz Esports, demolishing them from the game itself. And that's the only reason why SOA revived their chances of taking this chicken dinner.
What a clutch coming in from SOA, but still, it was so close to dropping the ball as well, despite giving Autobots a very, very huge chance. Because if we think about that final few moments there, it was a 4 versus 4 versus 2 versus 1 situation. And of course, Cyrex, my goodness, dismantling them from the sides is one thing, you know, even the odds gave the odds towards Autobots, and then Autobots dropping the ball in a losing a fight in a 1 versus, I would say a 2v4 situation against Altitude. But to lose like that, oh, it's gotta hurt.
The crazy part is Altitude did not even have the high ground to play with. They were on the lower ground, no cover to play with as well, and still God was exposed. And he was still able to out-aim everyone. But let's have a look at the highlights as well and find out how the action really kicked off. MAFIAxZENIN dropping the ball in the early game buffle against the players of DCW. Quite a lot of mistakes made from both the sides generally, but in the end, MAFIAxZENIN messed up when they went for the pounce like that, and Tiger single-handedly was able to shut down 2 players. Later on, even SPA chimed inside of a fight against the players of Do or Die, and unfortunately for Do or Die, just having a 3-man squad was not enough to wipe them out.
Yeah, even for this situation as well, even God's Reign, they were trying to rotate and make a little bit of play here. Neo's small little mistake and also losing out Destro rather early is kind of forced them into a very, very awkward situation where they were a little bit hesitant on what to do in those scenarios. So because of that, they actually get punished and get picked apart. Meanwhile, SPA, wow, they're doing pretty okay initially, but the dogfighting against FS Esports is what gave them so many points, right?
And that one man from SPA just taking down 2 players of SOA LIKITHA. For a moment, we thought it's done for. It is probably going to be Autobotz Esports' game. Then, Altitude Team Insane step in, God steps in, and he single-handedly just melts the entirety of Autobotz Esports. For Autobotz Esports, that might be one of those moments that might just hinder their mentality.
Yeah, Autobotz Esports, they were getting a little bit greedy as well. They were trying to focus on the fights of trying to take every single finish. But the moment he's trying to stack 3 guys into his altitude facility, it became very, very awkward for them because they were so focused to the point that, oh, guys, we've got knocked. We need to go in for the reset. But at the same time, they were out of position because Toxic was the guy that is supposed to be providing the cover fire from the far east. Unfortunately, the moment he got knocked, all that cover fire went to absolutely nothing.
Yeah. I mean, pretty much at the end of the day, look, what matters is that SOA LIKITHA is now finally starting to establish that comeback. In the first 3 games that they played, the performance wasn't exactly there. For a moment, we thought, what's going on? Are these players just losing their form? But now, once again, on the 4th game, they're back with an absolute bang. But the same thing can also be said for the players of Autobotz Esports and even Altitude Team Insane, right? I'm loving the fact that these latter 3 games, a lot of these teams that were not able to perform in the first 3 games are now starting to perform.
I think when it comes to Autobots, they have been very, very consistent macroly, but this was a very, very big blunder coming from them where they were so focused on the macro aspect, they forgot how to play as a single unit when it comes to micro fights. So I would say that fight was very, very awkward for them. It should have been in the hands, undeniably, but giving away for AltitudeXInsane, which obviously, in my honest opinion, they should not have survived because AltitudeXInsane got 1v2'd by Orlo, resulting in them leaving into a 2-man fight into the final zone.
The main problem is that later on the ego took over and they started giving those single individual fights, and that's why Godzi was able to isolate those dudes so well. But we've got the stars of the match on the screen. Of course, Godzi is going to be the man as the star, of course, with 5 finishes and 1 bonus as well. Damage number is going to be 791. Omega from Do or Die with 2 rescues, and you've got Starboy from SOA coming in once again with 3 finishes, being the final finisher.
Yeah, that is going to be very, very important for SOA, right? Considering that they didn't really do too well in the first 3 games that they've played so far. But now, in this second shuffle, with this chicken dinner, it is going to be a huge morale booster to say that, hey, SOA has found their form once more. This is something that I'm looking for to see whether or not can they perform in the finals here. But today's games is a little bit interesting here with Group A because I have not seen so much dogfighting this past few days. So this is very, very important, especially for teams who are going to be playing outside the zone, or in this case, open areas vicinity, because dogfighting will be able to put you in situations where if they make a mistake, we can immediately be on the foot and go for a immediate pounce on towards them.
I think the first fight itself was a prime example of that, right? TCW, the moment they thought that, yes, the players of MAFIAxZENIN are extremely exposed, they saw the man out in the open, they instantly started chasing him down, but they completely forgot that there were players inside the compound too, and then instantly even TCW lost a man, and then later on it was just a complete street fight because there was no organized planning in that. And luckily enough for TCW, MAFIAxZENIN ended up making a massive mistake. Before that, MAFIAxZENIN was doing much better compared to the players of DCW. Because of that one mistake, they lost that entire game too. Now let's talk about a bit of those underperformers, right? Fearless 4. I do understand they did have quite a decent bit of position too for the longest of the times next to shooting range, but when it comes to actually making the rotation in the late stages, when it comes to those firefights, it feels like Fearless 4 is nowhere to be seen. They're just lacking.
Think about this, right? Fearless 4, they have made improvements. They had absolutely no points in 3 games. Now, with some position points, I think they do have 1 finish. Give it a shot. Give it a chance. Give it time.
I don't think they have one finish. Yeah.
Well, there will be teams that are going to be doing well, and there will be teams that is not going to be doing well. Unfortunately, say Furious 4, they are on that road track here. But all things considered, as a words of encouragement, it is some improvement. But whether or not can they improve in a single day, it is going to be very, very different story here. But I do want to talk a little bit more on other teams as well, because I think Diesel have made a little bit of a bounce back coming in from there as well. But Do or Die making a lot of mistakes, which is weird considering that Do or Die did really well in their first 3 matches.
So here's the thing, Do or Die off the rip was playing extremely aggressive. They were taking fights after fights, then later on also moved on forward to take a fight against the players of SOA. We also did see SBA as well chime inside of that fight. So for Do or Die, I do understand the approach. They want to get those elimination points. They want to bring in that consistency. But in my opinion, especially when you're losing out on men in the early fights, it's really not helping you at all for the later game.
I agree. And of course, when it comes to the way they actually survive and understand the situations, that I wouldn't say situations, more like timings on what to do in certain scenarios is going to be very, very crucial. Because I think a lot of these instances where teams make a mistake is that, oh, there's someone nearby with me.
Yeah.
When that happens, do they realize that when the zone closes, when? So why I say when and when is that what time does the zone closes?
Yeah.
And when it closes, what is the best option or thing you should be doing right now rather than just wait for something to happen? Because the moment you have a very, very good solid plan, that's the one that will give you the upper hand here as well. Efficiency, decision-making needs to be very spot on, very quick, and then immediately jump out.
Yeah, in this lobby, the players are letting that greed take over. We'll continue the conversation, though, but after this short break. Do not go anywhere. Restock on those popcorns, because the upcoming game map is going to be even more exciting.
स्काउट भाई पेट्रोल भर दो ना।
क्या भाई लोग रोंडो जाना है क्या? तू जानता नहीं मैं कौन हूँ? अबे तू बाहर में भर के तो बता। अबे रोंडो में मैं रोंडो किसको बोला रे? रोंडो बोलता है हाँ? तू रोंडो? रन Nation wants to know. कहाँ है ये रोंडो? रोंडो? अभी बताओ मुझे। रोंडो? अरे ओ कालिया, कितने आदमी थे? रोंडो सरकार? रोंडो? कहाँ है? क्या है ये रोंडो? क्यों बड़े कन्फ्यूजन में? आओ कभी रोंडो में। रोंडो आगे।
क्रेज चढ़ेगा सबको, क्योंकि BGMI में आ गया है नया रोंडो मैप. Get new vehicles, explosive weapons, epic hot drop locations, and more. Download BGMI now.
भाई क्या करवा रहे हो तुम? कभी पेट्रोल वाला बना दिया, कभी टीचर बना दे रहे हो। अबे गेमर हूँ मैं, एक्टर थोड़ी हूँ। भाई डाउनलोड BGMI now.
सर वाटरमेलन जूस।
अबे छोड़ो।
Welcome back after that short break, and now it's Johnny with me on the panel. And Johnny, I'm pretty sure you've had a look at that first game, and for some reason it feels like these players are really letting that greed take over now.
Yeah, I mean, yesterday one of our friends posted, it was like a reel on his social media, which was like the new state of BGMI, and the question that was asked was how much aggression is too much aggression? Because that seems to be the name of the game for everyone. Everyone's liking to play on the front foot now.
It's not even about aggression at this point. It just feels like they're getting extremely greedy, and they're just letting that greed take over. And because of that greed, they're also making too many rookie mistakes. And I think Autobotz Esports has to be a prime example of that, including MAFIAxZENIN too in that moment, right? And even GodsReen, let's not forget that one play around the ridge, it was extremely greedy. That was not even needed. GodsReen, if they wanted, they could have backed away towards the zone and play a bit more safer.
I think for God's Reign, the mindset that the team is now is completely different. They're still trying to redeem themselves for what happened in realme BGIS 2025. And for MAFIAxZENIN, it is like it's the same thing but on a much shorter scale, because MAFIAxZENIN, they started off on a very strong note, and the other two games they played after that were just like complete disasters. So today they are trying to recover from that, but it turns out it's not really working out for them. But match rankings on our screen, LIKITHA Esports on a good start, 14 points from this particular match. Not a lot of finishes though, but SBA, now that is a step up from SBA.
Of course, 14 points from that game. AltitudeXInsane, the only reason why they've got that many points is because of GodZ. That man just went God mode in that game, single-handedly destroying the entirety of Autobotz Esports. And Autobotz Esports did not even have time to roll on. And that was one of the most greediest fights I've seen from Autobotz Esports. If they wanted, they could have just held the circle, wait for the other teams to move in. But no, instead, Autobotz Esports got so greedy, they wanted all the elimination points around the board. They went against the players of AltitudeXInsane, thinking that they don't really have the man number, not even a good spot. But then GodZ just comes in and scoops up everyone.
It's okay. Autobots are still in a much safer position compared to everyone else. So you have the luxury of making mistakes as far as the overall leaderboard is considered. They are... well, they started off in the top 16, then there was a fall off. I mean, after this game, there definitely has to be.
They were on 13th before this game.
Yeah, top 16.
Yeah.
13th is in the top 16, buddy.
Yeah, I mean, I was telling you the exact number, yes.
Does not matter. I mean, 9 to 16, they all end up in the same place, right?
Yeah,
so 13th and 16th, they're all going to be in the same bracket.
Yeah.
But anyways, as I was saying before you interrupted, they have the luxury of making mistakes. So, again, that safety cushion, you only get to use it once. If you are in the top 8, if you are in the top 5, the higher up in the leaderboard you are, the more opportunities you will have to make mistakes. But Autobots, I think with this game, that opportunity is pretty much gone now.
Yeah.
They got to be perfect in every single match moving forward.
The cushion we speak of, it's now already faded away, right?
Yep.
But hey, something that you guys should also have your hands on is going to be the realme GT7. Move on towards Amazon and search for the realme GT7, and you might just stand a chance to win prizes up to 2 lakhs. And why am I so elaborating so much on the realme GT7? It's because I've had my own playtime with that device, and trust me when I say this, that was one of the most smoothest experience I've had so far. 120 stable FPS up till 6 hours, tested by the realme and the crafting guys themselves. But without wasting any more time, we'll straight up move on towards the map of Miramar, as the plane's going to be in the skies once again, starting all the way from El Pozo towards the opposite side, which is going to be El Azhar.
Yeah, and it is going to be interesting to see now how the teams that play from the southern half of the map sort of deal with this situation, because in this realme BMPS, we have seen those Partona drops also available, but no one has gone for that particular island as of now. Chumacera has been a highly contested position. A lot of teams liking to play from Puerto Pracio and Los Leones. And because of the flight path being away from those southern drop locations, we might see those early drop clashes for vehicles. But hey, maybe I was wrong. Maybe El Pozo is going to be the new fighting ground. We already see AltitudeXInsane going there. And there's one more team that's going to look to fight them early.
Yeah, and what's going on with Diesel Esports moving towards Trailer Park? It's for the first time I've seen Diesel Esports, Orlo and the boys moving towards Ruins and Trailer Park. I guess Diesel Esports have now realized it's desperate times, desperate measures. Time to keep yourself outside of all the action, because the previous game, it was filled with too much greed.
I mean, Diesel Esports, yeah, we've seen them play slow for, I think...
I mean, isn't diesel engines supposed to be slow?
Yeah, but once they get heated up, they produce a lot of power. So I think these lads, they need to get warmed up a little bit more.
Still on that phase, right? It's just the second game of the day, Johnny. But the main problem is you don't really have a lot of time. So diesel engines right now might just not be the way.
I think that's the thing, right? If you think about the day itself, yes, it's the second game. But if you think about round 1, they're playing their 5th match.
Yeah, true that. And it's taken too much to warm up, I guess.
Yeah.
They haven't really cold started their vehicles this morning.
Yeah, slow and steady approach might not be advisable every single time. That's all we're trying to say.
Unless if you get consistent points up to 7, then that's going to be more than enough for you to keep yourself alive. And then maybe in the final few games, you can go for that death shot where you directly just propel yourself in the top 8.
Hey, but MAFIAxZENIN was the team against Altitude Esports in Lalpozo. Now, this is going to be an interesting fight. But the question is, how does it begin? Because with the circle being right on top of Picado, there is no incentive for both these two squads to force a fight. The only reason I see that happening is no one wants to share loot. Other than that, MAFIAxZENIN, they can just stay happy towards the eastern half of the city, and AltitudeXInsane, they can take control of the western side compounds. One more drop clash, and this is going to be an awkward one, is not a drop clash exactly, but there might be a conflict within the next 5 minutes. You see that Campo Militar situation, U7.
Universe 7, they have been an interesting prospect, honestly. For a moment, we think Universe 7, they're just not able to take those fights properly. They just don't really have a lot of firepower. But then you see Universe 7, just that burst of aggression coming through, and somehow they do end up winning those few duels that might just keep them on the pedestal. But the main issue is they keep on bringing up these weird shifts to their playstyle, and that's why they're just not able to adapt themselves quickly enough.
That is true. I think we can chalk it up to them being like a little bit inexperienced. We give them the benefit of the doubt, but what do we say about Fearless 4, man?
Yeah, I think their name is just a shield at this point. It's a fake mask. I think they're definitely scared of the lobby, without a doubt.
And then this is happening, all four of them in the same car.
Yeah, it's a surprise package, right?
They don't have any loot, so there's nothing in that package as well. It's empty.
The previous game as well, they had quite a solid spot to play with. They had a decent position, but the moment the circle shifted away, they went for that rotation. It was a 4-2 fight, but they still messed it up.
The question is, do they have any points yet?
No, I don't think.
So 4 games, no
I don't
points.
actually remember.
Did they get any points from the previous game, even if it was
I'm
a
pretty sure
finish?
they did not get more than 1 point.
That is still a point. Till at the end of yesterday, they had 0 points.
You know what? We need to have a look at the overall standings to try and clear the confusion.
Yeah.
Because my brain is not able to remember how many points they got in the previous one. I think there's a big chance they might just still have 0 points on the board.
Oh, man. That is just going to make things more difficult moving
forward.
forward.
Hey, at the end of the day, it's all about breaking records, and even they're doing the same thing.
Hey, I mean, we are being too critical of them, and the thing is, all Fearless 4 need to do to survive for the next stage of this realme BMPS is stay out of the bottom 16. They just have to topple over 16 other teams, and as long as they can manage to pull that off, even if it's in the last game of round 1, they're going to be safe and moving forward to round 2.
Yeah, I guess that's one way to put it, but looking at their performance, Johnny, look, generally speaking, if we see any sort of improvements in the future games or in this game itself, then I would love to root for them. But if we're not going to see those performance increasing, then that's going to be a major issue for Fearless 4, and they probably will be in the bottom 16.
Hey, man, while some kings dream of the next kingdom they're going to conquer, the peasant is dreaming of his next meal.
Yeah, I guess. But for now, the main issue is that Fearless 4 is just sitting all the way at the bottom, right? So they need to get something done. They need to pack a lot of punch in their prowess as well. And if Fearless 4 is not really taking those fights, not adding on those elimination points, not showing a lot of confidence in their gameplay, then they will definitely struggle.
Yeah, but if you do not want to struggle in your matches, ladies and gentlemen, the realme GT7, it is launching on the 27th. Long play without overheating, 120 FPS, stable BGMI for 6 hours straight, 7000 mAh battery, and of course the 120 watt charger that gets your battery back up again if you run out of it, which, I mean, I don't know when that's going to happen. But in the meanwhile, Autobotz, it seems like they are involved in a conflict of their own against the players of TCW EMZ. ARYAN at least took a few shots from the top of this hill but found no contact.
Indeed. I mean, at this point for ARYAN as well, he knows the only thing he needs to do is just play tower defense.
Yeah.
It does not need to be too greedy. Just stay put to this spot, wait for the next zone to pop up, get the idea if the circle is going to be still around this vicinity, and if it's not going to be around this vicinity, then, of course, he can get back in the vehicle, move towards his teammates, and try and figure out a way to play the game.
And it's the Picado Hill. They're still going to be in the circle, unless it's a very awkward shift towards the southwest, maybe, but there's no team present in that quadrant, so I think everyone just believes it's going to be a central shift right now.
But at this point, I just want to see Prison Circle, man. It's been a while, right? We've seen those two islands do and play. Now I just want to see Prison Circle.
I mean, it's not even there in the opening circle, so there is literally zero possibility. Unless like there's like some miraculous glitch that occurs right now and the zone just goes back into the blue.
I mean, we have seen a circle that was not even in the playing field. That was already all the way outside in the terrains that are not even possible to play with.
Yeah, but it needs to be part of the initial stage 1 zone, right? Prison is there, man. Southwest.
I'm not talking about this game. In the future,
right.
I'm talking about. Not this one, of
In
course.
the future, sure. I think Prison has a much higher probability than the 2 islands that you're talking about.
No, actually, that's the opposite way around. Because how many times have you seen a prison circle?
Not Prison in general, but southwestern circles are a lot more common than the eastern edge
yeah,
ones.
Valle del Mar, it has been in the action for a long time. But I'm speaking of that prison island
we saw it
itself.
once.
The prison island?
Yeah.
Wow, I mean, you're lucky, man. I haven't been able to cast that prison circle yet. I would really feel quite nice if I get a chance to cast that circle. But you know what? Even you guys might just have a nice feeling when you guys have your looks and when you guys check out the new Kia Ceros. Of course, with bold and modern design, streamlined door handles, Kia signature digital tiger face, star map LED DRL, star map LED tail lamps. This car comes in with a lot of features and packed with a lot of performance too. So I would recommend you guys to check out the Kia Ceros.
Yeah, man, it's an amazing vehicle. And of course, a huge thank you to our lovely sponsors, Kia. I can't wait to get my hands on this.
I wish we could pull off a heist, but that would be too big, you know, at that point.
Yeah, this, like, it's... Can't put it in our pocket, right?
Yeah, of course.
And do you know how to drive?
No, I don't.
Yeah, me neither, so that's the first problem.
Man, feels bad, man, for the English desk. But you know what? The circle's going to center on up once again, so that's a good thing, right? Especially for Autobotz Esports. They were playing tower defense for the longest of time, and Areeb was doing a great job keeping that position put down. And luckily for Areeb, that tower defense pays off. Now, they're also going to have the high ground to play with. A lot of intel as well will be converted by Areeb, and Autobotz Esports will have the best possible spot in the game.
Yeah, the only problem is that Areeb is kind of surrounded by the players of TCW, EMZ, and there's more teams closing in for that hill. And the other 3 players from the side of Autobots are caught off guard by SOA Likitha Esports. So he can provide a lot of cover fire from that distance. I just hope he has the scopes available, because we saw him with a UMP and a Scar L. With those ARs, you can definitely spray down to about 200 to 50 meters, but these 3 lads, they need to stay on the back foot. They can't aggress against SOA Likitha Esports. Simple answer, disadvantage. But FS, not the start they wanted. The first casualty of the game is going to be Turbo.
Yeah, Shadow Blitz, they straight up just blitzkrieg through the players of FS Esports. And for FS Esports, unfortunately, they've already lost out on man, and that too, quite a crucial one as well. Turbo S not in the game anymore. Crypto too, almost on the verge of being knocked out. Crypto is going to be able to back away. And yeah, Adonis staring at the sky for a while because of that gyroscope.
I think every time he's a little... well, he takes his time to readjust his aim after that spray.
Happens to me sometimes, right? Gyroscope, when you're tracing down a target too far away, you just take your device too far down,
and then
you need to instantly get it back up. So yeah, it does happen. You look in the sky. The sky's beautiful.
Yeah.
Yeah. You need to look at the sky sometimes. It's also good for your eyes.
Look at the sky, not the sun. That's going to be bad for your eyes.
It's the natural flashbang.
That is so true. But anyways, I mean, RAKA Esports, right? Yeah, he's just taking shots at the sky now.
Yeah, he heard us. He's like, yeah, how dare you say sky's beautiful? Over here, it's annoying us. But RAKA Esports, for them, this realme BMPS 2025 hasn't been that good. But I just hope they get their hands on the Kia Ceros, man, because that's the only thing that's going to keep them rolling inside of the game as well. That's the only thing that's going to make them feel comfortable. And speaking of comfortable, let's talk about the interior of the vehicle, right? Quite comfortable and luxurious interior. Second row seat, recline, and slide with seat ventilation cushion. What else do you want? You've also got the easy ingress and egress. You've also got Urban Kardon premium 8-speaker sound system.
Wow.
Johnny, we're having a party in that vehicle.
Oh, for sure, man. We are having a party, but right now it's going to be Shadow Blitz in a party of their own against the players of Diesel Esports, and it's going to be trades coming in from either side, but Adonis all of a sudden finds himself as the last survivor for his team, going for a revive as Albi from Diesel cooks up the nade on the other side. It's going to get lobbed out. Adonis forced to cancel the revive as 12k point blank can still help him win this fight and stay alive, but too much utility on Albi, and Albi's taking his sweet time. Adonis after that first hit comes on, peeks out, wants to take the fight now. Albi with the swing, but the S12K, as I said, it's quite deadly.
shadowblitz is actually looking really good. Even the previous game, shadowblitz was doing pretty good for themselves, getting the consistent points. This game as well able to convert those fights, and that's the only reason why shadowblitz now has a bit of that consistency in the overall board too. And speaking of consistency, for do or die, that might just start to fade away. Universe 7 this time around, they've managed to find the first knock, and that's also going to give them the massive advantage inside of the fight as well. Krishna and his teammate looking to find the second man of do or die. And at this point, they're actually stuck in a situation that's going to require them to do or die.
Is that always the case with them? I mean, every single time we have seen them play in an official, it seems like they're stuck in this predicament.
Oh my god.
But Brawly, man, this time, this man has decided to redeem himself for like how things went down for U7 in the first 3 matches, but still stuck at 0 points for this game. And they just went ahead and picked 2 fights at the same time. They were already involved in a conflict, then turning around, taking shots on SBA like that. It's just drawing unnecessary attention towards yourself.
Yeah. And SB at this point, Hitler was able to find just that one elimination so far in this game. He's got 321 bullets. Yeah, the man's definitely ready for a war. Universe 7 on their merry way inside of the circle too. But the path they're choosing to make it inside of the circle, I'm not a big fan of that. There's 2 teams inside of Mikado, and at this point, Peter cannot really get away. He's got the party bus with him. It's going to be tough to just drive away from that. He does not really have a lot of exploration too, and Universe 7 might just be in a stuck situation. Autobotz Esports. This is going to be a real up-close and personal fight, as Lobster's going to be the man to kick things off as he finds the first one and instantly turns around and shuts down the second player as well. Autobotz Esports, the flick of the wrist to end the day.
Man, that was absolutely hilarious. He was just hiding behind that box for so long, and I think they heard him as well. That's why they were charging in together, but Lobster, timing, the peak, the precision, just perfection. But God's Reign now against the players of SBA. Devotee has been shut down. 3 players still left, and they've surrounded the players of God's Reign.
Yeah. And at this point for SBA, this is going to be a tough fight to convert, Johnny. Because God's Reign, yeah, 2 players inside of the house, but the remaining 2 are also in the outskirts. Or there's 3 players in the house, the 1 man's in the outskirts. For SBA, Cyrax is just isolated all by himself. Hitler tries to make it up close and personal as well, but instead he walks into a spring trap as Hitler as well gets eliminated from this game. And SBA, they have decided to completely drop the ball and throw this game.
Yeah, God's Reign as well. I mean, props to them. They know exactly what to do in certain awkward situations. They knew they were surrounded. They knew they were going to get pummeled with utility if they waited any longer. And simple solution, just 3 players running out into the open, picking a fight and picking apart the players from SBA. New problems, though, for God's Reign to face. The fact that the circle has completely abandoned them. TCW, EMG. We saw them in an awkward conflict with Autobotz at the start of the game in Picado, but guess what? They made an early rotation. They found a safe haven inside of the zone.
Yeah. At TCW at this point, they're going to be okay. It is a scrappy compound, but on the map, it's such a good spot. So for TCW, they just need to keep themselves put, not really be a part of too many fights, because if they do, that will be a massive problem. For God's Reign, though, they get chimed on by the team at the front. This time around, it's going to be the players of Fearless 4. And they indeed do seem quite fearless. Not really scared of the players of God's Reign this time around, but they're also catching a lot of hurt from the sidelines. And Fearless 4, just like usual, they start to panic. They start to make a lot of mistakes. And God's Reign, there's a big chance they might just rise back up from the graves. Utilities tossed out, doing some more damage. That's also going to be the re-knock handed out from the side of God's Reign. Fearless 4 down to a 2-man squad. They're also getting shot at from the side of RAKA Esports as well, as even Ghost gets knocked out. And now just down to 1 last man. The nade was so well placed. The last man is taken down to barely any sort of HP. God's Reign's constantly on the prowl, and they're just looking to find that last man, and the spam through the smoke will seal the deal.
And it's going to be Sage gets finished off in the end. Fearless 4, another game with no points secured. Not even a single placement points, because they went out on the 12th position. God's Reign, though, doing quite well for themselves, and like this is the team that we all wanted to see, even in the realme BGIS 2025. Unfortunately, there was a massive fall-off, I think, with this addition that they've made, the change in the roster, Neo coming in. They have a little bit of more momentum going into those fights, because even in that previous one, the opening was found by Neo.
And Destro's clearly realized the way to play this new zone settings. They need to be aggressive. They cannot execute that similar old slow playstyle. And it's been working out well for them. Yeah, the playstyle that they had previously is still going to work out in the previous zone meta, but not in this one. Without a doubt, it's not going to work out. Because they used to play too passive, too late. Hold on to that thought, though, SOA. Got close in the front. MAFIAxZENIN, 3 players just stuck behind that vehicle. Starboy was constantly bursting through. It was able to find some serious damage, but still no knockout. So at least for the opponents, they're going to be safe for now. SOA, a decent bit of compound. It's still quite scrappy. But let's have a look at the replay once again on exactly how did Lobster 1v2 these guys without any efforts. And it was quite easy as well.
Yeah. He made it look easy because it was 2 different isolated fights. And that was the problem for the players of Universe 7 as well. They gave him isolated fights. When you have the numbers, use the numbers.
And in my opinion, who does not know that there's going to be a team camping inside of Picado when it's inside of the circle?
Yeah,
in my opinion, that's common sense.
Agreed. And even if it's not in the circle, if the circle was at Picado and it just moved away, the circle shifted, you need to assume that there are people, there are teams still waiting in the city for their opportunity to move out because everyone was at a standstill till now.
They were just moving like they were completely careless. Fearless.
I think their hand was forced, but Picado was a bad spot to go. That's it.
Yeah, simple. But at this point, we do have MAFIAxZENIN Esports in quite a decent spot. AltitudeXInsane, well-placed nade's going to seal the deal against the foes for now. And even AltitudeXInsane has been quite a good team so far. They are making their mark, they are making their presence being felt inside of the lobby, which is of course a massive thing. And once again, God's popping off. 3 elimination points all by himself, secured to his team, while the remaining players have managed to get 2. God's, he's definitely in the prime form.
Yeah, he definitely is, man. I mean, incredible performance coming in. But Insane, I don't think we should be surprised. This org has a history of just nurturing talent in the right way. So, and Adi is there as well to help out.
Speaking of talent, I remember in 2023 BMPS, this team was setting up records after records. They also had the most amount of chicken dinners
in a single round.
Yeah, so that was insane from Team Insane.
And it's the same lineup. It's just that now they're Altitude Insane. So they're Insane at an Altitude.
The IGL's the same. The remaining players have shifted. So, but at the end of the day, the brains are still the same, right? So the driving force is pretty much there. But hold on to that thought. Los Hermanos, unfortunately losing out on Evil. Now they have to be nice. And now for Los Hermanos, definitely aiming for the chicken dinner this time around, even though it's not really their main business. But they still do eliminate the remaining 2 players right underneath. And now want to back away to safety. But they get denied by the foes in the front.
Well, the brothers, they got to stick together. 2 players knocked out. And Shadow, LaFou, he's going to get a revive. Shadow gets finished off. Speeds out to his demise. Although those knocks secured, I think the finish conversion was quite decent. They just got to be careful. Now, oh, the instant re-knock comes through. As Arias Nanu just finds the angle to find the shot connection. That came from very far away, by the way. It was like 300 meters.
It's always so irritating, right? You spend 10 seconds to go for that revival, and then instantly a re-knock comes through. It's like, man, are you serious?
But look at where the players of RES are. I mean, that was long distance re-knock. I don't even know if that was intentional or not at that point, but AltitudeXInsane, they are the ones who actually need to be careful of the players of RES, because they're actually quite close to them. But RES moving out into the open, Yash takes a lot of damage, is going to be forced back behind the ridge.
I mean, Johnny, we're inside of stage 5, and there's not a lot of teams right back. It's 9 teams up. Usually we see 12 or 13 teams around this area, but this time around, since the terrains are so weird and it's so exposed, that's why a lot of these individual fights are happening, and even those scrappy elimination points are quite easy to grab.
I mean, it's just an open circle in Miramar as well. There's just one compound inside of the entire play zone right now, and you see FS in control. The team in purple, that is FS.
Yeah.
They're the only ones with any concrete cover. The other one is going to be the side of ATE, but that is like a shack, not a proper cover.
Yeah, it indeed is not a proper cover. But Autobotz Esports, they have grouped up. Just 2 men standing too, so they cannot even play for the split at this point. It's just going to be asking for too much risk at that moment. The vehicle's out of commission. Autobotz Esports, they need to try and save the day for the vehicles at the moment. spawning out the foes in the front, do or die. Shots were taken against him, but Autobotz Esports finding any sort of success. It's going to be tough now. Backline's not clear either, so for Autobotz Esports, they're stacked up with a lot of foes. Need to be careful with every single approach they decide to take, and it's AltitudeXInsane now starting to rack up from the backlines. There's a shack that Autobotz Esports needs to be wary of.
Have to be extremely cautious and look at the paranoia and so everybody still finds the opening. Adi falls.
Blunder.
And that's going to be the finish conversion right there. Oh no! It gets taken by God's Rain, man. So the point just stolen away from Autobots. I think favor repaid because Autobots with the shots that they were taking, they actually stopped God's Rain from moving inside the zone.
I think Autobots is not even going to be mad about that elimination point being stolen away. But hold on to that thought though. Autobotz Esports definitely taking a lot of shots against God's Rain. God's Rain, they've got a lot of problems brewing up themselves. Even the back line stacked up with players. Even the front lines now getting pushed up by the players of TCW. And even for TCW, they're in a massive sandwich. There's another team closing on up in the back lines. What's going on, Johnny? So many fights happening at the same time. TCW EMZ starting to make that push. Ace gets the confirmation. TCW having a little bit of that upper hand inside of the fight, but since even TCW is getting pounced on from the back, there's third parties after third parties. God's Rain, they make the pound, shut down the two players of TCW that were constantly aggressing, but even God's Rain get eliminated later on by a completely different team.
Man, this is what happens when you force a fight outside the zone, close to the end game, and God's Rain, they pay a heavy price for that mistake. But Los Hermanos, Necro, they show up out of nowhere. Two players, they break into the top 5. Spy has managed to get 4 eliminations for his team. Afu with just 1, but they're going to be so happy with these 5 points. And they have placement points as well now.
There was a third party after third party after third party. Los Hermanos third party, TCW third party, God's Rain, and God's Rain getting third party by Autobotz Esports.
Autobots are still there though.
Yeah, and that two-man squad has finally heard my wishes. And now they went for the split as well. I do understand this split is extremely risky, but they need to play for the map control. They do not have any other option.
But at this point, I think looking at the numbers, looking at the terrain, and taking all of the variables into account, I think this is going to be a split between FS or ASSAM Tigers. Those are the two teams with prime position. The circle now decides. If the circle moves anywhere towards the northern side, FS has the upper hand and they might walk away with the chicken dinner. If it moves down south, ASSAM Tigers, their win is guaranteed.
On paper, this should be an FS Esports' chicken dinner. They've got the most amount of men alive, and even the stats speak that FS Esports have been really bold in these type of scenarios. They're also currently sitting on the first spot in the overall standing, so even that should be a massive stat that needs to be calculated.
And
for
there
FS
you go.
Esports, the stars do definitely seem aligned.
Yeah, there you go. Circle moves towards FS Esports. They have the terrain in control, and I think now this is going to be their win. All they have to do is avoid MAFIAxZENIN up north, because MAFIAxZENIN for some reason have just kept their heads down, no presence felt the entire time. And FS, they've done the same thing. They lost 1 man at the start of the game. First casualty of this map of Miramar was Turbo from the side of FS getting picked off. And because of that, I think the remaining 3 players is focused on survival. But look at this. Bunty and Beast, they can ruin the day for FS right now.
Without a doubt they can. MAFIAxZENIN. First of all, let's be honest, that name right there just sounds cool.
Yeah.
All right? But hopefully they're going to be as cold as their name. This time around, they need to be the venomous ones. And usually in desert, there's a snake called rattlesnake, which is quite popular and also extremely deadly.
Popular, you make it sound like rattlesnakes are influencers.
Yeah, they've got Instagram accounts. They make reels every day.
Welcome to my vlog.
Today I'm biting this human. Alright, you know what? Jokes should be on the other side, because right now things are getting too intense and serious. FS Esports, even they're deciding to spread themselves out. Los Hermanos, the 2 men that they've got standing, they finally decided that. Now, yes, even the wall of death is starting to move, which is the blue zone itself. Now, even they need to try and capitalize and try and make a better spot for themselves inside of the circle. But Los Hermanos, not looking too smooth in the terrain they've found to play with for now. And it's ASSAM Tiger Esports in the front, making that rotation out of that spot. But unfortunately, they're not going to let the players stay alive for too long, as Los Hermanos has been officially shut down.
And it's going to be ASSAM Tigers getting both those finish points in the bag. 5 finishes on the board as they found themselves in the top 4 of this game. Autobots, I believe they have been spotted out by FS Esports. And oh no, it is ASSAM Tigers. The last shot comes through. Luffy He gets that finish, gets that point. Siri is going to be the last man alive from Autobotz. And as soon as he gets up, his head is going to be spotted by ASSAM Tigers again, so he needs to be careful. FS. Oh, South Vipers. Dreams going for the shots. No connection found. A few connections found. Not enough to get any significant damage. No knocks yet.
Yeah. And FS Esports, since they've got a decent bit of cover as well to play with, and even the sidelines do seem clear on paper, for FS Esports, they've got nothing to fear. Now they can be the fearless three, since the fourth man is down.
Well, Necro, I have a feeling though, ASSAM Tigers, they are doing everything right to lead themselves to success. Look at that, a split going in. They've gained access to the zone as well, and there's more numbers towards the side of FS, so ASSAM Tigers, they just got to keep their heads down, and FS eventually will be forced to fight MAFIAxZENIN and Sirvi from Autobotz.
Yeah, but still the main question is, do they really trust themselves though? ASSAM Tiger is one of those teams that, yes, they have been showcasing themselves over and over again, but when it comes to closing out games, they've always been choking that. And it's mainly because they don't really trust themselves. So let's hope this time around ASSAM Tigers do deliver a nice finishing blow and get that confidence rolling up their sleeves. But Sirvi is definitely coming up with some evil plans. Tossing out the smokes, that's going to give his position away as well, but Sirvi realizes even time's taken away, needs to make something out of nothing. Those two final smokes tossed out in the front. Sirvi's creating that pathway to at least barely inch inside the safety lights. And Sirvi might just be able to stay alive as well for the longest. Dreams.
Yeah.
He's got no clue there's a player right next to him. Or does he have a clue? Dreams is too exposed. Sirvi just wait for the right moment to strike. Sirvi's going to find that angle as well, but no, instead he keeps away the gun and now pulls out the nade. He really does want to get rid of Dreams. He's pulled out the shotgun as well. Does he want to make the pounce? What does Siri want to do? I'm still so confused. And now the final decision is going to be to toss that nade. The nade was there, tossed up as well, but it's not to perfection. But still the knock is found by the back of that M416. And now Siri retargets and refocuses onto a completely different team. But it's ASSAM Tiger to eliminate that player.
I mean, Siri has lent a huge helping hand to ASSAM Tigers, taking one man off the board from the side of FS. FS, the number equalization that they have found has gone again. It's 3 versus 2 versus 2. 3 players from ASSAM Tigers, 2 from FS, 2 from MAFIAxZENIN, who've broken into the top 3 of this match. But Viper, he's hoping for the nade to find some contact, some damage onto the players of FS. That's not going to happen. Oh man, I just noticed, Crypto, that's going to be a weaponry advantage for him.
Yeah, indeed it will be. But for FS Esports, the best possible thing is that they're letting these two teams duke it out against each other. And now FS Esports decide to even make that pounce since they've realized the opponents are quite hurt. And even that P90 in the hand is going to start to correct those enemies. And slowly and steadily, FS Esports just close on in, eliminating anyone that stands against them. Even Luffy gets taken care of. ASSAM Tiger Esports down to just that one man in the back lines. A 1v2 in the makings. FS Esports, they have pulled off a 200 IQ move. But now it's time to make it inside of the circle as well. That P90 is definitely going to be an absolute shredder. Rex takes a bit of that damage from the blue itself. Insidious now wants to create that off angle. Before doing so, he's going to try to patch himself up. But instead, the last man of ASSAM Tiger, he's going to give himself away to the gods.
Man, P90 supremacy in the end. But also like a good execution from the players of FS Esports. And as you said, Necro, ASSAM Tigers, they struggle too much, lack of self-confidence, because they could have closed out this game way before FS Esports could have done anything. But although I have to say ASSAM Tigers still a good performance.
Yeah, without a doubt. All thanks to MAFIAxZENIN, I guess, because even MAFIAxZENIN was able to find the knock against the players of ASSAM Tigers. So that was already like a big cripple coming through for ASSAM Tigers. And since they're quite new on the block as well, they were panicking in that moment. ASSAM Tigers did not exactly know what sort of precautionary measures should have been taken. And FS Esports, the moment they read that elimination feed, now they knew, yes, ASSAM Tigers, they're hurt. At the moment that happened, FS Esports instantly put the pedal to the metal, made that pounce, got those knocks, even eliminated the players of MAFIAxZENIN. So FS Esports accumulated at least 4 elimination points in the end.
Yeah, I think 4 or 5 eliminations over there for FS Esports. And considering they got the chicken dinner, which is like 15 points, and they were sitting number 1 on the leaderboard already at the start of the day, overall a good performance from FS. But that makes it a little bit more impressive that ASSAM Tigers are doing very well for themselves. But ladies and gentlemen, we have the highlights of this match. And shadowblitz, Necro, I mean, we got to talk about them. This team is like very quick about whatever they do. If they are winning a fight, they're going to do it quick, nice and quick. If they are getting eliminated, that is also going to happen within like 3 seconds.
I'm loving one thing. Every single team in the lobby is now showcasing a lot of aggression, which is, of course, a good thing, right? And I think a prime example of that has to be that third party after third party moment, right? God's Ring getting third party by Los Hermanos. Fearless 4 as well in this instance, just getting dismantled easily. At this point, it feels like Fearless 4, they're at the wrong place at the wrong time.
I mean, for sure, I think might be the wrong tournament.
Yeah. It does definitely feel that way because Fearless 4 is just not even standing a chance to even try and keep up with the prowess of the other teams. No matter what they try to do, no matter if they try to be a part of the fight, even if they try to third party, they're just not able to find a lot of success. Even that previous game itself of Miramar, they were not able to get any sort of points.
Yeah, I mean, Fearless 4, they gotta be a little afraid at least. Slow down the pace. I've always said this, never fight the opponent at their own pace. You gotta be the ones leading the charge of the fight. You lead the tempo. Do not let the opponent take control. And I think that's what happened over there. Because God's Reign, as you also mentioned, we were talking about it during the match. Since the addition of Neo, they have picked up the pace at which they play. That slow approach to the game is not there anymore. Destro likes to move in early now, a little bit quicker than how they used to rotate before. And even in fights, they just charge head on, like we saw over there. And we saw with TCW as well. That's how what they did. They just completely pushed upon them. And I think that is what Fearless 4 need to do. If you are struggling to keep up with the pace of the other teams, you play slow. Do what FS is doing right now. Just find the center, hold till the end game. If you find a way to break into the top 8, that is when you start picking those fights. Go for the loose stragglers.
Honestly speaking, doing what FS is doing is extremely tough for a team like Fearless 4 because FS is also taking a lot of fights on the way towards that centric part. So FS Esports, when they had that centric part, they already had a squad wipe in their hand. They were already looking pretty decent with the elimination points and that initial stage. So for FS Esports, they're just too high level, in my opinion, for a team like Fearless 4 to deal with and even try and copy their playstyle. In my opinion, just go for baby steps, right?
FS had 0 eliminations until the top 4 was there.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
So, but usually, right, even in the game of Wrangle, when they were in the Smack Center, they had a decent bit of elimination points before they went on towards that space itself. Maybe in this game of Miramar, FS Esports just found a free empty compound and they were just lucky enough to roll it.
No, so the difference between the two games is the numbers that they worked with. Wrangle, they had those 4 players still alive, and that is why they felt comfortable going for those fights. This game, they lost Turbo, and they were like, all right, guys, we stick to the floor. We do not fight anyone. We just play for survival.
Okay.
And that needs to be the strategy. If you have the numbers, then you try to get a few picks here and there. Even if you're running into a team, try to just get one player and get out. Get that 1 point, get out, get to safety. If that happens, you're good to go, and then you play for survival. If you lose a player, you're down in numbers, just purely play for survival, man. There is no need to fight.
Yeah, but you know what, Johnny? I'm also concerned about Do or Die at this point because their performance is definitely dipping away slowly and steadily. And in my opinion, maybe they need the coach back inside of the main play.
Yeah, man.
But
Bring
you know
Wades back.
Yeah, but he's in a completely different roster now. But you know what?
that's sad.
We've got stars of the match on the screen. We've also got Justin right there with 5 finishes, and Safu from the side of Los Hermanos with 2 rescues. Afu, he's quite the OG man. He's been there inside of the community for the longest, but generally speaking, for Los Hermanos, they were a part of decent bit of action. I did like that third party, too, against the players of God's Reign and TCW, and Los Hermanos were able to get away with a chunk of elimination points, but that's not going to be enough.
Yeah, I mean, it's not going to be enough, but at least it keeps them in safe haven for now. I think anything outside of the bottom 16 is good. Top 16, better. Top 8, it's the best. But bottom 16, that is what you got to avoid. And I think Los Hermanos have done enough to stay out of the bottom 16 as of now.
Look at God's Reign. 13 finishes on the board from them. Even though they got taken out so early, it's still not going to phase them even more. They've still managed to get those 14 points in total. Even Autobotz Esports, consistency once again. Autobotz is now getting those 7 to 8 points per game, which is, of course, going to keep them in the mediocre pack. And also in a decent spot as well to make that bounce back in the top 8.
I think it's good. As long as Autobots is safe, we can't be too critical about them. I'm just happy that this time they are being consistent, as you said. TCW EMG, this was a decent performance. 7 eliminations, 2 placement points. They get 9 points in total. And it is an interesting start, to say the least, from the side of TCW EMG now.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, for TCW EMG, I'm also loving the efforts that they're showcasing to improve their gameplay, right? They're also being a part of so many fights. They're trying to third party as well. At least they're now pretty active and social inside of the lobby. But a few teams like MAFIAxZENIN, they're deciding to play a little bit sneaky now, John.
Yeah.
MAFIAxZENIN isn't really going for head-on-head strikes now. They're deciding to play it slow.
I don't know what this switch is coming, where the switch is coming from as well, because the first game MAFIAxZENIN played in this tournament, they
aggressive, right?
Very aggressive, just destroyed everyone.
Yeah.
Total annihilation. The next game, they get eliminated early, and from there on out, from the third match they played to the last 2 games, they're like, all right, we do not need to fight, right? We're just going to keep our heads down.
Yeah. They're like, you know what? Late game points will anyway squeeze in, so let's try to survive to the late game, and we're probably going to find a few stragglers. Let's be the rattlesnakes that we are. And, hey, we kind of worked out as well in the previous game, right? Top 3 placement, more than good enough for a team like MAFIAxZENIN.
Yeah.
And as they've probably cracked out as well, just get 7 points per game. You are still going to be outside of the top, or outside of the top 16 in the bottom, and then pretty much just keep yourself in the first 16, so you can either move on towards the round 3, and if you're in the top 8, you can directly move on towards the semifinals week 1.
Yeah, and I think as long as you survive in this tournament, it's fine as of now. Do not take a lot of pressure, because 96 teams in total, and all you have to do is avoid the bottom 16. That's it. Sometimes you do not need to. This is for Fearless 4, by the way, this PSA. Sometimes you do not need to overcomplicate things. Just avoid the bottom 16, and there we have it. Fearless 4. They have 2 points on the board, Necro.
Yeah, these are the overall standings just for this specific group, by the way. Just Group 8 teams are going to be there in this overall standings. We've got FS Esports still sitting on the first spot with 69 points. We've also got God's Reign right there with 53 points itself. We've also got Autobotz Esports with 53. I'm loving God's Reign and Autobotz Esports once again tied up, right? Because even previously in the first 3 games that they played, Autobotz was sitting on the 13th spot and God's Reign was sitting on the 12th.
Man, it's a love story between these two, I guess. Sticking together always, but AltitudeXInsane, 41 points. So they're going to be safe. I think anyone that has gone over 30 is going to be a little bit safe, except MAFIAxZENIN. I think 32 was the cutoff for the top 16. So either they're going to be right on that 16th position or maybe on the 17th. They can get themselves into the top 8. It's going to need a bit. They're going to need a big game, but they can make it happen. And shadowblitz, Necro. Now look at shadowblitz. Just 7 placement points in the 5 matches they've played, but 22 finishes.
That is really nice, right?
Yeah.
As we mentioned, just be in the top 16 and avoid being in the bottom 16. Simple. That's all you need to aim for. The top 16 and avoid the bottom 16. It's simple. And for shadowblitz, I'm pretty sure that's the only gameplay they're going to be opting for as well. If luckily enough to find themselves in the top 16, hey, direct ticket to the round 3. If they do not find themselves in the top 16, it's fine. We get more practice time.
I mean, they do get more practice time, and with how they are playing, I think it's just going to benefit them a little bit more because they are being aggressive. They're running into those fights, and it's just quick in and out. As you said, Blitzkrieg, that's the name of the game from them. As long as they can avoid the bottom 16 and get that practice in, figure out how to get those 4v4s, win those 4v4s, it's all going to be good.
Exactly. And speaking of the 4v4s too, we know there's so many teams capable to convert those 4v4s in this specific lobby spells. Even AltitudeXInsane has been surprising. But for now, it's time for us to toss to a short break. You guys don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Kia, movement that inspires.
Welcome back after the break, ladies and gentlemen, to the realme BMPS 2025. This is Super Johnny, joined by IC alongside with me. And of course, reshuffle has happened. We have new groups in front of us. Group A is the one playing their opening matches for this, what do we call this, the second quarter of round 1?
The second quarter of round 1. Yeah, I would say they're almost down towards the halfway mark, to be honest.
Fair enough.
Because one more game means they have officially played halfway of their total matches that needs to be played in the round 1 stages.
Yeah, I mean, teams are going to be... This is going to be the last game of the first half, I guess, then. This is going to be the map of Sanhok. But ladies and gentlemen, it is going to be interesting to see how Group A now basically completes the first half of their journey, because this gives us something that we really like to talk about. It gives us an idea of what our cutoff is going to be for the top 8 and the top 16.
Yeah, I kind of agree as well. But of course, you know, today when it comes to FSE Sports, they definitely kind of struggled a little bit here. Because if you think about their first 3 performances, they've got themselves 40 overall points. But now, it feels like they need, if they want to maintain it consistently, kind of like duplicate it, they need to have a banger performance here in Sanhok.
I mean, and while the teams look for a banger performance, we have this banger of a device, ladies and gentlemen, the realme GT7. It is launching on the 27th, so not a lot of days to go, not a lot of wait for us to get our hands on this. I've heard that Necro has already... Oh, it wasn't Necro, it was you who completed the heist, huh? He has gotten his hands on the device because Realme has been very kind to us, given us these amazing phones a little bit early. IC has gotten his. I'm going to go get my hands on mine as well. Yeah, I'm not talking to you now.
This is mine now.
How's that 120 FPS for 6 hours feel now?
Amazing.
You need that practice to get as good as me.
The best thing about this is that I can play for 6 hours straight, and its graphite ice sense is so cool because, you know, I like it cool. That's why I call myself Icy Baby 1 too. So the best thing about playing this is that when it overheats, it's kind of annoying. It stings the back, but here it doesn't. It feels so nice.
Exactly. The device is nice. It is amazing. Yeah, I'm very jealous of him right now. I want one too. But what we want as viewers is action, ladies and gentlemen. So the game of Sanhok is going to be commencing. In fact, yeah, I'm just upset with IC, so we're just going to go to the game directly.
Well, we're going to be jumping straight into the game as we jump towards the final game for today for Group A. Not today in general, but for Group A respectively, as they jump into the map of Sanhok. And I'm curious to see how they are going to be duking things out here. The flight path is going to be coming from the north side of the map itself and then ending directly towards the south side. So a pretty balanced one. Very similar to how they played in ARYAN. So Group A having a very, very forgiving flight path by the BGMI gods.
Even on Miramar, it was like not an awkward one. Yeah, not one-sided. It was close to the center. A little bit towards the northern side, but yeah, still quite close to the center. But let's see. I mean, in a situation like this, it is the teams that ruin the day for each other. And I think right now that might be Diesel, who have gone for that Camp Alpha Temple Hill control. They're going to be quite close to the players of ASSAM Tigers. And even shadowblitz is going to be there on that Camp Alpha Island. And as we move to Paradise Resort, it's going to be in complete control of God's Reign. No one there to challenge them. FS left alone in boot camp. Wow, no drop clashes on Sanhok.
I'm really surprised by this. I was expecting maybe some sort of drop clashes. We've been seeing this multiple times now. But I think the close... Okay, never mind. We spoke too soon. Autobotz, they're going to get it picked off. Lobster, my man, you were doing so well the previous first 3 games. But this time, you are going to sit things out and you're going to be waiting for the next shuffle.
Yeah. I mean, now they, again, have to wait for the next groups to come out. But I think this is going to be the first early casualty for Autobotz. They are doing quite well in the overall leaderboard, 53 points. So, again, luxury of having that safety cushion is what they're playing around with.
I think from the side of Autobotz, obviously, when I judge them based on their playstyle, based on the first 3 games so far, Lobster has been playing that scout role really, really well. But now without him playing on the outskirts, it feels like it is going to be a very, very heavy burden because especially in this early stage of the game, Autobotz has no choice but to push in towards a very, very disgusting zone that is so far away that if you do not sacrifice a scout to get information, they are going to get punished for this. But on screen, we do see shadowblitz picking up another player, and that is going to be Fearless4 getting taken out, and out in the open as well, Phoenix. SBZ looking to go ahead and try and get those confirmation, and Fearless4, they are going to lose another player right from the get-go.
Yeah, 2 players knocked and finished off. Shadowblitz, again, very quick in getting those frags for themselves, but trade comes through. Liger, he's going to get knocked out. Is Shadowblitz? Yes, they are taking 2 fights at the same time. They're going after the players of Fearless4 and also picking on TCW EMG on the other side. Fearless 4 almost on the verge of getting eliminated. They're down to the last man, by the way.
This is a very, very early aggression coming from shadowblitz Esports as well. And interesting enough, this early phase is what? Barely even 2-3 minutes in the game.
Yeah.
You could even see that helmets are not even prepared here from the side of shadowblitz. But they know for a fact that, especially when it comes to Alpha Circle, teams are going to rotate rather early just to get good strategic positions to play this fight. And because of this, Fearless 4, they walked right into the traps of shadowblitz. And guess what? The prediction games is strong, and they will be able to reap a little bit more rewards here. Meanwhile, on screen, another fight's about to break down. So SVA going head-to-head with Diesel. Cyrax got knocked, but they do stop the aggression, and they will get themselves a finish point.
And numbers advantage. Feel bad for that lad from the side of Diesel Esports. Did not expect an entire team to make a bounce on him like that, but let's see now. That just means work cut out for the players of Diesel. They have the high ground advantage to work with. AltitudeXInsane on our screens. And Yash in particular spotting out Los Hermanos just rotating in front of him. He just lets them go. Can't really take a fight all alone over here. His teammates have just joined him, but yeah, had he pulled the trigger, he would have been the one on the receiving end of that stick.
Yeah. And at the same time, Los Hermanos still lurking around, deciding they should be crossing the way through. But guess what? They do scout out SOA. Great spray down comes through. They take down XOXO. Los Hermanos immediately looking for those confirmations. Gonna be going for a quick one, but that is it. SOA, no answer, no clapback whatsoever. But as soon as it's stated, Starboy comes in for the flag, almost gets the knock. Unfortunately, he's gonna get his backs completely shut down.
Boy, oh boy. SOA, Likitha Esports, not really having a fun time, and Los Hermanos, well, there you have it. One more player shut down. The finish confirmation comes through. And Los Hermanos, I think now the next challenge is how do you cross the river? They've made a lot of commotion over here. But Yash from AltitudeXInsane, the stalker strikes, and Evil is going to get knocked. The finish confirmation should be there. And AltitudeXInsane, they want to push this fight even further. They want to go after the players of Los Hermanos.
Yeah, this is an important one as well. And that's the thing about Sanhao, right? It is small. The moment you get into a major fight, you are going to be expecting potential third parties because of how quickly people are rotating, especially when it comes to a Zone Alpha itself.
Yeah.
We've seen Zone Alpha yesterday in the map where Hector was able to come on top. Hector Likitha, Hector Vasista was the one that gets the chicken dinner. And even they struggled to actually rotate in. They had to be very careful about this. And Los Hermanos is going to be playing the exact same position in this zone where Hector Vasistas was rotating in. So maybe, just maybe, they will be able to find a way to conquer Alpha Island, or in this case, Alpha Mountain terrains where the ruins are and the temple vicinity is. And that's going to be something that they may consider, but again, that's me thinking from a very, very, very future tense right now. That may or may not happen.
Yeah, it's way down the line. But let's see how things turn out. I mean, I want to see what Do or Die is going to do, considering we have an Alpha Circle and Do or Die still all the way towards Kampong and Docks, which is the southeastern quadrant of the map. But again, that's also a story for another time. MAFIAxZENIN on our screens. They are north of Ban, moving towards the eastern edge of the play zone itself right now, struggling in the blue. But ladies and gentlemen, if you want no struggles while you play the game, check out the realme GT7 long play without overheating. And of course, if you go onto Amazon and search for the realme GT7, you can stand a chance to win prizes up to 2 lakhs.
Yep, be sure to check it out because it has the iSense graphene rear cover, which gives you that overheating solution prop to everything in this pack itself. So be sure to check it out. But nevertheless, as we continue on towards the fight itself, SOA is going to be forced to play this two-man. Starboy immediately disconnected, knowing that there's absolutely nothing he can do about this game anymore. Fates of SOA Likitha Esports solely depend on these two players. Meanwhile, Universe 7, they're going to be tanking out the zone. Looks like we are going to be seeing an ocean rotation from the north side. Can they find an entry point is going to be the question.
Oh man, it's going to be interesting to see if they actually do, but we've seen this happen a few days ago. Port rotation and the whole team got destroyed, and right now shadowblitz is there on the northern shoreline. Let's go! The circle moves further west. Only half of the Camp Alpha Island now available for these teams to play. For these 16 teams to play, because all of them are still there in this game.
My goodness, this is such a very, very small circle as well. This is circle 3, but it feels like circle 4. And these Esports, they may have the mountain terrains. It's going to be great for picking out players, especially on towards the shorelines itself. But the question here is, the moment stage 4 begins, chances of them still having the zone on top of the mountain is very, very slim. And going down is not exactly an easy thing, even with cars.
God's Reign on our screens. They did manage to cross on over towards the Camp Alpha Island, but moving towards the next zone, it's going to be so difficult for them. I don't know how they make the move from here. There's so many difficulties for them to face along the way.
And speaking of difficulties that you can solve while on your youth drive, you guys can check out the Kia Ceros, currently priced at a very, very reasonable price for itself, that has an enhanced control 5-star BNCAP rating of 88 AS, level 2 for smart cruise control with stop and go, front collision warning, and also avoidance assistance to help you through your daily traffic itself. So be sure to check it out. Meanwhile, on the screen as well, we do have God's Reign going to be going for a couple stray downs, hoping to punish some of these rotations, but two teams drove by, or in this case, two set of teams drove by in the name of MAFIAxZEN. Two different rotations, two different part of his teammates. Unfortunately, absolutely no connection. However, dodging them means that they are going to be expecting another different team, and Universe 7 might be right beside them. Surprise! And they are going to be in trouble. Atlantis first of all, Bunty as well, and absolutely nothing they could have done about this.
I mean, there's this old meme from related to video games only, I think, and Beast was the one who relates to that the door is stuck! The door is stuck! He could not get out of there. He was just stuck on that driver's seat. And Universe 7 just annihilating MAFIAxZEN. And quite unfortunate, I mean, they were playing for survival, did not want any conflict, but yeah, unfortunate.
Oh boy. Speaking of the fight itself, Universe 7, it's got to be very happy about this, right? Considering that they came in from the ocean rotation, they found a very nice compound. Guess what? Somebody gave them a couple of points, and they're going to be pretty okay. A lot of loots, a lot of mobility, a lot of utilities as well. Even the meds to work with. They've got a lot of time, but at the same time, Circle is about to shift away from them, considering that Circle 3 is about to completely push into its Cam Alpha, I believe. Meanwhile, teams on top here, God's Reign actually making an attempt to try and conquer the mountain terrains here. But the question here is the Circle going to favor them? Because this is so very risky of them to still consider that it may be inside the zone next phase.
I mean, unless it's like another Western shift, God's Reign should be okay. Along with the Circle, FS is quite close to them as well, so that's another problem for them to deal with. And FS, they've heard all of these vehicles, so they are going to be a little bit more prepared to run into this fight, considering God's Reign, they made the climb with the vehicles, and FS, they just ran up the hill on foot. But the Circle, it is going to be a shoreline Western shift, so God's Reign, new challenges ahead.
Yeah, there's not really a lot of options here coming from God's Reign. They have two options. One is going to be hugging the edge of the mountains itself to try and get as many finishes as they can, or directly crashing towards the empty compound, where in this case, look at the minimap where Autobotz is going in, and well, that is going to be out of the question now for God's Reign, unfortunately.
Oh, but U7, a little bit of a run-in against the players of TCW EMG. Trying to make the bounce. Man inside extremely low. Shotgun finds the knock though. And Brawley is going to look to see if he can pick off other players as well. U7 though, now the numbers are being printed out. Raz is going to get knocked out over there. One more man on the other side of the wall. Brawley just waiting for an opportunity to strike. Empire from TCW EMG wants to make the bounce. He knows there's a threat right up close to him. Gets shot in the back. The third party from God's Reign. Neo finds the knock. And Brawley is just going to take that point away.
Oh boy. Broly holding on for their dear lives. Universe 7, they're expecting too much company. But at the same time, shadowblitz, they get picked off. And Universe 7, they pick up even more finish points.
Yeah, this team is just getting lucky, man. Finishes being served on a silver platter. But it's just finishes. It's going to take a while before they get any placement points in this game. There's still 13 teams alive, 38 players still left in this matchup, and Universe 7 already has 7 finishes.
This it luck or is it skill? But right now, God's Rain, they made the option to try and play the high ground to try and get any kind of finishes thus far. Neo goes for those sprays, finds a couple of taps in, but no knocks, no finishes. And that's going to put them in a very, very awkward spot here. Meanwhile, on the screen, we do see Devotee going to be playing on the edge of the zone itself, near the shorelines. It seems like he's going to be dropping some mats on the ground. Not exactly sure why. Maybe it's the fact that he may be looking to go for a risky push. And if he goes down, his teammates may be able to get this mats in his vicinity. But they're so far off apart. Like, ARYAN, look at this. Devotee, they're so far away. Like, his teammates is like 200 meters behind him. If you think about it.
Yeah. SB has been playing this spread along the shoreline for a long time. I think it was since the initial stage 2 shift.
And even for RAKA Esports, they do see them, but he's not looking to try and take a couple of shots just because I think they want to still maintain the status quo of the element of surprise, I guess. When it matters the most, that's where they strike. And giving RAKA that sense of safety net is going to actually hurt them eventually.
Plus, I think you just assume that if it's stage 3, there is not, and stage 4, my apologies, and there's not a lot of solid ground for these teams to play with. And you see the number of players alive counter, and it still shows 36. You just assume that you are surrounded from every single direction. You just assume that everyone's hidden themselves and no one wants to make any noise. This is what, like, oh wait, how? It's just 300 meters.
Yep.
It's just 300 meters from the shoreline to the eastern edge of the circle. That's all that's there for 13 teams.
This is very small. This is very, very small. But as soon as I say this, Explosive finally goes down. So that means Devotee have finally strike. But given that his position has been exposed, he's looking to run away and regroup with the rest of the teammates here, knowing that they are 300 meters apart. And like you said, Johnny, the rest of the world are coming in. And that's where they need to fortify their position. Meanwhile, RAKA, they had a little bit of demise. Another one comes crashing in, and that's going to be AltitudeXInsane. But Nanu, he defends. He gets both of them, but at the same time, the third one comes through. Can he hold on? And yes, he will! Nanu single-handedly shuts down 3 players. What a defense from him.
Yeah, that was very impressive, and I think he needs to reset as quickly as possible, because now, since all of this commotion has been made, and it's going to be heard by all of the teams moving in, there's going to be trouble headed towards them soon. 4 eliminations, 3 on Nanu, 1 on Explosive, but he has been eliminated. Coffin is going to be brought back into the match very soon, but now awkward fights all over.
Oh boy, what a clutch coming from Nanu, man. And I'm curious to see how the replays looks like as well. Look at this. That's 1. Goes for a jiggle. Gets the second one with the flick there, surviving the shot coming in from the second shot. And the third one, no connection whatsoever, but he clips him right at the waist and takes him out.
Oh yeah, we have it. God's Reign still reigning supreme. They find 1 more point on the board. TCWMG handed an early exit in this match. And Neo, though, he's the last survivor from the side of God's Reign. Man, this is going to be such an awkward game for everyone, because majority of the teams will get... Look at this, stage 4 down to 8 teams, just 18 players. And as we were talking about here, the diameter of this circle is 600 meters, but half of the zone is in the water, only half.
Well, long story short, this is a stage 4 circle, but it feels like a stage 5, stage 6. And teams weren't really prepared to actually take this fight here. And every single angle is pretty much locked down. And RAKA pretty much dominating the south side. North is going to be SBA. Meanwhile, on the southeast corner, we do see Smoker trying to survive as a solo warrior. And guess what? He finds one. That's going to lose. Hermanos losing 1 player. And Smoker still keep things alive for SOA LIKITHA Esports. But with that play coming in, they do make it to 7th place. And could you really blame them, considering how difficult the circle is? And now RAKA from afar finds a pixel tap. Bro, your elbow is still exposed and they clip him. Oh no, Coffin. His elbow got shot.
Yeah.
Ouch.
I
Man
mean,
down.
I don't blame anyone for anything in this game anymore. I mean, this has to be the most brutal game of Sanhok I've ever seen in my entire career. This is a very brutal circle to play with, but luckily, remember at the start of the game we were talking about, or at least I was talking about Do or Die and what they were doing all the way towards Docks. Well, that's the only team with any cover to work with in this game right now. There you have them on our screens, just completely destroying the players from ASSAM Tigers. And do or die with whatever shacks that they have to work with. Again, I think this has to be their chicken dinner. There is no way this team should mess this up from here on out unless they take a fight against SBA and lose, because SBA has the numbers to work with.
Agreed. And SBA, they do find a couple stragglers themselves. They clean up the shorelines, and the only ones left is going to be RAKA Esports as they try to make inside the zone from the south side. But like you said, 4 versus 4. But my biggest question is, how did Do or Die actually survive the final zone, despite being one of the latest to rotate in zone, to be honest?
Yeah, I have no idea either. And like, there was this team should not be there, to be very honest. Because first of all, from stage 1 itself, this has been one of the smallest play areas you could ever get on Sanhok. This team was on the opposite end of the map. And I think only because everyone was busy fighting each other, Do or Die just snuck by. But look at that. Stage 5, 4 teams remaining. Stage 5, 4 teams remaining.
Yeah, this is so fast. Everyone just got completely shut down. Do or Die having the only compound. And guess what? The circle shifts out away from Do or Die. SBA circle completely granted in their vicinity. And they are going to be A-OK. Meanwhile, Los Hermanos, they had a little bit of run in early on by SOA. Now out to last man standing. Oh, boy. Oh, boy.
It's like,
fool.
You know how on the map, those faded lines that you see represent like a gap of 100 meters every, both vertically and horizontally?
Yep.
Well, there are just 2 blocks for the entire zone right now.
Oh, that's so small. That's really, really small. Now SBA, you can see Do or Die going to be rotating around those vehicles here. The sprays comes through for Cyrex. Does a couple of love taps in, but it is enough to scare off Do or Die to rethink on taking space from SBA. In this case, ARYAN going to be in the front lines to try and gatekeep them. And of course, this is going to be where they do pressure Do or Die. But the question here is, while they're focusing on them, will they be third party by a different team? Considering that there are still 2 teams left alive. 2 for RAKA Esports and 1 for Los Hermanos. And the moment they clean up those 2 stragglers, they might consider a 4v3 head-to-head fight against Do or Die.
I think that's what it's going to be, 4v3. Cyrex, he somehow does manage to... I think he's just scouting for information. This is going to be a bait strategy. Like, he's just begging to get shot at key. That's going to be key for them to actually spot out anyone, because Do or Die is not going to make a move. Or maybe they do. Yeah. Everyone's making so much noise, man. Everyone's just like, alright, shoot here. This is where we are, but where are you?
Yeah, ARYAN has been quiet for the longest time. They do sense that there are 2 players there now. And that's going to be Do or Die looking to try and solidify this here. But the zone is about to close in 5 seconds. They need to push in. And SBA has got them completely locked down. And a big day comes through. Oh my goodness, it does connect onto them. A massive one on top of them.
Man, I mean, all of this commotion, they're just trying to nade each other based on sound cues.
Insane. That is insane. But with that being said, SBA continues with their pressure. They know exactly what's going on. The day comes through. Do or Die finally makes a mad dash. They have no choice. They have to push in. SBA goes for run through, but they're inside the vehicle. They stop them, but Cyrex misses the timing. He gets knocked. And same can be said for ARYAN. The rush comes through. Do or Die successfully takes 2 players from SBA.
And they do not lose a single from their side. SBA, the odds are turned against them. But Hitler, he needs to find a knock. Reaper and Avnish out into the open. RES, I think their time in this match might be done. Nanu, the man who clutched out an impressive 1v3, has gotten knocked out. Devotee is there to secure the finish. We're down to the top 3 teams. 7 players still alive in this game. And the match almost concluded. Here they show up. Coffin is there. He gets baited. Devotee finds the finish. Top 2 teams, 2 versus 3. Do or Die. This is going to be their moment to shine. This is the recovery that we wanted to see from these lads. But the problem is we have seen Hitler be a menace in the past, and Devotee as well has given us impressive clutches in the past as well. There it is. Numbers equalized. 2 versus 2. Avnish in the back line. And this wide spread from the players of SBA, it's working out in their favor. Omega gets finished up. The nade goes out. Avnish, he's going to get taken out. And SBA, they are looking very solid as they close out the match. Even the last man from Do or Die gets finished off. A choke from DOD. And the chicken dinner secured by SBA.
What a clutch coming in from SBA. What a clutch from both Hitler as well. This is insane gameplay coming from SBA x ARYAN, because that should have not been in the bag, but they somehow played their element of surprise to perfection throughout the entirety of the game.
What I do not understand is the smallest Sanhok circles we have seen, and still it went all the way to stage 8 almost.
I know, right? It is just insane. But SBA played their fights very, very smart as well, because every single finish they have gotten has all been ambushes and nobody expected them to be there. Even in the final moment as well, I was questioning, how did he get a free knock off RAKA Esports despite losing Namu? And then the guy, Coffin, came in for the rescue and not realize that there was a guy right behind them. So it was a setup made intentional because of the spread, that they got knocked from this this direction, but these guys were looking for the bigger picture.
Yeah, I wonder if he was able to finish off Nano as well, because again, it was kind of an awkward positioning. But talking about awkward things, Universe 7 now, along with Do or Die, this is also one of those teams, U7, that had no business being on the land area, because they made that water rotation. And I thought someone was going to end up taking them out. But every time anyone went towards U7, they just ended up getting wiped out instead.
I think they had to count their lucky stars, right? Like, a lot of the teams actually predicted that the circle was going to be shipping off. True. That's why you see a huge cluster on top of it. But the moment the circle shift down, this is where things got very, very difficult. Like, I think we spoke about how God's only option is to try and rotate to this point and this point. And the moment this team got it, okay, where do they go? There's just absolutely nothing they can do. And I feel like the one that did the best when it comes to pushing into a specific spot here, it's gotta be Overlap.
Yeah.
A lot of instances where, oh no, we don't really have any option. 4-man push this and just go for a 50-50 coin flip and just somehow come on top.
Yeah, I think Do or Die played very well in this game, and I think the only reason is we are going to be too critical about them, because they are sort of inconsistent if you look at their overall journey of the 6 matches that they played. But this game of Sanhok in particular was very impressive. There was the fight that ICU were talking about against SBA, where they risked it all.
So Devotee lobbed the nade, and that's why RAKA did not realize he got knocked from there. So this was huge, and because of that surprise, he himself got 2 freebies and eliminating RAKA Esports. That means even more points. But on top of that, what a phenomenal run for SBA.
Yeah, and final closing moment as well. That 2v3 was just perfection.
Agreed. Nicely done here coming from SBA x ARYAN, because that was a team. This is the SBA that we kind of remembered from BGIS in general. So this is something that I think, okay, we are starting to see these things happen again. Okay, SOA hasn't kind of burned them out. FS is still doing FS things, obviously. You know, it is the team with the most amount of chicken dinners, but for some reason, nobody knows why they cannot win the LAN.
That is true. That is true. And FS in this game, I think FS and God's Reign got extremely unlucky, because God's Reign was there on top of the Camp Alpha Hill. FS was there right next to him, and the circle just decided, yeah, you guys have had enough. I'm going to go with everyone else, and just completely moves towards the west. But we have the stars of the match on our screens. ARYAN gets all out. ARYAN from SBA. We have Nanu from RES, who gets the best companion, and of course, one of the best clutches that we got to see on Sanhok. And then there's Devotee from SBA, who gets the finisher, since he got the final finish of the game. And 6 total finishes, by the way. That is an impressive performance.
You know, interesting enough that SBA's current roster was the old Bot Army Esports, and when they first debuted, they did the same exact thing alongside with Scary Jot. And it feels like Bot Army Esports back then has found the perfect roster to actually make things at home. And for SBA to actually acquire this team, this is just something that, hey, maybe they've got something in the mix here.
Yeah, maybe they're doing something right. And I think, again, that experience does help for being in the circuit for a while. We do have the match rankings. 22 points for SBA. Do or Die with 11. RES with 11. Los Hermanos with 10. I think Los Hermanos is turning out to be an interesting name. They started off very slow, but now they are consistently just getting better and better.
Well, they gotta be cooking chickens, if that makes sense. But all things considered, and as of yet here, even God's Reign, they had a little bit of a good run here in Miramar. They are kind of consistent in trying to make a little bit of finishes here and there, but it feels like today's game is just not their game, because a lot of times God's Reign will put in positions that is near impossible to win unless you go head-to-head against the fights directly as a 4-man unit.
That is true, but, I mean, as of now, the journey for Group A for the day is over. Now we have to see what the movement is going to be like. to the overall ranking. So let's have a look at the overall ranking, because FS, I think, not a great game for them. So they're going to be stuck at 69 points. God's Reign move up to 59. SBA up to 58. Autobotz with 55. So I think these top 4 teams are going to be in a much safer position, even for now, and even after the first half of the round 1 overall for all 6 groups combined comes to an end. Anything over 50 points keeps you in the top 16.
So FS, as of now, is still number 1, but at the same time, they do have the most amount of chicken dinners here. So if you were to duplicate the amount that they've gotten in the first day itself, I would say the first quarter itself, in terms of points, they've got 40 over points. Times 2 should be around 80. So technically, FS didn't really do too well in this run themselves. So technically, there will be teams that will be looking to overshoot them coming in from Group B, Group C, Group D, Group E, and Group F. So chances of them remaining in the top 8 is still there. But if they don't buckle up, chances of them going out of the top 8 and then not qualifying to semifinals week 1 is going to be a problem for them.
Yeah, that is definitely true. But I think they will stick around in the top 8, even if even if the other teams play well. Someone has to do exceptionally well for FS to get dragged out. Although we will not have to wait a long time for FS to be number 2. Yeah, they're going to get toppled over from the first position in the very next group. OG is going to be there. Inferno Rising is going to show up as well. That's also another name that has proven to be quite solid this time around, to be honest.
Yeah, but at that, again, no, that is just us talking in the future tense as well. Orangutan, they've not played. Hail Inferno is not played yet as well. Rising Inferno, sorry. And that's going to be something that we have to be taking into consideration here when this map 4 is going to be happening. But for today itself, FS Esports, last game, didn't really do too well, unfortunately to say. I think a little bit of recovery here was SOA Likitha Esports. They started the day here with the chicken dinner. Everything looked good. Game 2 completely flopped. Game 3, unfortunately, we saw a little bit of a very awkward position as well, because RAKA Esports, they shot his elbow one time and then he still stayed at the exact same spot and then got taken out just because he was afraid of Los Hermanos, who was just right in front of him.
Yeah.
That was a little bit of an awkward situation for SOA. Like, this is not the SOA I remembered from realme BGIS, which is like, what, barely a month, 2 months ago.
It is true, but I've always felt like SOA is like a middle of the pack roster. So I think it will take a lot of guidance to get this team into a top form and into a position from where we can say, like, all right, boys, welcome to LAN.
Fair enough. But all things considered here, we've included overall standings of every single group thus far. OG sitting on 5th place because they have not started their journey yet here. So as of yet, in the 3 matches played category, they are on the top, on the 5th position right now. Overall standing 45 to 69. How far apart is that? Like, what, 24 points? Yeah, that's not too far. 1 chicken dinner and 10 finishes. That's more than enough to make a bounce back.
Yeah, I think OG definitely can pull it off. And I think they are going to be motivated a little bit more, considering now they have a goal set. It's going to be very easy. They're like, boys, we can be number 1 again. Yep. So OG, and then there's Inferno Rising right on that 16th position. So it is going to be interesting to see what the top 16 is going to look like at the end of the day. shadowblitz, we just, their 6 matches coming to an end. They make it to the 17th position. So I think 35 points required to break into the top 16. Now, the teams from Group B, they have a goal set.
Agreed. And not to mention as well, I think Moneymakers is a team that we have to talk about as well. They were like 1.2 points away from OG, so they are going to be very, very close. But in the bottom half here, I feel like SOA, they jumped up to 24th position, but that is because they played 6 games. 28 points basically in 6 matches is kind of disappointing here, knowing that SOA do have a consistency that they have always retained over their journey in BGIS.
I have a question though now, because it's not SOA anymore, right? It's SOA Likitha Esports. Are we judging them by the standards set by SOA, or are we judging them by the standards set by Likitha Esports?
I think we're judging them based off SOA because their roster is almost identical to one.
Yeah, it is this SOA roster.
Yeah, it was the SOA roster back then. So in this case, I want to see the other half as well. Of course, RAKA Esports, 23 points is not going to be a great thing here. But for Hero Extreme Godlike, it's pretty much very happy for them to actually push up. So for them, 3 matches, 3 good games means they will immediately shot up the top 16. We've also in the bottom as well. I think U7 is in a very, very hot seat right now. They've played 6 matches with 16 points. That is going to be very concerning for them. And they might be in the bottom as well. So who's going to be the bottom 16 to be eliminated here is going to be very, very iffy. But we know for a fact that even Ryder Esports kind of struggled yesterday.
Yeah.
Just because they had the run-in against Wyld Fangs twice now. So this next upcoming game, do we have Wyld Fangs? Yes. Do we have Ryder? I don't think so.
Was it a run-in or... I don't think that was a run-in, man. I think that was completely 100% intentional.
2 games in a row, though. That was just very, very unfortunate.
Yeah.
In the bottom half as well, Gen X FM hasn't gotten a single point. At the start of the day, we had 3 teams that has gotten 0 points so far. One of them is going to be Fearless 4, and now they've gotten 3 in 6 games. Huh.
Yeah. That's 1 point every 2 games. That's the average. That's 0.5. We don't give out half a point per match, man.
I don't know what to say about Fearless 4. This is not what I was expecting.
I mean, yeah, no one was expecting this, but yeah, we're going to let this be. Hopefully they recover in the second half of their journey of this round 1. But again, as we were talking about it, right, 35 points required to break into the top 16. And the thing is, you can get 35 points in 3 games. So right now, Gen X FM is there, sitting on the last spot. They played 3 matches, 0 points. Gen X FM is playing the upcoming group. So goal for them is set. Even if they do not break into the top 16, if they get 32 points, let's say, they are going to be in a safer position.
Let's put it a little bit safe as well, like a little bit of maths for you guys as well. 34 points was the start of the day. You know what? Before we talk about maths here, let's talk about predictions here. I predicted, SOA Likitha. First game I was so happy, got a chicken dinner, great. Game 2, game 3. Looks like I'm back to being cursed once more.
Yeah, and I'm afraid for Orangutan, man.
But FS is still doing good. Yeah, you played the safe choice.
Yeah, I've just copied Maisie's prediction.
And Necro went for Autobotz as well, so I think Autobotz did pretty okay. They're not that bad. They did pretty decent as well. They've been very, very consistent since their debut until now.
Yeah.
But they need that one big game.
I think that is definitely going to happen, but not in round 1. That's the thing. They're going to make us wait till like round 3 or maybe the semifinals, wherever Autobotz end up. But one thing is for sure, I have a feeling Autobotz is definitely not playing round 2. They will make that leap for round 3 or semifinals week 1.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how things are going to be going for them as well. As of yet, we are going to be taking a very, very short break. And right after this break, we are going to be continuing for the realme BMPS 2025 with a separate different group. See you guys right after this break.
Delivery, order ready.
समझा नहीं क्या भाई? अपना भाई वाव मोड में है.
Hello everyone and welcome back from this short break. My name is ICBaby12. Joining me is going to be Necro as we take you through the journey of realme BMPS 2025's remaining games for today. It is going to be a brand new group and it is going to be Group B on screen. Now, Necro, this is
Yeah.
I know you're very happy about your prediction though.
Of course I am. Why will I not be happy about my prediction? At the end of the day, Autobotz Esports doing pretty solid for themselves, so I'm pretty happy, and they have been known for their consistency, even in the first 3 games they played. But now, we are going to switch the group. Group B is going to be in action. We've got teams like ORANGUTAN coming in, Inferno Rising as well, even TC right there with just Team Cosmic, WINDGOD Esports, Wyld Fangs, Golden Gliders. Now, This is my pick for this particular group. What about your pick?
My pick was Wyld Fangs, actually. So this is something that I'm looking forward to see whether or not can they perform. But I can see the point coming in from you as well, especially when Golden Gliders yesterday himself, they may not have gotten a lot of points.
Yeah.
But the clutch situations they were put in were so close. It's so intense to the point that it could have been a 50-50 coin flip. So I'm looking forward to see that whether or not will they be able to win any more as well. But let me correct myself. Seems like I've jump shipped again. It's actually OG, not Wyld Fangs. Whoops.
Well, you know what? Technically speaking, OG and Wyld Fangs are quite the safe picks. We all know they're anyways going to do good, icy. But if they still somehow end up messing things up, then we know who to blame.
Well, I am kind of cursed today because LIKITHA Esports, they started the day with a very, very good chicken dinner. I thought it was like, hey, this might be the comeback that we are going to be looking for here as LIKITHA. But unfortunately, it did not happen. So, I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. But such is life. The game is not over yet, and that is going to be something that I'm looking forward to.
Hey, look at the brighter side of the spectrum, though. At least they're not at the bottom 16, right? They're still doing pretty good in the mid-pack. And yes, I wanted you to pick that device up as well, because the realme GT7 comes in with some insane specs. But before we touch on to the specs, I want to let you guys know something really important. Move on towards Amazon, search for the realme GT7, and you might just stand a chance to win prizes up to 2 lakhs. And now, speaking of the specs itself, of course, camera-wise, this device is insane. Speaking of the battery life as well, 7,000 mAh battery, and also comes in with an ultra-fast charger, which is going to be 120 watts. Not just that, powered by MediaTek Dimensity 9400E chipset. And the specs do not end there. 120 stable FPS up till 6 hours, tested by Realme and the crafting guys themselves. So I would recommend you guys to move on and check this device because it looks absolutely good.
You know what? The reason why I'm touching the back of it is so nice is because this phone has been on for almost an hour. I just left it on intentionally for an hour, 2 hours.
Yeah.
It's still so cold.
To let you know, it also has the iSense graphene rear cover, and that's one of the main reasons why the phone is still so cold. So one thing is for sure, you're not going to be having those heating issues just like the other devices in this device itself. So check it out without a doubt. But you know what? The upcoming map is once again going to be the map of Sanhok. For this group specifically, it's going to be quite the opposite side of the thing. Right now, in the previous group, they started things off on the map of Erangel. But now in this group, they need to be as aggressive as possible. I guess it was too cold for UIC. That's why you just dropped everything.
Shush. You saw nothing. Nobody saw anything. Anyways, back into the game here. We're going to be jumping straight into the game here in the map of Sanhok. For the next group, is going to be Group B in play, and this is going to be a very, very insane one here because we are going to be looking forward to see how things are going to be going down here. The flight path is going to be coming from the southwest corner of Tambang and then ending towards the outskirts of Camp Bravo.
Yeah, I mean, this plain flat path, once again, is quite the balanced one. If the teams do want to move down south, it's going to be an easy, smooth trailing for them. Even if they do want to move up north, it's going to be an easy stroll as well. So, no problems wherever they want to glide towards. And a lot of these teams actually moving towards the northern side as well. We do see teams like Genix FM sort of moving down south. And hopefully Genix FM is going to be performing well because in the overall standings, they're currently in the bottom 16.
Yep. And speaking of the bottom 16, I feel like just now Fears for they have improvements today.
Yeah.
But it's going to be a very, very long journey for them as well. Their remaining 6 matches means that they need to buck up and nothing shy of a banger every single game onwards to qualify towards round 2 potentially. But all things considered here, let's talk about the zone here. Do we see any kind of drop clashes so far? We didn't see too much in the previous game. Maybe a couple of earlier ones, but this time it feels like it is going to be very, very awkward.
Yeah, indeed. It will be awkward. And for Genix FM, actually, I'm loving that split, too, they've gotten, right? Inside of Pineland, we've got the players of 4Miracle Esports. Right above the players of 4Miracle, we've also got Team Cosmic. And look at that split from Team Cosmic. 2 of the players all the way towards Camp Alphalan, while the 2 players down south towards Ruins.
Yeah. Speaking of, oh wow, circle, look at this. It seems to be a repeat from the previous circle, but this time they are going to be sharing it with Charlie Island here. So 1 in the north, 1 in the south, but are we going to see this circle completely shrink once more? Well, this seems like the stage 2 zone right now, and a lot of teams, they have to make things a little bit quicker right now. Inferno Rising Esports, a team that we've seen formerly known as Hail Inferno Squad, did pretty okay in their first 3 runs, and they are currently part of the top 8 echelon.
They're actually doing pretty good. Inferno Rising Esports doing pretty decent for themselves, and it's one of those teams that we expect as well a lot of performance, and slowly and steadily they're delivering as well to their name. The only team that I'm a little bit worried for is going to be Team Tumulas because they have shown us mixed signs. Now, we clearly do remember in the realme BJS 2025, their performance in the initial stages was incredible. They were impeccable. But the moment we moved on towards the later phases of the tournament, Team Tumblr, something happened to them, and they started choking.
Yeah, it was the same. It was
it's
the
not
same for
gonna be there.
WINDGOD as well, right? Which is very, very unfortunate on screen. So I think both these two teams, they definitely need to figure out the problem here. But I guess from WINDGOD's solution was that, you know what, let's get Kyoya in.
But for now, WINDGOD Esports, they definitely do have the number off the team in the front. They wanted to go for the shots as well, but luckily enough, the man instantly went in.
Yeah, it is going to be very, very interesting to see how things going to go for this as well. But as we had, I'm really surprised considering that when we saw the map itself, it is very... Oh, never mind. Hold that thought right now. In the game. Oh, what was that shot? Clutcher? Myth? Hello? That... What? Huh? That drive-by was sick.
Yeah, it was. A little pixel is more than enough to try and shut them down in Golden Glider Esports. A bad start. Oh no, it's not a good start for me though. My prediction is them. And Golden Gliders have already dropped on, man. It's not looking too smooth for them. Hopefully the recovery is going to be there in the future. But losing out on Beast, that's going to be a bit of a stinger.
Can we get a replay of that? Because I want to see the perspective from Clutcher. That was got to be like a cinematic moment where you just go for a Mission Impossible situation and just gets the knock and gets the confirmation. That was insane coming from Team Myth. Well, they have been kind of consistent as well yesterday in terms of position. So I don't really know if they have fixed their problems from yesterday's performance, but this is looking good. This is a great start for Team Myth.
Yeah, I mean, one early point, it's better than nothing, right? So for Myth, it's definitely a decent start, and it's something they should try and capitalize on even more in the future. But at this point in time for Golden Glider Esports, it's probably one of the worst starts they could have asked for. And they need to find a recovery themselves. If they don't, well, then we all know what the problem is going to be there in the future. At this point in time, having a look at the circle too, Team Cosmic right in front of them. So Golden Glider Esports, problems are going to be stacked on top of each other. There's also Myth on that same island available. The moment a fight springs to life, definitely there's going to be third party.
Yeah, it is going to be a party as well, but Team Myth, they are going to be rotating very quickly, immediately taking the southwest corner. That is directly center of the zone for stage number 1 itself. So they are the closest for the next rotation point, but it is still a gamble for this team. It is a 50-50 coin flip between the north side and the south side for stage 3 itself. Stage 2 itself. So this is going to be very, very important coming from them. Wyld Fangs is going to be taking the tri-intersection here. They are going to be rotating in from the side of Bootcamp. We've got 4 Miracle on the south side of the bridge already occupied. Most of the common entry points of the zone has pretty much been occupied rather early here, Necro.
Yeah, indeed, they have been. And looking at the side of the Ruins too, we do see 3 teams right next to each other. For Miracle Esports, underneath as well, there is one more team. We've also got Wyld Fangs towards this compound. And Wyld Fangs is one of those foes that you need to be careful from. Their firepower right now is at the peak. Everyone from this squad is just hitting their shots. Zeph, Trace God, Sensei, Fierce. Well, maybe not Sensei, but the remaining 3 are definitely doing insane.
I think Fierce and Trace God are definitely the standout players from their debut performance. Like, they really look well, they work well together.
Yeah.
But if you were to base off the history from realme BGIS, it's usually Trace God and Zeph, kind of that dynamic duo. But so far, with the introduction of Fierce coming from Vasista, it seems like they really gel well from Trace God and Fierce.
Yeah, without a doubt, they are definitely gelling well. All the 4 players for Wyld Fangs, they're doing okay. Let's not forget, Fierce used to be a part of Revenant Esports, and Sensei was leading that lineup for the longest, right? So that's why Fierce and Sensei's gel up is easily there. And you know what's something that's going to help you with your devices and your gameplay is also going to be the Realme GT7. Move on towards Amazon, search for the Realme GT7, stand a chance to win prizes up to 2 lakhs, and let's not forget, it's also launching on the 27th, so stay tuned.
Well, as of yet, you know what's about stay tuning here? My prediction is no longer on Wyld Esports. I'm waiting for the comeback.
Yeah.
And currently, Wyld Esports, this is a team that narrowly qualified from each and every stage so far. They could not make it to semifinals for BGIS, this time making a little bit of a comeback. Unfortunately, their debut 3 matches didn't exactly go too well for them. And especially in the map assignment, which is something that they are very, very good at.
And I clearly remember, too, you picked them, right?
That's why I didn't pick them today.
Yeah. So you really want them to do good, right?
No comments.
What if they still mess up?
I refuse to confirm nor deny that statement.
All right, since he's not confirmed it, I think these 3 games are going to be extremely tough. But you know what? Looking at Team Tumblr, for them, things have definitely been extremely tough. And now just riding through quite a hilly terrain, Team Tumulus, they found themselves a bit of that pit stop. This is going to be a decent compound that Team Tumulus can hold down. But the moment the zone shifts away, then Team Tumulus can be messed up big time. It all comes down to this next shift. And if it's still going to be between those two islands, then one thing is for sure, everyone's going to be caught off guard. But luckily enough for the teams down south, it actually shifts towards Ruins.
This is... wow, okay. It is going to be a hard shift in the south side as well. Ruins is going to be very, very important here, but Ruins is not exactly the greatest spot to hold in just because of how the topography is. Once you go in, it's so hard to peek out because entry point is very easy, but holding it, very, very difficult. So it is a good spot to kind of ninja your way through. But aside from that, it is going to be looking to get punished for this. But meanwhile, on the finish phase, we do see KSR from the side of Myth actually losing a body right there. So that's going to be a little bit of an unfortunate run for them here as they try to make a mad dash into the rain. But
oh my
God! What a spray coming in from Inferno Rising Esports.
Yeah, that was PMWIGO right there, finding that knock as well, but even he gets knocked instantly for Inferno Rising Esports. It's time to redeem yourself. They've already taken too much damage upon themselves, also finding a bit of that pit stop to work with. They've lost the IGL himself, but still they've got 3 more players standing. Executor is right there, Godin and Juthin still standing on their feet. Inferno Rising Esports, things can be capitalized, things can be recalibrated. They can recover from this. There's too many foes around this lines, and they're catching too much fire upon themselves. Juthin's vehicle was on the verge of being blown up as well. Now the match too exposed. He gets knocked out. Is he going to be confirmed, though? That's my main question. Even Godin falls down for Inferno Rising. They're in a big pickle.
No cover, no space. Even Wyld Fangs, they're getting shot. Everyone is out in the open. 4 Miracle just making lives miserable from those compounds on the south side of that bridge itself. That is going to be very, very interesting as well. And even OG, who's also scrambling for space, is going to be coming in from the east side. And we have a huge cluster. But speaking of clusters as well, guess what? On the southern bridge, we have a little bit of a pit stop here. It's going to be Team Tumulus in a skirmish with Team Myth.
Yeah, Myth. Sarkar was really close, but then he decided to just back away and let the opponents breathe. Team Tumulus Esports, luckily enough, they're going to be okay. They are trying to make it to the opposite side, also cross on over towards the safety, and they have also found that cross. So Team Tumulus is now going to be staying put in this compound. No one's occupied it for now. Team Tumulus will be all good.
Oh boy. Speaking of this fight as of yet, Team Tumulus, they're trying to leg their way for better positioning. And it seems like they are going to try and stock up a little bit more. They don't really have a lot of healthy mets or utilities, so that's something that they have to worry about. 4 Miracles, they're inside these compounds. They're very, very safe. They've been holding it for the longest of time, and they've got themselves 2 finishes despite being a huge annoyance from the teams in the east side.
Without a doubt. Look at 4 Miracle Esports managing to acquire those 2 elimination points, and those 2 points can go huge. At this point in time for 4 Miracles, the surrounding lines aren't too clear either. There's Myth right next to him. And first, they need to find a way to get rid of that pest that's next to him. OG, that late game rotation working out to perfection. They decided to stay on the right side towards boot camp. The moment the zone shifted down south, OG made that pounce inside of the circle. And now even they control one of the most prime locations in this circle.
I really like what OG is doing right now. Just before, like 10 seconds before the zone is about to close, they regroup, immediately going to be preparing to go for a mad dash right from the get-go. So they're looking for a tandem push for zone. They're leaving Maru to take some sort of space in case the zone shifts up.
God.
And guess what? It does shift up. So that means the entire team immediately thinking of regrouping with Aru to try and take space, or maybe even punish teams rotating from the south side.
Exactly.
So this is very huge for them.
That's what probably OG's going to be doing as well. Just try and punish the teams that do try to make it inside. The breaching point's completely going to be locked down by OG. And one thing is for sure, the moment someone decides to breach in from that southern side, all those elimination points will be funneled in OG's bank account.
Yep. At the same time, we're talking about smack middle and towards the river side. That means there is going to be a divide from the north side. We've got WINDGOD, a little bit of a stuck. Wyld as well, pretty much stuck in the way picture as well. They all need to find a way to break into the entry point. And that is going to be a big problem. Meanwhile, GenXFM having full control of the south side. And as of yet, they're not looking to try and hold on. They're looking to try and push in even deeper. So that means teams in the south side outside the zone might be able to push through.
They might be. GenXFM spotting out in the far phrase. Just scoping in. No one was able to spot anyone. And look at INTX. Now making their way towards the opposite side. But here comes a push. This time around, it's going to be the players of Dragon Esports in a bit of a trouble. The players of Karnadu Instantly getting shut down as well. This time around, they've lost out on Superman. There's still Gyro right there inside of the building. Utilities are going to be tossed as well. And since God's Omen, they've got too much on their plate at this point in time. In my opinion, Stone should push up, go inside of the compound, try and provide that backup as well. But God's Omen, that hesitancy might just be something that might just cost him the game. DBS and the shotguns up close and personals, even the SQL games are going to start to flick. And God's Omen, they mess up big time, losing out on 2 crucial men inside of that house. And now the remaining 2 players are in the outskirts. Do they want to go for the commitment? That's the question. Fury connects a crucial shot, and that shot's going to take down the foe real low.
Very low. Flying spray comes through. Quora finds him on the sides here from outside. Wara going for a couple finishes. God's Omen, they're scrambling for points. It's Stone, last man standing. He's stuck. And the rush comes through. He's trying to clean out the guys inside.
Oh my
but
God,
the pump comes in. What a clutch Stone. He holds on. He cleans them all out. And just like that, they even the odds, but his health is not over. Dwora's coming in, 1 versus 1, but the trade doesn't connect, and Dwora holds on with the nick of his health, almost losing his life, losing the battle.
For a moment, the man was an immovable rock, just constantly taking down the foes like he was an absolute beast in that scenario. Was able to shut down 3 crucial men, but in the end, he fell off to the last man, which was Dwora OP. And of course, Dwora is quite the legend himself. The OG man making his mark, shutting down the final man who was creating a lot of problems for his teams and keeping his team still breathing inside of the game. INTX, now they need to be wary of the future lines as well, since OG is the one gatekeeping them, and they've already managed to find the first opener. Rajput taken down. Rough start. INT, they're losing out on too many players at this point. Even Chronix falls apart. OG, they just need to deal with 2 more players from INTX, and it's going to be done.
This is smart. OG, they need to clean their backs off, make sure that everything has been cleaned up before going for the next entry point. They got him too, but it seems like Aru has a second choice here, second decision, knowing that, hey, if we can keep this and we get caught out at open, we're going to be in trouble. It seems like they are trying to figure out what is going to be the next game plan while fighting for this. Seeing at the zone coming in through, is Ruins the next best option? And as of yet, we already have a single team inside. That's going to be Dragon Esports.
Yeah, without a doubt. Look at INT. So low. Radiator just underneath that bridge. Barely surviving on the Viscous. Manages to patch himself up, so it's going to be okay for now. But let's not forget, even the Blues going to start a move, so they need to be quick on the feet as well. Priorities need to be set straight. And OG, that split is insane.
Yeah.
2 players all the way back on the hilltop, 2 players in the front, inside of the houses. So OG's got a proper field trap set up.
Yeah, they have no choice, but here it comes. AKOP checking the backs. They're going to make sure the INDX does not break through here, but as the zone closes in, they have to regroup with Aru. As they try and push in, they are going to wait things out. Seems like they are setting up a pit stop before entering in here, because Aru says they are unsure what's going on because he's hearing a lot of gunshots, and that gunshots are coming in from Wyld Fangs, and they are losing battles against Wyld.
Yeah. OG first needs to clear the back lines as well, and that's where IDX is starting to do some serious damage. AKOP almost on the verge of being knocked out. He actually does get knocked out as well. It's Radiator who does some serious damage. Utilities tossed in the front to try and get the knock secured, or at least try and delay that push coming in from IDX. OG needs to go for the recovery first. I think he's giving that revival on towards AKOP. Someone from the side of OG needs to do the dirty work and eliminate that last man of IDX, because he's already pushed up way too deep against him. And Radiator, the moment he goes for the peak, he instantly gets shut down. On the other side of the horizon, OG was primed and ready. And OG is still kicking things apart inside of the lobby.
Great teamwork coming from Orangutan, but they took too long. That knock has pretty much cost them a lot of valuable time as they need to push through the zone. Meanwhile, on screen, Wyld, now they're taking some serious fire. They were shooting at Wyld Fangs from afar, but they could not cross from Alpha Island. And now, while they're rotating, colliding, WINDGOD is going for head-to-head. And Matty, he misses his shot. He's running through the zone, and now is desperately going to make for a mad dash. Take whatever we could, make a run for it.
That could have been it for Matty. He should have been able to connect those shots. At the moment he connected those shots, WINDGOD would have been crippled big time, but no, instead he whiffed everything. And now, because of that, Wyld is going to be in a big world of trouble. WINDGOD, these 2 players are just wreaking havoc inside of the lobby. Infinity, of course, the man, the myth, the legend. He is always someone who's there in the elimination board. And this time around, Golden Glider Esports still up and kicking things. Just 1 elimination point secured, though. There is indeed going to be that pressure of Golden Glider Esports to try and survive till the later phase, but unfortunately, Sakuna gets knocked out. This is going to be a bit of a stinger for them. Golden Glider Esports, they need to get things checked up. Final 2 men standing. And since Sakuna is knocked out in the back lines, of course, WINDGOD Esports is too desperate to try and get the confirmation rolled up as well. But WINDGOD needs to be careful off the surrounding lines as well.
Oh boy, WINDGOD, they're getting shot from inside the zone, out in open. Kyoria, he's prone up out in open. He gets the first hit off, and he somehow manages to survive. They're still trying to take him down, but because of that mistake, that reposition allows Golden Glider Esports an opportunity to jump on top of him. What an insane clutch. What an insane performance.
Oh my god, Golden Glider Esports just hanging on a thread, somehow still alive inside of the game. Oh my god, for how long can they be alive? Because even the Blues on the move and Golden Glider, they cannot really get the reset. But as we transition towards Team Tumulas, even they're in a world of trouble. The team in the front, they are knocked out by quite a bit. So Team Tumulas doing some serious damage against them. And even that spray from the smoke is actually right on the mark as well. Is that going to find the re-knock? Tumulas, Mr. IGL, he's spamming through that generic vicinity and he's actually finding a few connections too. He just needs to connect one bullet, but now the opponents, they're starting to pass themselves up and they're also getting the reset.
Oh boy, it's all about timings. Team Tumulas, they've got the best space possible in the southwest corner. Not a lot of enemies left remaining except for the teams in the north, but right now in front of them is going to be the next path here. And DG, they're pretty much in a very, very awkward spot here. They're getting shot from every single direction. And Orangutan somehow makes it into the center as well. With 3 men alive, they've lost a Dinky. But because of this, now they've got some space to work with.
OG's util starting to chip out the damage. And how can you deal with these type of utilities? It's extremely tough. And look at the next circle as well, centering on up towards the bridge. What am I watching? One of the most awkward circles to play with, but OG, they've got a decent spot, and they can actually hold down a lot of teams on the southern side. This is insane from OG. The rotations have always been on point, and OG once again controlling the main thread of the game itself. But Wyld Fangs is someone they need to be careful of.
Exactly, but on screen, Gen X FM, they need to push in. And like you said, they have to push through OG. That means OG, they may have the good position, but every single one is going to be colliding on them, and there is 8 teams left alive. So that is 7 teams looking to take them apart. But guess what? The rush comes through. Wyld Fangs, they're looking to defend against this. For Miracle, going for the push at Seth. He needs to hold on. He somehow manages to equalize the fight. It is going to be a 1 versus 1. Reaper versus Seth.
It's taken down to 1v1 in the end. Seth pulls out the shotgun once again. He's got all the bullets in the magazine as well. 10 bullets looking to connect just the first one. Battle up close and personal. It will be 4 Miracles coming out on top though. Reaper just rips apart the players of Wyld Fangs, and this time the Fangs are not alive in the game anymore to bury it in the foes. But now for OG, the pressure's going to be on. Golden Gliders from the back is starting to just dismantle the players of OG, and they've already lost out on 2 crucial men.
This one guy on the bridge is pretty much going to be wreaking havoc for every single one inside the zone, or in this case, outside the zone, because the zone somehow favors them, and then he's all by himself because if he gets knocked, that's it. But he is the biggest nuisance for everyone from the south side. But they all don't know that. They really don't know that he will be a problem, because right now their biggest problem is how do we get in. And right now the rush from Team Tumulas, they will clean out DG. But the next one is going to be Gen X FM. Everyone is struggling to push in. The zone comes through. Whoever walks on the road is going to be a dead man walking. And that is going to be Gen X FM. It goes first. And Team Tumulas, they get the knock. And they will clear some sort of space to make it a zone.
Oh, now they know there is someone on the bridge. And that's going to be Caesar himself. The next zone once again moves right on top of Caesar. What? The man is still, luckily enough, inside of the circle. Oh my god, even the BGMI gods really want Golden Glider to actually glide through to safety and victory. For Miracle, 3 players still standing. They're probably going to be colliding against the players of Team Tumulas soon. But before that, they need to go up against the players of OG. Everyone needs to close on up towards the safety lines. OG is taking too much damage. And once again, Caesar strikes. For Miracle, they're now getting disrupted by just that one man of Golden Glider. And Caesar is constantly just racking up so many elimination points. The man has managed to get 5 eliminations so far. Just a one-man army shredding through squads, ripping through squads. Now OG is the only team that stands with 1 man alive. But Team Tumulas, they've got all the 4 players on the board, and they can be a big threat. But unfortunately for Caesar, now the zone moves away. The man needs to recalibrate and reposition.
It is all about timing. Caesar slowly mooking the way through, but there's no zone. And of course, right underneath the bridge is going to be Aru. That's pretty much trying to play position points at this stage of the game, while Team Tumulas is in prime position to close out this game with 4 men strong. They've got 12 finishes in this entire game. Where was this Team Tumulas in the first 3 games? At this time, Caesar, does he go for the play? He's tanking the zone. Looks like he's going to try and deny points. He goes for a couple shots. He's stuck. And looks like he's going to go down. And that is going to be him finishing on third place. And position points in the hands of OG now.
Yeah, OG, a chance for them to end things on the second spot. Aru right underneath the bridge. Now the opponent's trying to go for the drop shot as well. But Aru is still going to be safe. Everyone is just dropping down to get rid of Aru at this point. And of course, the players at the top are also going to get the live marker saying that, yes, here is the man, drop in, go for the finishing blow. Aru is underneath the water, will unfortunately suffocate to death. And, well, what a game that was. Quite the chaotic ending in the end, and Caesar, all thanks to that man. One single man dismantling squads after squads. But in the end, it was Team Tumbleers with the most amount of elimination points and also a chicken dinner to close things off. That's the recovery right there.
Team Tamilas definitely a team that has definitely made a huge comeback here because they were the conquerors from the southwest corner and everyone was trying to figure out how to rotate in. Team Tamilas just waited it towards the very, very last moment to find position and find cover and just take out the competition. Nicely done coming with them, but at the same time, OG, not gonna lie, Aru, well done to you, but you should thank Caesar because if Caesar did not get the knock on 4 Miracle or even helped you at all, I'm pretty sure you would not have survived that long.
Exactly, that would have been messed up long ago. But generally speaking, for Golden Glider Esports now, this has been a routine. Every single game you will see them in the top 5. Somehow their survival tactics are incredible. It's been working out for them, and somehow they always find themselves in a really decent spot inside of the circle. And once again, that's what exactly happened. Now, if we move on towards the action and towards the highlight, this is how the action really kicked off. Off the rip, we did see one of the most miraculous knocks. Then later on, transition towards an absolute chaos where God's Omen Stone was almost like rock solid.
Yeah, he was almost rock solid, but it's just really unfortunate. Oh my goodness, this is a perfect moment.
4x on a DPS?
Yeah, he doesn't really have a choice, but all he needs to do is just one pixel shot, and it wasn't really a fair fight, right? It was like full health versus like 10% health.
Yeah, true.
So I would say if he was full health, I'm pretty sure it would have gone either way. Stone might have gotten the chicken dinner, but all things considered, there is a lot of what if. What I do know now is that he lost the fight.
Yeah, and in the end, if only Caesar had one more man alive with him, then things could be definitely in the way of Golden Glider Esports. But it's completely fine. They are still quite consistent on the board. Team Tumbleers, though, one thing is for sure, the position they had, all the decision-making they made in this map was insane. I still remember they were struggling to rotate. They were struggling to find the compound. But the moment they found that compound, Team Tumbleers was just rolling through squads.
Yeah, I like how Timothy was playing as well. Like, he was very, very patient and waiting for the last moments that I pick them off as well. Even though it's the outside zone, he realized that whoever walks on the road would have just been the ones get taken out first. So he just held in for the zone a little bit here. He was willing to trade a finish point and maybe even lose his life. But even then, GenXFM panicked, walked in, and then he got the finish, and then he proceeded to walk in. So I would say that he has to... I would say it tanked GenXFM for not holding him back a little bit longer. But if they did, they would have just took each other out.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, speak of taking each other out, right? At this point, we also did see 4 Miracle Esports being quite a thorn in the way of Wyld Fangs, right?
Yep.
And Wyld Fangs, I'm pretty sure they just wanted to be their merry way. They did not mean any harm to 4 Miracle Esports. Before Miracle Esports, even they did not knew that Wyld Fangs was just camping behind those rocks. They decided to pull out their vehicles, go for the rotation. 4 Miracle Esports lost 2 players, but luckily enough, there was a recovery.
I think when it comes to experience on how to play this kind of zones, right? I think this zone is, there's not a lot of data or playstyles or historic data when it comes to this type of zone. So because of that, there's no, I would say, right position to be in because of the fact that, hey, this spot is good, this spot is good, this spot is good. But to be honest, who would have thought the circle actually shift onto his bridge? So it is going to be very difficult. At that point, it all comes down to just trusting your teammates and then how to execute the game plan. But without further ado, let's talk about the stars of the match. Team Tamilas, we have Manti with 6 finishes and Akash from DG.
Yeah, I mean, Team Tumbleers is pretty good in these type of off circles, right? Because they always try to prioritize the smack center of the circle, and that's one of those things. That's why Team Tumbleers do end up doing pretty good. Now, Akash, as you mentioned, from Dragon Esports too, getting those 4 rescues. Dragon Esports, they weren't quite a scrappy fight, and I'm pretty sure the man was able to get the reset on all the players. But another team that we really need to speak of is also going to be WINDGOD Esports. In that previous game, they were just vanished into thin air. It's because they were on the Camp Alpha Island for the longest time. And when WINDGOD Esports try to make it towards that bridge, we all saw there was a big trifecta of death going on towards that area.
Yeah, it was 3 different teams here. It was WINDGOD, it was Wyld, it was also Golden Gliders being part of the equation, and all these 3 teams were struggling to push in towards the bridge vicinity while being shot by Wyld Fangs inside the zone. So it makes a lot of sense. But let's take a look at the overall standings here. Team Tamilas with that chicken dinner, they get themselves 22 points. Nicely done for Team Tamilas. A nice little bit of recovery for them. And OG somehow, I don't know how, they were outside the zone, but somehow makes the top 2 courtesy of Aru. But congratulations to them. That's 14 points in the bag.
Yeah, incredible stuff from OG. 14 points, maintaining that consistency. Even Golden Gliders getting a lot of points in that previous game, getting, I think, 11 or 12 points. So solid stuff from Golden Gliders as well, knowing exactly what they need to do to maintain that consistency. And I'm pretty sure when we have a look at the overall standings as well, they're definitely going to be having decent stats. For Wyld Fangs, it's a bit of a drop-off, but it's completely okay. 1 game let loose. We're not going to try to adjust them too much, because yesterday in the first 3 games that they played, Wyld Fangs was outstanding.
Yeah, they were definitely outstanding as well. But it seems like Wyld Fangs has always been having this issue where they are the teams with a lot of finishes but just no chicken dinner. Now, let's talk about realistic goal. Can Wyld Fangs finally clinch a chicken dinner in 2 seasons?
Of course they can. I don't think it's going to be a problem for Wyld Fangs, and I don't think so they are really aiming for a chicken dinner, though, because you saw the play style of Wyld Fangs, right? They're extremely aggressive. They're playing for the elimination points. I think Wyld Fangs, more than any other things, just cares about getting the good games in their hands and just staying in the top 8 of the overall standings.
Well, it's kind of same like Hero Extreme Godlike as well, because Robin did tell me they do love those finishes. When they feel if they get finishes, they feel good, and that is something that I'm hope that Wyld Fangs are going to be feeling good here as they continue on the journey.
Hey, but you know what? You were praising so many things about Team Myth, and Team Myth, for them, it wasn't quite a blunder in that previous game. But you know what? We'll continue the conversation, I see. For now, it's time for us to toss to a short break. You guys know whatever. We'll be right back in a jiffy.
Kia. Movement that inspires.
welcome back after that break. And now it's Johnny with me on the panel. And Johnny, what a hell of a game that was of Sanhok, especially Circle being the absolute MVP, shifting on towards a place where we never even thought where the Circle can even move there.
I mean, hey, Sanhok has been surprising today. Let's just leave it at that, because even the first Sanhok, we got a very awkward Circle. And even in this one, I mean, it was an awkward one to say the least. Like, when players have to gamble and think, all right, are we going to still have that play area available to us, it is just going to be an absolute nuisance for the IGL specifically.
But hey, Johnny, you know, for our viewers, there's going to be a good and relieving thing, and that is going to be the Realme GT7. If you move on towards Amazon and search for the Realme GT7, you might just stand a chance to win prizes up to 2 lakhs. And Johnny, take that device in your hand right there.
Oh yeah,
and flex it on every single person out there, because the device is going to be launching on the 27th. And yes, you heard it right. We've got exclusive access. We've also had our time on this device. We both have played 1v1s, and of course, I've won. It's not even a question. But one thing is for sure, I've had smooth, stable 120 FPS up till 6 hours, and that was probably the smoothest BZMI experience I've had so far.
Yeah, I mean, it is quite entertaining to play the game on this, because 120 FPS, smooth and stable gameplay, so you don't have to worry about any sort of jitters. And it feels nice. I am someone who struggles with my grip on other devices and on this one, because it's nice and big screen, so I can run my ideal 5-finger setup. It's just like perfect.
And I've also got a problem of sweaty palms, you know, but with this iSense graphene rear cover, those sweaty palms are less. So, of course, that really helps me as well grip better inside of the game, too. It helps me much more with my aim as well. And yes, Johnny, thank you for clicking that picture. He will be posting it on his socials, so make sure to follow our socials as well. But back towards the main conversation that we're having, right, Johnny?
Just a quick thing. This one was left by ICM changing the wallpaper to your photo.
No way. Don't do it. Come on. It's not even a good photo. But you know what, Johnny? Back towards the serious stuff, all right?
Yeah.
Enough playing. Because for teams like For Miracle Esports, of course, they're now starting to catch that consistency of string. We've also got Golden Glider Esports somehow knows exactly how to survive till the final few moments. And even Team Tamilas now, after that previous game, making a major bounce back.
Yeah, I mean, it is an impressive performance, especially for Team Tamilas, because if you remember, on the first day we saw Team Tamilas play, you and I were there, and we were quite critical, right? Why has there been a fall off in their performance? And I think today all of that criticism has been shut down. So kudos to them. And I just hope that this keeps on going. I would love to be proven wrong, and I love when that happens.
Exactly. I mean, it makes a lot of sense, too, for that criticism, too, right? Because in the span of 3 games, they only had 11 points.
Yep.
And now, in this game, they had 11 elimination points, and, of course, a chicken dinner on top of that. So that's, of course, a lot of points they've got in store. But moving on towards the upcoming game, it's going to be the map of Miramar once again for Group B. For Team Tamilas, maybe a back-to-back can be snatched up, but we have seen Team Tamilas struck on Miramar and sort of on the map of Erangel as well.
Yeah, I mean, and considering, like, it is about momentum now, they have the momentum for Sanhok. From Sanhok, they can carry it forward to Miramar as well. All they need to do is just, like, play it at their own pace, because that is what we talked about even in the last Miramar itself. When teams try to play it at the other team's pace, that is when they struggle. That is when they find it really difficult to adjust. But Wyld Fangs, now that is going to be another point of conversation.
Yeah.
It's a very shaky performance. Either it's like completely destroying everyone or they just get destroyed. I hope this time on Miramar they convert.
I still think Wyld Fangs is doing much better, right, compared to other teams, because I understand they're relying heavily on the elimination points. And in the previous game as well, it was not a complete downside of a performance. They still had a few elimination points to back them up. Even if they have gotten 5 points in that previous game, that's still enough to keep yourself at least in that mid-pack. But without wasting any more time, we're going to move on towards the second last game of the day. And even the plane's going to be in the skies once again, starting all the way from Impala towards the opposite side. But continuing that Wyld Fangs conversation, right? Wyld Fangs is like a truck. Now just aiming for elimination points, and whoever stands against them, that truck is going to go over you.
Yeah, it's a battering ram, but even a battering ram can only break so many doors before it eventually gives out. And, I mean, that is going to be the case for Wyld Fangs. The problem with always playing frag heavy is you will get gassed out eventually, because you can't do it for 30 days straight.
Unless you're Phoenix Esports.
Unless you're Phoenix Esports.
In the previous tournament, though.
Not this one. This time they're struggling. I don't know. That's very weird. But today, I think this was a conversation I was having with IC in the previous Sanhok, game number 3. Flight path, for some reason, today is very forgiving.
Yeah, I know, right? It's been extremely balanced. It's pretty much just dividing the map into 2 equal halves. And even over here, if the teams do want to move in towards Chumacero, Los Leones, Puerto Paraiso, it's not going to be struggle at all, including LSR too. It's still going to be a stretch, but you can get there.
I mean, you can get there. There's going to be vehicle spawns at LSR, truck stop, and that Cruz del Valle, Hacienda del Patron Highway also has a few vehicle spawns. So options and opportunities are there
enough
in multitudes for everyone. I think this is going to be the most balanced start anyone could have asked for. Problem is, you still have to deal with drop clashes if they happen. And what we have been seeing right now, I think there are not a lot of drop clashes. Although Wyld Fangs and Team Tamilas will have to decide how they want to play this Los Leones split.
And in the first game, too, I generally had a lot of expectations from Team Cosmic, but Team Cosmic was nowhere to be seen. We did see a little bit of that glimmer off Team Cosmic, but then later on just faded into a complete thin air. And the same thing can be said for God's Omen, too. They found themselves in a bit of a rough start, and a bit of a rough fight as well, since Stone was the man who was able to single-handedly shut down 3 players, but then later on even Stone got taken down by Duaro OP from Dragon Esports. But now for God's Omen, it's time for them to recover as well. I understand they're not doing too hot in the overall standings, but at least they've got a bit of a base setup for themselves.
That is true. That is true. It is a decent start for the team, and they need to build upon that momentum. But let's see how things turn out. So far, 4M on our screens, an isolated position for them. No one there to challenge them. Maybe Gen X FM, but they are, I think, 300 meters towards the east.
Yeah. I mean, looking at towards Crater Fields, La Cabrera, you've also got Trailer Park in the mix. There is Dragon Gaming right there. And then towards El Pozo, we've got the players of WINDGOD Esports, Infinity, LeBron, of course. Goated players. Not even a question. Then you've also got Montenuevo right there. 4 Miracle Esports sitting towards Montenuevo. Power Grid is well occupied by Team Cosmic. Hopefully this time around, Team Cosmic actually does something. The previous game, it was a bit of a ball drop. Towards Los Leones, we've got Wyld Fangs sharing the compounds with the players of Team Tamilas. Now, I do want to see these two teams lock horns, but unfortunately, Los Leones is too big of a city, so that's not going to be happening anytime soon.
Yeah, it's massive, so... And I think both these teams are used to sharing this drop spot as well. We've seen that happen tournament after tournament. I mean, from Sensei's perspective, he knows how Team Tamilas like to play. So Wyld Fangs automatically move out towards the eastern side compounds. Team Tamilas playing the western side compounds.
There's actually 3 teams in Los Leones, and we have seen all the 3 teams actually loot up pretty peacefully because Los Leones is just such a massive city that you can actually divide it into your own 3 different spots.
Third one being Cincinnati Kids, but they're not here anymore.
Yeah.
There is one more team that is trying to enter Los Leones, but they're outside. So
yeah, a little bit in the outskirts.
Yeah.
There's 3 players in, and 1 man is all the way in the outskirts.
Not even in. They're taking control of the hills.
Edges. Yeah, they're definitely there. But you know what, Johnny? I think something that's going to help our players take control of their own gameplay and not be bad at the game is going to be by the help of this realme GT7, which is going to be launching on the 27th. Move on towards Amazon, search for the realme GT7, and you might just stand a chance to win prizes up to 2 lakhs. And not just that, why should you buy this device? Let me tell you some amazing specs about it. Stable FPS up till 6 hours, tested by the realme and the crafting guys themselves. 7,000 mAh battery, and also comes with an ultra-fast charger of 120 watts. Not just that, powered by MediaTek Dimensity 9400E chipset. Top-of-the-line processor inside of this device, so that's going to give you a smooth and quite a nice gameplay.
Yeah, I mean, talk about built specifically for BGMI, and every single BGMI lover, I think, would want this device in their hands. It's going to make things extremely easy, especially if you want to compete. And of course, talk about competing. For all of these teams that are competing in the Realme BMPS 2025, you guys can help out with the Discovery Island as well. If you have the GT7, you can play for 120 FPS, stable, 6 hours. Well, please go through the Discovery Island, contribute to the prize pool.
Simple. All you need to do is just play classic modes, and the more you keep on playing, the more exploration points you earn, and you can use those exploration points to gain some in-game cosmetics absolutely for free. You do not need to spend any sort of UC, nothing. No money needed to be spent. You will get it for absolutely free.
Yeah.
Free in-game cosmetics, but at the same time, while you're doing it, you're also going to be contributing to this Realme BMPS 2025. Probably the best possible thing for the fans, right?
Best possible thing for everyone. I mean, in the finals, you get a surprise in terms of how much prize money everyone has contributed together. And of course, free skins, man. Free skins.
And I was actually having a look at the skins as well. They're pretty nice. I mean, the first skin itself you get, the moment you get 100 exploration points is actually pretty good. It's a nice set.
Yeah. I mean, I think whoever's getting and completing those milestones, do let us know what all you are getting.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely want to get my hands on those skins. I do want to grind as well, but then these games are so exciting that I'm just too hooked.
That's what I was about to say. 8 hours in the studio, we can't really grind that much.
I know, right?
Max you get is like 2 or 3 games in.
Yeah. And even those 2-3 games, we get eliminated within 2 seconds.
Hey, one shall not always reveal everything.
Oh yeah, I've got a problem of oversharing. I guess I need to try and stop that. I've also shared too many heists at this point, and because of that, majority of our heists have actually failed.
Yeah, man. I got some information they're going to move the devices just to keep them away from us.
What?
Yeah.
How did they find out?
I don't know.
I guess the crafting guys and the realme guys are watching the broadcast. Oh no.
Someone snitched on us.
Yeah, probably. But hey, at least the Saros is still there.
That's only because none of us know how to drive. Anki knows how to drive. Maybe we get him on the new version of the heist.
True that. I mean, honestly, we should have a conversation about that. We can make a full content plan.
And maybe give it to Golden Gliders so they can be Golden Saros then. Gliders are very unsafe, man. That's all
I mean, the best part about Saros is the music,
safety
the sound system. Yeah, of course, the safety feature too. That comes first, but the sound system as well. I love it.
I mean, let's see though. Let's come back to the game. We have been talking about everything else apart from the game for the last few minutes. But to be honest, yeah, that's the first time someone pulled the trigger in this match.
Yep, that's the first shot we're seeing. Golden Glider Esports too. Actually, my prediction is Golden Glider Esports. Which team did you go for?
For this group, I went with Inferno Rising.
Oh, interesting pick, honestly, because in the first 3 games, Inferno Rising was definitely quite impressive. They also got a chicken dinner, so makes a lot of sense why you went with Inferno Rising.
I love the aggression that this team has brought to the table this time around, because usually this lineup, we haven't really seen them take that fighting stance.
Oh my god, Infinity. I understand your name is Infinity, but you do not really have infinite meds and HP, so be careful, my friend.
That was like a Buzz Lightyear moment right there to Infinity and beyond.
Only if his shoes had the iSense graphene rear cover, it would not have been slipped.
What?
Because the grip is quite nice on the device, right, Johnny? So if he had the same thing on his shoes, he would not have slipped.
Or maybe if he had a 5-star safe BN cap rating, he would have not taken that damage.
That is true. I mean, some enhanced control right there. And as you mentioned, 5-star BNCAP rating too is something that's going to be there. And also the smart cruise control with stop and go feature, front collision warning, and avoidance assist. And also you've got the lane keep assist right there too. And not just that, we've also got the blind view monitor in cluster. What else do you want in your vehicle? Everything is right there.
Yeah. I mean, hey, usually I'm someone who struggles to drive, but all of these features make it sound like, hey, maybe the Kia Ceros is the vehicle to go for.
Yeah, Johnny, that does not mean you just straight up ram it into someone and then be like...
No, I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to be a little bit more comfortable driving.
All right, cool. Just going to have a bit more of that confidence since you've got the assist as well coming in.
Exactly.
Yeah. But, hey, speaking of the assist, at this point, we've got the circle shifting quite in a curveball-like manner. Shifting all the way at the bottom right towards Graveyard. Graveyard's going to be that centric point. And since we've also got Wyld Fangs right underneath that team as well, and underneath Wyld Fang, there's another team that's starting to stack up. So that's going to be a bit of a problem for Wyld Fangs.
Oh, but I think this particular game, that City of San Martin, early control, so many teams moving in. You have Myth, you have 4 Miracle. Of course, Wyld Fangs moving in from the southern side. I think there's a potential backstab headed towards them, though. They have to be extremely cautious, and same goes for 4 Miracle. OG getting that high ground.
OG's looking solid in this spot.
And overall as well.
Yeah, in the overall standings as well. Wyld Fangs kicking things off in the elimination feed. They've already managed to find the first knock, and that's what Wyld Fangs is known for, too. Burying their fangs in the opponent's shoulder. Now just going to take off. 4 Miracle Esports, quite the exposed ones. And Sensei's now just tapping away.
And that's from such a long distance, so all you can hope for is either re-knock. Oh, there it is. That's the re-knock.
Wow, Sensei can shoot.
I mean, okay, as far as mechanics are considered, he is actually a pretty good player.
Yeah, I have tried to 1v1 him, and he absolutely destroyed me, so...
I think at one of the lands, he was just going around 1v1ing almost every single pro player that was there, and he basically won all of those duels.
Really?
Yeah. He's very good mechanical player. The problem is that I think he just struggles when he has to... IGL, yeah. That's too much pressure. 90%
of his career has been around IGLing Johnny.
I would just say, like, stop complicating the decisions. Just like, you have talented players, you have a lot of talent yourself. Just go around fighting everyone, man. You are going to come out on top. I think that should be the approach for Wyld Fangs. Just fight,
True
fight,
that.
fight.
That is definitely true. We rarely see Sensei driving his team in a complete aggressive manner.
Yeah, yeah.
Sensei's always been that slow, methodical guy. Not exactly completely slow, but this time around, at least we're seeing that improvement from the side of Wyld Fangs, right? They're taking those fights. We're seeing the aggressive nature out as well. And it's popping out in quite the well manner. What about watching? Why was WINDGOD just out in the open, proning, enjoying the sun? The man was getting tan. But he instantly gets spotted and taken down. Now Reaper pulls out an nade as well, wants to stop that revival from coming through. And this nade has to find the mark. Takes down the man way too low. Also gets the confirmation. ARYAN is taken down to barely any sort of HP. Reaper backs off, needs to toss another nade in that same generic direction. ARYAN is now looking to reposition. And that reposition is actually going to pretty much secure ARYAN's spot for now. Gets the return knock, but that's not going to be the confirmation that OG was looking for. Taken down to a three-man squad. OG is now looking to make that pounce on top of the players for Miracle. But even for Miracle, they do have the cavalry available. The moment the players of OG try to make that pounce, a lot of shots were taken from the opposite side.
Hey, man, listen, this fight was predictable, but I thought it was going to be OG to kick things off in a brilliant manner, but
Then WINDGOD decides to prone out in the open.
I have no idea. The man got burned for sure.
Yeah.
But for Miracle now, how do they recover? It's not going to be easy. OG, even with just 3 players, are going to be such a massive threat. And AKOP, especially this man these days, very aggressive, very confident. But the first Miramar OG played in this tournament, the way they were moving, it was amazing. It was like watching an orchestra. Everything in sync.
Yeah, I mean, OG as a team, they have been incredible. We rarely see any of those moments where OG ends up overcommitting and just taken out alive like that. So OG is someone that is trying to play it as clinical as possible. They have got a good mix of everything, pretty much.
Yeah.
Good mix of support, assaulting, IGLing as well. And because of that mix, it's really keeping this team well-functioned, like a well-oiled machine.
Yeah, and it's one of those teams that I don't even remember when was the last time they changed their roster.
I mean,
All the players have been there for basically forever.
yeah, in 2024, they went for that switch-up after the BJS that happened, right? Because Team ARYAN was a part of it, and then Team ARYAN later on pretty much went towards OG.
Yeah.
So that transfer did come through. But still, inside of OG, WINDGOD and AKOP has been there since the start.
Yeah. And ARYAN, I think he was sticking together for a long time. So they
Yeah.
just basically
I still
got
miss
a
Veron, though, in my opinion.
duo,
I
yeah.
still miss Veron too much. The man is an absolutely skilled player, but we don't exactly know what goes on behind the scene, right? So we can't really comment too much onto that. But we've got Welt on the screen. And Welt, this time around in the BMPS, they have been struggling too much.
Yeah. Well to OMG. I think last year was the time when we saw them for the first time, and back then very impressive. But now I think overthinking their decisions, although in a situation where they are right now, that is not going to be a bad thing. Look at that. You have Antifurious up top, and the players of different squad down south. The front line's compromised as well, waiting for the blue zone to collapse and for the next circle to reveal itself. And I guess we're going to have a San Martin Hill endgame.
Yeah.
The last time this circle was there, I think OG walked away with the chicken dinner.
Since the blue's on the move as well, now you can see everyone trying to make a mad dash towards a better spot. And let's not forget, GenX FM is one of those teams that's been struggling from the start. And up till now, and GenX FM unfortunately has lost out on a man as well, all the way back in the blue towards Picado. So for GenX FM, with a 3-man squad to continue their journey in a half-broken way, I'm not sure how well it's going to work out.
Well, this is definitely going to be a tough stretch.
Oh my god.
And look at that, the player's already getting knocked out. GenX FM, it's going to be difficult to survive. 100 shots fired, a lot of HP lost. There's nowhere left to run, man. This is such a brutal sight to witness.
100 FM uses that buggy as a cover, and now you can see even the players just deciding to stack those buggies next to each other. They want to secure the vehicles for now. The first thing 100 FM does is check the high ground, make sure there's no line of sight. I like that. It's a precautionary measure, but the main issue is
They're surrounded.
they should have taken these precautions when they had all the 4 players standing.
I don't understand that mad dash that was just made.
I mean, looking at the field too and looking at the zone itself, I do understand there's not a lot of cover available, so GenX FM just wanted to straight up book it for the barrel. And now they have the control. So Genix FM, with just a two-man squad to hold down such a massive dip, it's going to be impossible, in my opinion. Because there's going to be utilities flowing in from so many sides, and soon enough, the next zone hits the deck, Genix FM's just going to have too much on the plate.
Basically, anyone gets close to them and they're done for.
Yeah.
They will get wiped out. They don't have the numbers to protect themselves, and they're completely exposed. But hey, WINDGOD, it seems like players from Team Cosmic are spotted out, and WINDGOD wants to make this round. As Lasso recovers, he's still extremely low. Throve is going to look to find a re-knock, but no opportunity yet. And WINDGOD, they're quite hesitant in making this bounce, even though the push inside that building, it is going to be a 2v4.
Yeah, indeed, it is going to be 2v4. WINDGOD, still through the window, spotting out the players. WINDGOD Esports does not exactly know what sort of an approach needs to be taken to try and shut down these players, because these two players from TC are starting to be a real problem now. Kyoya, in my opinion, the only way he can try and close on up towards that compound is by utilizing a vehicle, but he does not need to do so. The players have already backed away from TC, and now they've decided to reunite. So that's a good thing for WINDGOD Esports for now. But if the zone moves away and takes an extreme shift, then that's going to be bad news for WINDGOD Esports.
Yeah, Cosmic just instantly goes, nope. They just back off. They do not want any conflict against the players of WINDGOD. Just happy protecting their stronghold. And I think, again, no incentive to fight, right? They have a decent position inside the circle, to be honest.
Exactly. That's what I was about to say as well. It's actually quite a good position, too. Yeah. For Team Cosmic, makes a lot of sense why they asked the players to retreat back. And for Team Cosmic, they know the zone's going to be shifting away from them no matter what. So Team Cosmic is pretty much preparing for that mad dash towards a better spot. But I hope they've got a proper game plan set up in their heads and know exactly where they want to move. Through OG gets caught and capitalized for now, but he's not decapitated yet. The man's still crawling back to safety. The next zone shift is going to be on the screen soon enough. And there's a big chance it's probably going to move down south as well. But let's see where it's actually going to move. And yes, that's what exactly happens. Moves down south in the open field. And at this point, there's only one team which is in the best possible spot.
It is going to be QE. Quark.
Yeah.
And that's quite a big surprise. I think we saw them on the finish feed in the early stages of the game. And it was Wyld Fangs that was after them, but somehow they have managed to gain the center of the circle. And it's the only compound in the center as well, by the way.
Yeah. I mean, Quark Team Ace, I still remember, right, that game of Erangel where they had a solid spot to play with. And I think it was WINDGOD Esports on the hilltop. I don't exactly remember, but in their first 3 games, they had a really good spot. Quark Team Ace, everything was working with them. I still remember they were around that garage of Pochinki. But then in the ending moments, they messed things up massively, especially when it came to moving inside of the circle and actually capitalizing on a fight. Quark Team Ace choked hard. So hopefully this time around, they have figured out a way to get the finishers right.
I mean, hopefully, man. There's going to be no opportunity better than this one. You smack center, surroundings are completely exposed. And I think now you just pray that the stage 5, stage 6 shift is on top of them as well. Because that is just going to force all of these teams that are stuck on the edges out into the open. But hey, AKOP, he's going to be the first casualty, and it is Quark Ace that get that knock. Exactly what I was talking about. As soon as everyone starts to step out, that is going to be the time for Quark Ace to shine, get those finishes. And I think this has to be the game where they end double digits in terms of finishes.
Without a doubt. In my opinion, bare minimum, they should get at least 15 eliminations in this game. But
I was just asking for 10, man.
No, I think so they can definitely rack up 15 because the surrounding lines is extremely exposed. So they're pretty much going to be like the shooting targets for Quark Team Ace if they play things right. But there's also going to be return knocks on them, so even that's going to be a major play. But hold on to that thought, though. I think this time around, the man's charging opposing personal against the foes because he wants to create that play space as well. For Miracle Esports, Reaper's back upon his feet, and now they just want to fall back and patch themselves up. Utilities tossed against For Miracle Esports. They've got a decent bit of dip to play with, but right now the biggest threat's going to be the name of OG. Reaper, Dragon OP, next to each other, finding out a way to try and make it out alive from this entire dip, but generally speaking, this is probably going to be the best position they have right now. And I do understand still on the edge, it's not the best possible scenario, but they need to work with this. And hold on to this thought. We've got Myth now making the pounds against the foes in the front, and Team Cosmic now starting to get dismantled slowly and steadily. And just like that, Team Myth on the verge of eliminating Team Cosmic. There's still one man standing from Team Cosmic. With the power of Cosmos, he needs to try and clutch it out for his team. Pasha, 3 bullets in the mag, and he will seal the deal. That's Team Myth They are now just a myth, not in the game anymore.
But kudos to Cosmic, barely managing to survive. But now Team Tamilas, we see them in a conflict as well. And there comes the wipe as Manti pushes through and gets the frags for his team. An impressive performance again on the board, or at least can be expected from the players of Team Tamilas. Decent control of the northern edge of the circle. There's no one there to challenge them as well. And Manti, wait, did he just 4K a team right there? Did he just get all 4 frags for himself?
Seems like it, Johnny.
Wow.
But look at what's going on here. Oh, utilities
no.
exchanged from both the sides. And what a nade that was! Oh my god, you cannot be any more unlucky. That nade was just randomly tossed.
Yeah, he walked into that.
Yeah, he unfortunately got in the vehicle, decided to back away, and the nade just lands right on top of your skull. Oh my god, Fierce.
Oh, man.
If I'm Fierce, I am mad.
Yeah, that has to upset anyone, but ASAF is there looking to rescue his teammate. And Trey's got now his job to keep Execute Red Bay, but Fierce, can he survive? It's going to be a big question. Executor almost getting knocked out over there. Trey's got, there was a nice spray, good cover fire coming in from the players of Wyld Fangs, but Seth, he needs to move in for the finish. They need to keep the pressure onto Executor. It's his last nade. If he lines it up, this can get the job done. The Molotov from the other side comes through, and Seth, he gets that finish for Wyld Fangs, but now can they still save Fierce? They have the time, but do they have the room to work with?
He can get the man on top of the vehicle. So there's a big chance the save can definitely come through, only if he's not panicking. He needs to be calm, cool, and collected. Somehow GenX FM is still alive, and now Wyld is starting to make that pounce against him, but instead Wyld does not want to face up against the players of GenX FM. Only we know GenX FM has 2 players, but they do not. So they're pretty much scared of GenX FM's presence at this point.
I mean, GenX FM is still out in the open. That's the only problem for them. But hey, Wyld, I think they are a little bit more focused on Team Tamilas. They do find the knock onto Manti. 2 players now left. 1 more knock secured. Although the trade comes through, they are looking to finish off Manti. But Wyld, oh what? Out of nowhere, Wyld makes a massive mistake. Players getting knocked out. And Team Tamilas, they have equalized the numbers. Mr. IGL needs to survive, but can't really succeed in doing so. Rico, the last man left.
Yeah, 2 exposed even from Dragon Esports from the top. So for Team Tamilas, there's just too many teams they're trying to chew on. Rico, as you mentioned, the last glimmer of hope standing at this point before Wyld as well. It's just Maddie. And probably for both these teams, now it's time to take a bit of that stop. No need to just fight. Just wait out. Play it peaceful. Try to stay inside of the zone for as long as possible. Squeeze in those placement points if possible. Rico's team has managed to get decent amount of elimination points, so that's good. Team Tamilas with 5 elimination points, even after this game, they're going to keep themselves consistent on the overall standings.
And hey, because of being overexposed, even Wyld gets finished off. They were sandwiched between Dragon from the top of that hill and WINDGOD in that open field. Rico at least is in a surviving position because everyone around him is just fighting each other, and all of those teams getting eliminated means he walks away with a decent number of placement points. But look at that, Wyld Fangs, they were looking to move in to finish off the players of WINDGOD, and I believe they have gotten those finishes as well.
Yeah, they have. They have eliminated them successfully from this game. And look at Wyld Fangs. They control so much of the zone as well, Johnny. Completely towards the right side. It's dominated by Wyld Fangs. They control the entire terrain.
Now we just hope that they close this match out with the chicken dinner.
I mean, I hope that Quark Team Ace closes this, because if they don't, well, then that's going to be the biggest throw, because constantly the circle's centering on up on them.
And again, what we talked about when we saw that stage 3 shift, that's the only team with any concrete cover available to play with. They're going to be suffocated for finishes, but in terms of placement, that's the strongest spot to be in. And again, I think the only team that has numbers enough to challenge Quark Team Ace is Wyld Fangs.
Quark Team Ace has only managed to get 1 finish so far. That is unacceptable, honestly. In that position, Quark Team Ace should have been able to get more. But I guess they were just not able to capitalize in time. There were so many third parties, so many rotations happening out in the open, but still Quark Team Ace was not able to grab and latch onto any of those opportunities. Team Tamilas, unfortunately, this time around gets eliminated from the game as well. And you can instantly see Wyld Fangs on the move too. All the players now starting to move up close and personal against the players of Dragon Esports. And Dragon Esports is way to expose Beer Baba if he wants. He can actually pretty much disrupt that flow. But he's not going to take those shots yet.
He's waiting for the perfect time to strike, but while he waits, I think Wyld Fangs, they're going to move out and they would want to secure all of these eliminations for themselves. They want more points. 7 finishes on the board so far as they break into the top 6. And their next target, it is going to be Dragon Esports. Jin gets knocked out. Fury, the last man left alive in the backlines, is going to be the next target. And they're forcing him into the blue, man. This is just brutal to watch.
And indeed, it is extremely brutal. Wyld Fangs now backing away from that spot. We've got 9 finishes accumulated from the side of Wyld Fangs. Wyld Fangs looking real smooth so far. Beast in the front. At least Beast and his boys are doing decent this time around. Golden Gliders once again somehow finding a way to survive till the top 5. Johnny, all the games they have played, in all the games they have been in the top 5.
Well, I mean, consistency, exactly what we want to see. But what else we want to see is a little bit more aggression. I think the end game over here is decided. It is going to be Wyld Fangs against Quark Team Ace, because there's no way Golden Glider can move in or maybe disrupt the flow.
Oh no.
OG Aru is still there, but he's also the last isolated survivor.
At this point, it's pretty much just centering on up constantly towards the players of Quark Team Ace. And now they're just seeming the most overpowered team in the lobby just because of the circle itself. The only team that can actually be a spanner in the works is going to be the players of Wyld Fangs. But even that's going to be extremely tough because we've got the stragglers around the fray.
Yeah.
And they're definitely going to try to stop the entire flow. Look at Quark Team Ace, constantly being favored by the gods, constantly being favored by the zone. There's no way they lose this game.
I mean, we just hope that they don't lose this game. You realize every time we say that there's no way this happens. That's the one thing that happens.
I don't think there's no way they lose this game, right? I mean, they have been favored by Lux for such a long time. And now Wyld Fangs to make the count. They're pretty much done waiting. Quark Team Ace, they've lost out on a few players themselves. But even Wyld Fangs, they've lost out on 2 players. So it's not looking too smooth either for the players of Wyld Fangs. This nade's going to be tossed to perfection, but it's still not going to clip anything. It does eventually find a knock-on against one of the players. Quark Team Ace now once again starting to get the grip back inside of the game. 3 players, they have pushed up close and personal. Wyld Fangs completely eliminated from the game. Quark Team Ace just lost out on 1 man in that scuffle. And now for Quark Team Ace, they've got the most amount of men standing too.
I think now they finally win this game for sure. Now there's a guarantee that Quark Team Ace is going to walk away with the chicken dinner. And if they can finish off the last 2 players, that's going to be 8 finishes as well. So 8 points, 18 points in total.
I just feel bad for the other teams. They were not even fighting for the first spot at that point. They were just fighting for the second spot.
Not even second, third.
Yeah.
Wyld Fangs was just destroying everyone else.
Yeah, I mean, the circle was constantly panning on top of Quark Team Ace.
True. I think zone-wise, this was the most unfair game of Miramar we have ever seen.
Yeah, exactly. The most unfair game. And Quark Team Ace, at this point, yeah, thank your stars. One thing is for sure, man. You guys have done something good in your past life that now you're getting such a zone to actually get a chicken dinner too as well. Haru exposes himself, catches a bit of that hurt upon himself. It was Hunter who took those shots. Haru does have enough meds, so the man's going to be safe for a while, but unfortunately gets caught by the Molotov. Oh, that was some good placement right there. But now Beast needs to make the move as well. Beast position capitalized and compromised. You try to make it inside of the circle. Beast gets taken down in the end. It's solid stuff from Quark Team Ace. Favored by the zone from the start till the end.
Yeah, the grace of the gods was upon them, and they made sure that they capitalized on the opportunity that was handed to them. I mean, an impressive chicken dinner nonetheless, 18 points. So it is definitely going to give them a leap on the overall leaderboard. And I think at the end of the day, that is what we wanted to see. A new team sort of turn the tides against the veterans. But also, Wyld Fangs. Now, that is the Wyld Fangs that everyone wanted to see from day one.
Of course, Wyld Fangs, they're known to give a tough fight, and once again, they pretty much did that, right? They gave pretty much a tough fight. They knew the team that's controlling the compound, they're of course going to have the ball rolling in their court. They tried their best, made the pounce as well. They got the first knock in the confirmation, but then later on, Quark Team Ace, the only reason why they had the advantage was because they were well spread out throughout the entire compound.
The only problem is that it is, again, all based off of individual brilliance, right? I mean, yeah, there was a little bit of team play in that we actually saw when Fierce got knocked out, Seth with how he moved out, Trace got with the perfect support fire, and Sensei in the meanwhile was just scouting the front line. So the team play is still there, but all of those finishes were brought in by Seth. And Seth, I mean, again, yesterday was a slow day. Today he just turned back to his monstrous self.
whenever you hear a man like Seth, the first thing that pops up is his ex-team, which was Big Brother Esports.
Yes.
I always have a special heart for Big Brother Esports, and because of the way they played in 2023, I mean, everyone was astonished, right? Seeing this team for the first time, getting that second spot, even in the LAN finals, and they just made a special spot in everyone's heart. But then later on, we saw such a major dip, Johnny. Big Brother Esports not even qualifying to the LAN finals. That right there was definitely disheartening, but the man Seth himself, he still kept on grinding, and now he's over here to prove his caliber.
Yeah, and I mean, definitely has, especially the last tournament, the realme BGIS 25 Wyld Fangs. It was just TraceGod and Seth who were forced into that frontline position, and Seth and TraceGod, like, both of them did brilliant. Now Fierce is there as well, so a little bit more pressure relieved basically from Seth to be the only one to perform. And whenever that keeps on happening, it's the best. What else could you want?
And yeah, let's talk about Fierce and Sensei, right? These guys go way back. We're speaking of 2023 Revenant Esports, and these guys used to play together. Apollo, Fierce, Sensei. We also had
Blaze.
MJ back in the day with them as well. Even Blaze was a part of it. So this lineup used to be quite a masterpiece, right? But then later on, we saw that dismantle come through. We also did see that. We also did see the dream team of Revenant Esports that was not even qualified to the finals. And now this Wyld Fangs is definitely making a lot of promises. I just want to see them move on with that same pace and the same consistency. Now, let's talk about Golden Gliders. They somehow always end up finding themselves in the top 5. No matter what map it is, no matter what game it is, no matter what day it is, they're still going to be there in the top 5.
Yeah, Golden Gliders, I think they have the pacing of this match down. They know how to keep their heads down. They know when to not take those fights. So the priorities are straight, and I think this consistency from the side of Golden Gliders is definitely going to give them a lot of success. But we have the stars of the match on our screens. Seth going all out. WINDGOD LeBron gets the best companion, and Quark Ace Hunter gets the finisher of the game, and he only has one finish.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that survival time as well from LeBron is also looking pretty nice. And as you mentioned, Hunter's just getting that one finish. In my opinion, Quark should have gotten more elimination points. This could have been a nuclear performance from the side of Quark teammates, only if they were much more eager on going for the elimination points as well, right? If you put any other team, any other massive team in that same spot, well, take Soul for an example, or take Godlike for an example, the moment they knew that the surrounding lines are now starting to get swooped up, they would have went for that split. They would have pushed outside of the comfort zone, try to get as many elimination points as possible, and then once again reunite in the end. That's what they would have done.
I mean, yeah, but sometimes you got to do things that you do not like to do, right? But those are the moments that make you shine the most. And again, you got to play with the cards that are dealt for you. But as a viewer, I think these are the moments that we love, and these are the moments that give us the most excitement, right?
And I genuinely wanted to see a bit of a comeback as well from 4Miracle Esports, but still the struggles are there on the board. Yeah, the game of Sandhawk was decent. They were able to squeeze in double digits, but this game, we saw a bit of that dip.
Yeah, we can't really blame 4Miracle for what happened, though, because that northern edge position seemed nice, to be honest, but unfortunately, Wyld Fangs showed up. Not Wyld Fangs, OG showed up, first of all. They got the advantage in the fight, and then they instantly lost it because Aru is an absolute genius.
Yeah, I mean, OG at this point, as we mentioned, right, just mechanically sound. The entire of that team, it feels like they're just a well-oiled machine. They know exactly what they want to do.
Yeah, mechanically sound, but individual decision-making is very poor because, again, what was WizGod doing over there?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure WizGod spotted the player, and then he was like, oh, no, what am I supposed to do? I'm too exposed. He just went prone. And he just hoped for the best. But, hey, we've got the match ranking of the previous game. Quark teammates getting 18 points, Wyld Fangs getting 14. Incredible stuff. Again, Golden Gladiators, or Golden Gliders, my bad, getting 8 points, and OG2 with 8 points. So consistency is maintained. For 4M, 6 points. Looking at their position in the overall standings, they can do better.
Yeah, I mean, slowly and steadily. As long as they are steady, I think things are going to work out. But I think at this point, GenX FM, you have to be concerned about them.
Yeah, I was literally about to say the same thing. GenX FM getting 0 points once again. They're going to be sticking to that bottom 16 once again.
See, you have been reading my mind a lot. I read your mind a lot. But I think at this point, we just merge into one being. And I think with our body shapes, it will definitely be perfect, man.
I don't know how that's going to work out, Johnny. I'm not really going to try to elaborate too much onto that because it might just turn into a complete awkward and weird conversation. So let's talk about GenX FM once again, right? GenX FM's transition from BGIS to this BMPS has been quite weird, Johnny. And for GenX FM, in my opinion, look, BGIS was bad. BMPS is bad. What's next?
I have no idea what's the next official gonna be.
That's the problem, right? So Genix FM, do something
Do
right
something,
now.
yeah.
You're wasting too much time, buddies. You've only got a few more games to go in the future. Keep this thing in mind. 7 games to go, and the upcoming game is going to be one of them. After that upcoming game, you will only have 6 more games in the round 1. If you still are in the bottom 16, you know that you will be eliminated.
And the thing is, to be in a safer position, all you need is 30 to 40 points. 30 to 40 points. That is what the target is right now to stay out of the bottom 16. Genix FM, Madrek being there, they can accomplish in like 2 matches.
Yeah, I mean, imagine this, right? A team like Golden Glider is able to do so good, and we're seeing them for the first time as well. Since Genix FM has been there inside of the circuit for such a long time, what's stopping you guys?
Yeah.
There's no way you are saying that there are jitters going on, we're under too much pressure. I don't accept that. You guys have been there inside of the scene for too long. At this point, you guys are veterans, and this is unacceptable.
Yeah, it is a little unacceptable. But if we sound too harsh, it's only because like the history.
This is the Pro Series, John.
This is the Pro Series, and of course, Genix FM and these players on an individual level we know are actually pretty good. So the expectations are, of course, going to be there for them to perform. But Genix FM, in the 5 matches they've played, they've secured 5 points in total. Which is OG is dominating, man. They're just 2 points shy of being number 1.
I mean, 67 points in the account. You've got Wyld Fangs as well with 46. I'm pretty sure Wyld Fangs is going to be happy with that performance.
Yeah.
Even Quark Team Ace, hold on. Slowly and steadily slithering up in the overall board. 42 points accumulated. You've also got Inferno rising right there with 40 points. Even Golden Gliders. Look at that, Johnny. 40 points accumulated. Man, this group definitely does have a lot of good teams.
Yeah, Group B is very competitive because even the team on the 9th position, that's WINDGOD, is there with 30 points. And then there's a massive drop, a 12-point drop where you have DG with 18, Dragon with 16. So there's the gap. But again, this is a very competitive group, man.
Yeah, there's a lot of teams with actually insane amount of points in their account right there. Even 4 Miracles, you can see 30 points accumulated. Team Cosmic with 37. The first 3 games Team Cosmic played, they were impeccable. But now the transition towards these 3 games haven't been that good. But I'm pretty sure since they've got 1 more game to go in the upcoming one, Team Cosmic can redeem themselves. There's a big chance.
Yeah, they definitely can. And I think, again, for now, at least they're in a safer position. That's all they can celebrate about. I think they are going to be somewhere in the top 16 only. But again, 1 good game, as soon as you get yourself close to 50, that's going to get you into the top 8. So that safety cushion, that basically is a negligible one. It's like a small, tiny, thin cushion. It's going to grow into a massive one. And that is what Team Cosmic should want with the upcoming match, which is going to be the last match of the day, the map of Wrangle.
Yeah, and generally speaking, even Wyld's performance has been extremely concerning, right?
Yeah.
That transition from BGS to BMPS, not too smooth. Before now, it's time for us to toss to a short break. You guys don't go anywhere, because on the other side of the break is going to be the last game.
स्काउट भाई पेट्रोल भर दो ना।
क्या भाई लोग रोंडो जाना है क्या? तू जानता नहीं मैं कौन हूँ? अबे तू बाहर में भर के तो बता। अबे रोंडो में मैं रोंडो किसको बोला रे? रोंडो बोलता है हाँ? तू रोंडो? रन Nation wants to know, कहाँ है ये रोंडो? रोंडो? अभी बताओ मुझे, रोंडो? अरे ओ कालिया, कितने आदमी थे?
रोंडो सरकार?
रोंडो? कहाँ है? क्या है ये रोंडो? क्यों बेटा कन्फ्यूजन में? आओ कभी रोंडो में। रोंडो आगे। रन।
क्रेज चढ़ेगा सबको, क्योंकि BGMI में आ गया है नया रोंडो मैप. Get new vehicles, explosive weapons, epic hot drop locations, and more. Download BGMI now.
भाई क्या करवा रहे हो तुम? कभी पेट्रोल वाला बना दिया, कभी टीचर बना दे रहे हो। अबे गेमर हूँ मैं, एक्टर थोड़ी हूँ। भाई डाउनलोड BGMI now.
सर वाटरमेलन जूस।
अबे छोड़ो।
Welcome back after that break, ladies and gentlemen, to the realme BMPS 2025. This is Super Johnny, joined by IC Baby alongside with me. And of course, we are about to head towards the last match of the day, which is going to be played by the teams from Group B. And it is going to be played on the map of Wrangle. IC, what we noticed after that game of Miramar is how competitive this group has gotten.
Well, it is going to be very, very tough as well, considering that everybody is looking to try and make it into the top 8, especially teams like OG, teams like 4 Miracles, and even a little bit of comeback from Team Tamilas as well is something that everybody is eyeing for as well. Again, obviously, different teams have different kind of objectives. Number 1, stay out of the bottom 16. Number 2, be in the top 8. There is no number 3 because why? Nobody wants to be in top 16. It's either you want to be the best or you risk not going to be not getting kicked out.
Did you say no one wants to be in the top 16?
Sorry, no one wants to be in from the 9th to 16th position. Because you're always going to be aiming for top 8.
Yeah, that is actually
it's
true.
It's either that or you don't want to be eliminated.
Being in 9 to 16 is like getting the second prize, and no one wants to be second.
Exactly. It's either first or you don't win at all.
Exactly. That actually makes a lot of sense. But again, I think even if you are 9 to 16, you are going to be okay with yourself. Even
Obviously.
if you are outside of the 9 to 16 bracket, you take a sigh of relief, like, and you just be happy that you haven't been eliminated from the tournament, which is what is going to happen to the bottom 16 team of the overall leaderboard. So that is what teams have to try and avoid. But, ladies and gentlemen, something that you definitely would want for yourself is the Realme GT7. Because it has been co-tested by both Crafton and Realme. It's an amazing device, 120 FPS, stable for 6 hours of BGMI. And again, it's launching on the 27th, so not a lot of days left.
Exactly. So, speaking of not a lot of days left, because now a lot of matches is left here for Group B before this roster is going to be shuffled again. Ooh,
yeah, exactly.
It's going to be a very, very tough one here as well. But all things considered here, consistency is going to be key for some of these teams. And obviously, we are talking about teams like OG, who has been kind of consistent for the longest of time. But now, will they be able to take the cake? Because as of yet, at the start of the day, we've seen 3 matches. FS Esports still remains at the top.
Yeah.
Does OG have enough points to dethrone them?
They need like 5 points. They need 5 points, and they will be tied up with FS 6 points, and they will have taken away the first position away. Let's see if that happens. I mean, OG got to figure out what is going to be their preferred way to do it. But apart from that, even Wyld Fangs have been a complete wild card from this group. They've been doing amazing for themselves. But ladies and gentlemen, you see that clock run out. It is hit 0, and that means it is going to be time for us to jump into this last match of the day. The map of Wrangle is going to be upon us.
Well, we're going to be jumping into the final game for today, for day 4 of the realme BMPS 2025. And we are going to be witnessing El Clasico of the map itself. It is going to be in the map of Erangel. Match 24 out of all the matches that we've played so far on screen. For day number 4, this is going to be Game 6 for Group B, respectively.
Yeah, and it is going to be an interesting and important one as well for a lot of these teams, specifically teams like Furious and GenXFM, both the teams still on single digits in terms of the overall leaderboard. We see GenXFM take that exit towards shooting range. And Inferno Rising. Wow, that is surprising. Inferno Rising also has been a decent team in this group. They take an exit towards Zarki. And of course, the biggest surprise from this Group B is going to be Quark Team Ace. Who would have thought this is going to be one of the best performing teams from Group B? They are outperforming Inferno Rising now. Very consistent with their gameplay.
We've seen moments coming from Ernie and Kakarot from here and there, but at the same time, when it comes to their performance so far, I think inconsistency is always going to be an issue here. So I would say I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt that they did really well. They found the secret sauce, but now can they do the same, replicate what they did in the map of Miramar in this game itself? But as of yet, we do see teams actually heading towards, well, nobody are heading towards military base. Wyld Fangs is going to be looking go towards Milta, maybe even Novo. We do see DG heading towards that vicinity. But the circle is going to be pushing all the way far north. So that 2 teams all the way to the southeast corner have a lot of running to work with.
Yeah, I mean, it is going to be a lot of ground they have to cover, but oh boy, Golden Glider against Furious right off the bat. And Damu, we have seen him almost clutch out a fight in his debut match. This time it's not a clutch, this time it's a 1v1 that he has to win against Rajput, who has a micro Uzi and a shotgun. Perfect weapons for close quarters. Damu runs forward with the DBS, shots connection from both the players. Oh, very close, and he finds the timing. The first knock of the game, Rajput, and the first finish conversion is going to be there. Furious they have the first point for themselves.
I don't know if that was intended or not, but Rajput actually swapped towards an FPP mode, picked it, and then went for ADS, and then went for the shot, and then quickly swapped out. I don't know how fast that reaction was, but god damn, that was a pretty sick pixel moment here. We've got to slow-mo that thing right there, because that was so quick. So very quick. But aside from that 1v1 action, let's take a look and towards the circle. Gen X FM inside 70. We do see Team Cosmic kind of lurking around shooting range all by themselves. They're all grouped up in one vehicle, surprisingly. And Inferno Rising Esports going to be from Zarky. We have George Bowl with Wyld in the South George. Usually we expect 2 teams from there, but this time it's going to be 1. And also, we do have the containers vicinity being occupied by another team. INTX a little bit far off, but nothing super crazy. I don't see a major drop clashes at all, which is kind of surprising.
It might not be a drop clash, but it seems like this is something personal. Cosmic making that journey to go after the players of Gen X FM. And they kick things off in a brilliant manner as well, securing the opening knock and the instantaneous finish conversion. Although the trade did come through, it slows down the break from the players of Team Cosmic. They have to be extremely careful about this.
Huh. Interesting enough, Team Cosmic, just right from the get-go, just for drive-bys, they've gotten themselves 2 finishes. But now Gen X FM, they just can't loot safely anymore. They've just lost 2 players just like that. And because of this, Gen X FM is going to be forced to go on full defense. Like, look at this, 2 of the players pre-spread out between 2 dividers, all towards the rooftop. It's great for scouting out Team Cosmic if they decide to run out in the open. But if they get shot, nobody is going to be getting each other at all. And that's going to be a problem for Gen X FM. How do they get out? Do they fight or do they get out?
I think Magnet can be the savior for his team over here, because I don't think Team Cosmic are going to assume that he's going to be this exposed right on the rooftop, but he has no angle. And Cosmic, that's a brilliant rotation. They're isolating these fights 1 by 1. Want to make a break, still looking for the players from the side of Gen X FM. They only found 1 so far.
I think this is really smart of Team Cosmic, just grouping up as 4 and then just driving around here with the fun. And guess what? They know they have got the numbers advantage, and they're gonna go for the spray down. Gen X FM completely hunted out. Gen X FM, they tried to run away, but the timing was just very unfortunate.
They should have just stayed there. I think Magnet should have just stayed there on the rooftop. That would have been much better. Cosmic was just circling the city, hoping to find these players. And lucky for them, they just had a run in the backside. A complete annihilation of Gen X FM. No points once again from this match. Cosmic on the other side. 4 finishes secured and the control of Saverni.
This is just so unfortunate of Gen X FM. But Team Cosmic, they've got to be very happy about this. Number 1, they've got themselves 4 finishes. Number 2, they've got the entire 70 in their vicinity to stock up those loots. And number 3, the circle is in their favor. However, did they take too long to the question here? Because right now, they're still driving by. And MIF Official has finally made their way into the zone. And guess what? Maybe, just maybe, it took a little bit too long to actually wrap up that fight, even though it was very quick.
Yeah. Let's see. I mean, I think Clutcher just committing over there. I was a little uncomfortable with that, because 4 players, you are all alone. Your teammates are like 300 meters away, and you still want to take the fight. All right, I love the confidence, but you better be careful. After the initial spray, even Clutcher sort of goes and falls back. Regroups with the rest of his team. For a zone like this, having just the information of Saverni occupied, I think should be enough to give at least a slight edge to Myth Official. Now they know they have to avoid that city at all costs.
Yeah, they definitely do. But considering that they have prioritized center zone here a second time, that this is a very early rotation for them. They are going to be setting up for the bigger picture, hoping to wait things out until stage 3 and 4. Finally, we do see one of those normal circles now. We haven't seen those shortened circle thus far, but Inferno Rising seems like they are going to be expecting company all the way to Zarky, which is very interesting to see people coming to Zarky to actually contest them. So Inferno Rising Esports, do they have what it takes to actually fend off the opponents? This is so weird. Uh-oh, look at this. Goten, he's going to go for it. Golden Glider Esports, surprise, jumps onwards. Goten, he goes down, and that's going to be Beast that takes him out. Golden Glider Esports definitely with the element of surprise.
Yeah, this is a wait and bait strategy, man. That is that's something else. But Golden Glider, I think after losing out their player initially, they just kept their heads down. Inferno Rising not having the best of days today, to be honest. Today, they haven't gotten a lot of points for themselves.
Yeah, it's a little bit unfortunate for them. But Golden Glider Esports looks to be making a mark here. Or in this case, being a very, very interesting gameplay. Because as of yet, Golden Glider Esports are still on a stalemate.
Yeah, but if you do not want to be stuck with a mediocre device, check out the Realme GT7. It's launching in a few days, and it's going to be the best thing for you to play BGMI on. 120 FPS for 6 hours, and of course, a lot of other things that's just going to make your gameplay experience extremely smooth. Jatin's nade, though, quite awkward. Just bounces off the wall, no contact.
Yeah, smoke's being used as well to try and deny cover in case he tries to go for those off angles. So a little bit safety net being used here from coming in from Golden Gliders. As Inferno Rising Esports, fortunately for them, they have time, but as the zone is about to close in, they need to find a way to wrap things up. It's either fight or back off, because as of yet, like it or not, they're already one man down. So what is going to be the option here? The circle is about to close, but seems like Inferno Rising, they are going to back off to see the circle, and guess what? It is going to shift them out, so looks like they are going to be preemptively trying to master that as a Golden Rising. They're actually pushing up. They do find Executor.
Yeah, that's going to be the first opening knock coming in from Golden Glider, and Jatin, oh no, just cooks up the nade a little bit longer. And Golden Glider, the timing of those mini plays, just perfect. Executor executed. Jatin, he has to rely on his aim at this point, but he gets knocked out. Outnumbered, and Golden Glider, they capitalize. Caesar, he has to be so grateful to his luck today. A pixel of HP, he's still alive, but Inferno Rising down to their last man. How unfortunate, and he doesn't have anywhere left to go.
Not gonna lie, I don't think it's luck anymore, Johnny. Caesar has just been very, very consistent in all these clutches, and even then, the map of Sandhawk as well, early on in their debut match, he was able to pinch in all the way to the top 3 all by himself while racking up some big numbers. So I would say it might be luck, it might be skill, but if it happens too often, it just might be a new potential rising star here.
Yeah, could be. I mean, this team has been impressive overall as well. I mean, but what is going on over here? It is going to be 4Ks against the players of 4 Miracle, and it's a back and forth between the two sides. Beard Baba still alive though. Brone's down, goes for the duel. 4Ks, can they survive this? Dragon, he's going to be the last player left from his team, but somehow 4 Miracle managed to have a miraculous play, get the squad wipe, but no time to celebrate. Along and again on their tails, it is going to be OG. I thought for a second he was just going to move and pop a nade and just wipe off 4 Miracle over there.
Well, they might consider this, but based on the zone, they did scout out people coming from the south side. INTX is all the way across. Don't really want to take those risks, but 4 Miracle, they have to figure out how to get out. They have to figure out how to completely reset this. Shots being fired from the west, shots being fired from the south. Poco having very, very little room to work with as well. And the cars are parked at an awkward angle. Tries to go for the reposition, and guess what? Nobody spotted him. Huh. All right. Very, very close. Very, very lucky. But as soon as I say this, he knows for a fact that across the river on those compounds is going to be INTX.
Well, let's see. I mean, this is a very awkward position, as you said, quite exposed from cross river. He's just throwing him first aids and meds. He's like, yep, there you go.
That's how small of a cover they have based on what they have right now, because of the guys in south side. That's so unlucky. Meanwhile, Wyld Esports making a little bit of rotation. This is a very, very nice dodge coming from them, considering that they have one finishes of the pickoff. They're coming from the west side of South George. They had to run in with a team, which is Team Tamilas, but unfortunately they did not collide, so that's going to be a little bit of a small win for them. Circle. Where does he go?
I have no idea. I want a southern shift. Alright, it's going to be a central one. Today this game has been very forgiving. Apart from the maps of Zanok, every like Miramar and Wrangle has been quite standard in terms of flight path and in terms of the zone shifts.
Yeah, you know what's forgiving right now for Miracle with so limited space? Smack middle of everyone right now in this next zone. But on screen, Wyld Fangs going to be going on a wild goose chase. As they go in for the hunt, Dots Omen going to be the point of interest, but as soon as they're engaging, they're getting shot from afar as well, and the zone is not favoring them as they're trying to drive back into the zone, knowing that this is not the right direction. Let's turn back.
We'll see, will they have an opportunity to turn back? Because it seems like they're surrounded. Look at the radar. There's teams headed towards them from every single direction. Not going to be an easy escape as well. Wyld Fangs at this point, I think they've done quite well, so they're hoping for a fight. Mythic in front. Clutcher, is he going to get spotted out? Fierce and Seth looking to make the move. Or maybe not. Literally driving in circles.
Yeah, they're just waiting for gunshots to happen as well, but another fight is about to break down as well. WINDGOD going to be looking to try and gatekeep Team Dominus. They're looking for the escape. Fox immediately drives off. Same thing with Monty. As they narrowly goes off as WINDGOD tries to stop them from entering towards the point, but Manti looking to re-engages, but as soon as this happens, Rico also getting shot. They just don't have any way or room to push through, but they have to make a play regardless. But Manti finally circling through, hesitant, going for those push, and WINDGOD successfully shoves them out of position right now.
Yeah, good defense coming in from WINDGOD Esports. In fact, they snatched a decent position away from Team Tamilas, because now Team Tamilas is forced outside of the circle, and WINDGOD has an opportunity to go gatekeeping, but for What? Cosmic, they made the bounce. For Miracle was down to their last two players. Alright, last man from the side of Cosmic got picked by Wyld.
Well, they had perfect angles from the west side, from pretty much open angles. There's a reason why 4 Miracle was just proning down there. Just no space, no whatsoever. Really, really unfortunate. But at the same time, WINDGOD, guess what? They picked apart Team Dominus. They were able to find 2 themselves.
As I said, I mean, impressive opportunity gained by WINDGOD once they took control of the ridge. And Team Tamila is now forced to run for their life. The problem is that there's no access to the zone, and WINDGOD, realizing that their opponents are under pressure, just want to crumble them to pieces. Infinity moves out. There's retaliation fire coming in from Team Tamilas, and WINDGOD is going to be forced to just reset their priorities.
Yeah, they definitely have to as well. But as of yet, WINDGOD, they're having a little bit of a bigger problem. Look at this, LeBron's vicinity. Does see, oh, hold that thought for now. Let's see what happened here for 4 Miracle. They were in for the rush from Team Cosmic, and then they wipe up 4 Miracle, and obviously, well, is the one that shuts them down. And of course, we did not see WINDGOD taking out Team Tamilas in a completely straight line spray down through the car. So nicely done coming from WINDGOD, especially for Infinity.
That's what happens when you just have the weapon that you prefer. What is your preferred weapon of choice?
Realme GT7.
Perfect. There's nothing better right now. Except maybe the aggression from Wyld Fangs. Look at that. One more finish in the bag. They're still going after the same squads.
Would come through, finally gets the confirmation. Wyld Fangs still having a little bit of run in from the north side, and they're struggling to break through into the entry point of the zone. High grounds count mountains with those vehicles means that there is limited speed, and Sensei now goes for the spray down, and they do find one. Stone gets taken out. That's going to be a pick once more as Wyld Fangs continues with their fight in this long-range awkward fight. And as of yet, on the screen, DG having a lot of pain right now. Dragon Esports still scrambling to make their mark in towards the zone, as they haven't exactly been able to find any sort of room here. But Trey's got now decides, you know what, let's group up together inch by inch, take fights, take small little scrappy fights here to try and find room before pushing in.
Well, let's see how things turn out though. Wyld Fangs 3 finishes on the board, and I don't think that anytime they see someone they're gonna let them go, but INT furious up against OG. All of these vehicles, all of the crates that are around them should make INT Furious realize that this is not a good spot to be at.
Yeah, it definitely isn't as well, but considering the amount of vehicles that's here, there is a lot of nook and crannies you kind of hide from. But the question here is, will they be able to take advantage of it? Because the smokes now is temporarily giving them a little bit solace, but Wyld OMG from the west side might be able to punish them.
I think that is exactly what's going to happen there.
Agreed. But from the north side, Wyld Fangs, they finally make it into the zone here, overtaking Myth. But Myth has a very solid compound to work with, as KSR still looking for a couple of bait and switches. But guess what? It is going to be a new contender on screen as well. It's going to be Deadly Gaming joining the fray, running past with Wyld Fangs. And looks like Wyld Fangs says, there's just too many people. Let's reposition and hold a different position.
Yeah, at this point, you do not want the attention of Wyld Fangs upon you, because they are going to try and hunt you down as well. They wanted to fight Myth. Let them fight Myth. You do not want that unnecessary trouble for yourself. But look at this, spotting out one player out into the open. It's the last survivor from the side of Inferno Rising. Barely any HP left of BMW IGL, and Sef just secures one more point for his team. 4 finishes for Wyld Fangs in this game.
Nicely done coming from Wyld Fangs, but they are not in a great position to hold here so far. They're still trying to be on the move as quickly as they can, knowing that if they get shot, they will be able to dodge a couple more bullets, even though the first shot connection comes through. So Wyld Fangs, they're holding their ground. They know the compound is going to be the ones that they want to try and fight this. But Trey's got, looks the wrong direction. He is going to get knocked instead. Myth finds a very, very nice pickoff. And now Wyld Fangs, they're looking for the goal for a reset. Meanwhile, the scouts comes through from the side of Myth, and they are looking to try and push the advantage here. But no confirmation comes through. Sensei looking to intercept. Do they find a knock? No, they don't. But the entirety of Myth is coming in. They are going to try and take him out. Trey Scott gets run down, and Wyld Fangs is slowly crumble.
Oh, but Sef and Sensei, they are still there. And Myth, they have to be on point. The trades have come through. Sensei finally knocked out, and now Sef needs to be the savior for Wyld Fangs all alone. And he's trying his level best, but Myth in the end do end up coming out on top. All of that aggression, they get a few points for it, but Wyld Fangs do end up getting eliminated. But Myth, I don't think they get time to celebrate or reset. DG, they show up out of nowhere. There are 2 lads in the smoke. Again, a re-knock onto Sarkar. Cluster is going to get knocked. This was bound to happen. There is no escape from this once you're delayed in rotation.
Oh my goodness, so unfortunate about Dragon Esports. They're going to be very happy about this scrappy fight. They've been in a 3-way showdown for the longest of time. And Myth, they found a space, but unfortunately to say, they will have to continue the journey with 1 player left who's inside. That's going to be Pegasus running into the zone, trying to survive and get himself some position points. Meanwhile, Dragon Esports, they've got so much options to work with. Look at this, meds everywhere, ammunition, so everything is up for grabs before they actually push in the zone. And they have a strong 4-man as well.
That's the only team, apart from OG, that has the numbers to work with. And talking about OG, I think this has to be a OG chicken dinner. They have control of the shoreline, a decent position inside of the circle right now. And majority of the teams are playing the northern side. OG is the only team that's playing from the south. Stage 6, Stage 7, all of these northern teams, there's a very high probability they end up fighting each other.
Yeah, it might be the case as well, but at the same time, low ground doesn't exactly smell victory coming from OG. And as of yet, OG, you can see on the top of the mini-map as well, right in the corner at the edge of the east side in the purple. They're slowly making their way up the mountain here. Meanwhile, on screen, WINDGOD pretty much going to be trying their best to gatekeep the members coming from the north side, but as you can see, Golden Glider Esports, they're not making things easy.
Yeah, they haven't made things easy for anyone. Golden Glider, though, as Necro pointed out, very consistent in their performances. Every single game somehow in the top 6, top 5. This time 4 eliminations to work with as well. So this is going to be that impressive new name that I think everyone is going to be rooting for later on in the tournament if they survive for long enough. But Dragon Esports, they go up against Caesar. And just running off to the flank, the Aura OP, trying to avoid any damage from that nade.
Yeah, he is in a lot of trouble as well. His vehicle's pretty much shut down. That's going to be something that he needs to worry about as well. Dragon Esports knows that they have the advantage. They are going to try and gatekeep it, but the nade comes through. No way out for Caesar. That will be it for him as Dragon Esports looks to clean them up. And while they're actually fighting this, guess what? OG looking to intercept it, and Fury goes down. WIZGOD takes one down, and Aru also finds Aura. And that's going to be OG trying to clean out Jin. Misses the timing, and that's going to be AKOB. Skizzy's up. The pick comes through. He's going to go down, and that is OG cleaning them all up.
Oh man, OG on fire. 9 finishes secured on the board, and they're going to look for a few more. OG dominating this match, and of course, they have destroyed the only team that could have taken a stand to them. WINDGOD, they take an exit from this match as well. AKOB spots the man out into the open. There's one more finish secured. 10 finishes, double digits achieved. 4 teams remain. 8 players alive. Make that 3 teams, 7 players alive. 4 of which are from OG. The only team in the zone. The map is theirs. The game is theirs. And I believe this chicken dinner, it is theirs as well.
OG just showing us why they are the best in the business. The top of the top. The top of the creme brulee is ORANGUTAN with 11 finishes, and there's 3 bodies left to take. And Wyld OMG looking to try and defend against this. Matty hears all this commotion. He scouts out AKOP, but he decides to back off. Doesn't want to risk fighting this, knowing that Justy is pretty low. He is completely given advantage to his OG, hoping that somebody is going to save them. But it seems like the reason why he's helping there is maybe Justy's pretty much got stuck. his car's kind of, I think he's out of gas.
Could be. And well, Dragon Spray God.
Oh, he can't go up.
He can't go up. He can't climb. Yeah, he's going to have to accept his fate, or maybe just stay in the zone inside of the water. But he's going to get hunted out by Atanki one way or the other. Or maybe he can take Atanki out. He has a few pixels.
I think he saw Atanki. Finally find a small little pixel. Finally goes up. So it's a very, very difficult climb. But he eventually makes it up. Well, currently smoking up as well. Pretty much gives the indicator to OG that, hey, this guy's there. Well, not taking those risks yet. Nade's being lobbed over AK. OP. Hoping to get a little bit lucky. No connection. And Welt still waiting for something to happen, and that's going to be Spray God that may help them even things out.
All right.
Oh, no, Spray God, come on. You got to do it. No, really? Okay. Hesitation.
Waiting for the perfect moment. And again, I think just made aware that there's one more extra squad. He's just hoping to get that one extra placement point. Everything counts, but WINDGOD, he's just rotating wide. And everyone's just scouting for information. Spray God has the angle, but yeah, he's just sitting there.
He has to do it, right? Like, he's got to do our thing. He's getting closer. He's out in open, man. Spray God, come on. Just do it. Come on. Be patient. It's just a
Does he not see him because of the ghillie suit?
He sees him. It's just, maybe he wants a confirmed finish for sure. But seems like not going to be happening anytime soon. As soon as the fight breaks down, that maybe through the chaos, they are going to happen as well. But I do hear gunshots. It might be him taking shots on towards him, but no visual confirmation yet. Oh no, come on. Spray. You gotta do it. You take the shot, but he misses it as well. Atinki, great reflexes. Manages to dodge and finally finds Spray God pretty much lying out in open as well. Atinki gets the reset. Oh boy. Spray God now forced to smoke up, pretty much giving away his information. OG, he's going to hunt them down. They've got the P90 as well. As soon as he goes up, he is going to be in for a lot of pain. Smoke's being set up. Atenki going to be looking to lob a perfect nade this. Now, cooking in. He's got 3 grenades. Doesn't see exactly where Spray God is, but he has a general idea. Meanwhile, Justy, he picks WINDGOD up. He goes down, but Maddie, can he get the confirmation? AKOP looking to try to salvage the fight for WINDGOD. But like you said, OG, chicken in the bag for sure.
Yeah, pretty much. Aru just overshot that fight, so he gets taken out by the blue. And Maddie, if he connects the nade, then that changes everything. It's going to be a bit off. AKOP, he needs to take this duel. Does he have no utility to take the fight? There's a smoke that's equipped right now. Now, a Molotov. Finding contact with this utility is going to be extremely difficult. Matty, this is well done, well played from Matty. He's switching position, gets behind the tree, edge of the smoke visible, gets a hit marker as well. But AKOP, now it's his time to fight. And in fact, from the flank as well, the shots connecting. Atanki, that's a perfect cover fire. He gets that finish. Matty gets finished off. Weld out of the way. And now it's just one man. That's going to be Spray God from the side of Dragon Esports. Stuck in. What is a 1v2 right now, but will turn into a 1v3 in the next few moments. He has the DBS, 2 grenades.
Yep.
Is this going to be a clutch finish? Can that actually happen?
Well, it might happen. I don't think so, to be honest.
Yeah, but what I saw from that spray, no.
But at the same time, well, it makes a lot of sense, right? But at the same time, how did Haru actually bleed out the zone? I'm genuinely curious how he got taken out.
Yeah, him and WINDGOD made the pounce onto Weld. WINDGOD got knocked out and Aru just kept going. He just drove into the blue. He's like, you guys deal with this. I'm not playing anymore. I'm done.
Okay. Spray God, one-man army.
Now he gets out.
He sees AKOP. He's going to be walking up. AKOP knows he's right here. Let's swarm him. He's going to be going for the angles here. Spray God looking for the pounds. AKOP dropping down pretty low. He gets the knock. He might be able to get a confirmation. And yes, he will. It becomes a 2 versus 1. OG might be able to drop the clutch things out, but they might have dropped the ball right here, right then.
Yeah, it's going to be a very awkward finish from now on. 2 players left from the side of OG, 1 versus 2 situation. And Spray God is just hoping one of these nades connect. It's the last nade on him. And even after that, let's not forget, Atanki has a ghillie suit on him, so that man is very difficult to spot. And now he's on the greener pastures as well.
Yeah, it is. Molotov's going to be zoning from east side, but Ardenki knows he's going to be pushing from the west side as well. I think he caught a glimpse of his bag. Now Ardenki. Oh no, he's going to slide out his own Spray God. It's over. It's going to deny the point. And OG gets the chicken dinner, but Spray God, mistakes were made. Him and Cliffs do not go well together, but all things considered, Orangutan scoring the chicken dinner.
Yeah, I mean, it was pretty much Orangutan's chicken dinner for the last 7-8 minutes, but I don't know why there was a delay. And also, Spray God, someone get him better shoes, man. His feet kept on slipping.
Feels bad for him, but nicely done coming from Orangutan, because that was a masterclass performance from them right from the get-go to set things up all the way to the final moment. Not so masterful in closing up the game. You know, maybe a little bit mistakes from Haru and WINDGOD, but aside from that, they still clean out the entire map themselves.
That is very true. And again, very impressive. OG, always very impressive. This time they've walked away with a lot of finishes as well. And Dragon Esports, I think with this match, it's a good recovery. That 5 finishes on the board, they get 6 for placement, so like around 11 points. They finish around 11 points, which is actually a decent game.
Agreed. And Spray God, unfortunately to say, he was able to clutch things out and even things into the final moment here. Gets the top 2, get 2 extra finish points. I would say that's a small little victory coming from Dragon Esports. But let's take a look at the highlights of that final match for today on how things actually happened as well. Because right from the start, INTX, Furious, Rajput, that was insane reactions right there.
I didn't even realize Madrak got knocked out mid-air. He landed and he was knocked.
Feels bad.
He was injured in the air. But this moment as well from Golden Glider was actually very impressive. Anytime you take fight, especially against a team like 4 Miracle, it's not going to be an easy one. They're very talented players, but that time around, Golden Glider, very impressive communication between that team. You can clearly see it's very crystal clean.
Yeah, I agree. And even Wyld Fangs as well, they did a little bit better in these situations here. But what was really surprising was that WINDGOD actually decided to flush Team Tamilas right on the edge of the zone and came up on top. But this exact compound where OG is having right now was so awkward because there's so many bodies lying there, just because of the fact that in the earlier stages of the game, it's susceptible towards angles coming from the south side. Right? But as the circle closes in, that spot is actually a very, very strong bunker to work with. But again, you have to survive towards the later stations of the game.
Yeah, getting there early, that's one of those positions where if you get there early, then you're basically just taking a passive stance. Then you can't just come out and fight, which is what we saw a few of the other teams do. But later stages, as you said, as soon as that southern side shoreline went out of play and it was engulfed in the blue, no one was going to be there. Then it became a stronghold. Then the only problem is that you have to make sure that your flanks are covered or either cleared out. But towards the end, Spray God, I mean, valiant effort to him. We might be joking around a little bit too much, but yeah, bring your team into the top 2 when you're the last surviving player in itself is a very impressive thing. So kudos to him. Good recovery coming in from Dragon Esports.
Yep, I agree. But all things considered here, you know, is there any surprises for you today so far, Johnny, that actually wowed you here? Because today's games has been nothing shy of amazing so far.
I think Golden Glider, that was pointed out by Necro, and I think one of the most surprising performances is Quark Team Ace. This game wasn't like a significant one, but overall, if you see, I think they were so under the radar that we failed to notice that they have gotten themselves over 40 points.
Yeah, I think I kind of agree with you as well. Golden Gliders definitely really stood out the most here today, especially coming from Caesar. They were very, very consistent every single game, and a lot of situations when they were technically supposed to be able to not supposed to be winning, they were able to come on top. But let's talk a little bit more on the stars of the match. For that match itself, obviously, AKOP going to be the ones that actually takes the finish. But the best companion is going to be Ardenki with that ghillie suit.
I mean, yeah, for sure. I was just like surprised that he could react that fast, run behind the tree, recover. And Atanki did try his level best to make sure that Spray God would get taken out. But I think the distance between the two was a little too much for him to comfortably lob that nade. But match rankings on our screen, 23 points for OG. And by the way, as we were talking about before we jumped into the match, OG needed 5 points. They have definitely taken the first position away from FS, and now they have a lot of margin to work with as well.
Nicely done coming from OG. They have been known to be dominating right from the stages of tournaments as well here. Now a new season comes in. BMPS definitely a very, very good start for OG. Wyld, however, making a little bit of recovery this game as well, getting himself 12 points. Dragon Esports with 11 points. Myth getting 9 points. WINDGOD with 8 points. GG getting 7. Team Cosmic getting 6. 4 Miracle getting 6. Wyld Fangs getting 5. So it's pretty balanced between the points here, except for OG, Wyld, and the other one here is going to be very, very important.
It is definitely going to be quite important. But again, this was the start of the journey for basically the second quarter of round one. This is where we complete one half of the stage. So Group A and B have completed the first half of this round one, and I think this, specifically today, and these matches have set the tone for the rest of the week. I personally believe whenever you have the target laid out, you know exactly what you do. It makes things a little bit easier. And now for the rest of the teams from Group C, D, E, and F, everything has been made easier because they know exactly where the top 16 sit and where the top 8 is going to sit. Now you can get those averages out.
Yeah, I agree. And now, speaking of the average here, I think now after judging on these games as well, I think Team Tamila's made a very, very good recovery today as well. They did get their chicken dinner for themselves, so that's something that is very good safety net for them. But let's take a look at the overall standings here coming in from Group B respectively for all the 16 teams. And obviously OG is going to be 90 points, so that means we have a new table topper right now.
Yeah, and with a decent safety cushion as well, because if I'm not wrong, I think FS is second with 65 points or something around that marker.
Yep.
So OG, I mean, brilliant done, consistent throughout the day. Wyld Fangs as well, 51 points, amazing performance. Golden Glided, this is going to be that new name along with Team Cosmic that I'm very happy to see, 47, 43 points. There you have it, Quad Case. Another impressive team, 42 points. Team Tamilas with 40. You have Inferno rising today was my prediction, but unfortunately they didn't play well today.
Yeah, they didn't do too well today as well here, but they are still somewhat in the 40 ballpark here, so they have somewhat of a safety cushion. But WINDGOD, Team Tamilas, these are two teams that actually made a very, very good recovery today in terms of overall points. But on the bottom side as well, I think Myth did a little bit of recovery towards the 20 ballpark, but 20 is not exactly safe after 6 games.
I would say even 40 is not going to be safe. It looks like it is going to be safe, but you will only be in the top 16 for just a few games. Once the other teams play their matches, you're going to be kicked out. At this point, you needed around 50, 55 points to be in a safer pasture after 6 matches, to be honest. And that hasn't been the case for a few of these teams. But biggest concern, GenX FM. This used to be a very good name, and these players used to be very good. What has happened?
I don't know. Seems like nothing is working out for GenX FM so far, and even their choice of going to a Zarki was very, very awkward because Zarki is a place where not many people actually decide to go for.
Yeah.
And GenX FM is a team that constantly goes for it, but for some reason was contested just now, which is weird.
But hey, we have the overall leaderboard in front of us. 90 points on the board. For OG, you have FS with 69, God's Reign with 59, SBA. All of these teams, majority of the teams in the top 8 have completed their matches, and majority of them managing to get themselves in the mid-50s. But let's look at the teams that will be playing the next few matches. Moneymakers, just 3 games played, but they managed to stick around in the top 8.
Yeah, they are going to be having a very, very long grind to actually push up as well. OG, by far the most consistent team so far, table topper by the end of the day with 90 points. So it's a huge gap between them and FS. So everyone else, if wants to catch up to them, it is going to be a very, very tall order here. In this case, Moneymakers, 44 to 90 is about what? 45 points?
Yeah.
46 points of a gap when they play in 3 matches, so that is a lot of points they need to pick up as well. 3 chicken dinners means 30 points, so that means even with 3 chicken dinners, if you don't have high finishes, you're not catching with them.
Yeah, I think 5 finishes per game if you're getting 3 chicken dinners. That can help you. But anyways, I mean, as we move on to the next 16 teams, this is where things get interesting, because you see majority of these teams are going to be there in the late 30s, in the late 20s as well. But, again, most of them have their matches left. I think MAFIAxZENIN has to be the one disappointment because they started off very strong, but since then there has been a fall-off. And SOA, LIKITHA Esports as well, 6 matches completed, 28 points. I think I would have loved to see them do a little bit better this time. And WINDGOD, they are also outside of the top 16 as of now.
Yeah, that is, well, obviously, you know, they are somewhat qualifying as well. Again, there are teams that are eyeing to qualify to the top 8. There are teams looking to stay out of the bottom 16. So in WINGOD's case, I think they are trying to stay out of the bottom 16 for now.
And it's not going to be too difficult for them. The only thing that excites me about WINGOD over there was 30+ finishes on the board, just single-digit placements. So they're not focused on survival. But as we move further, ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be the 3rd page of our leaderboard. And again, I think not a lot of concerns over here. You have Los Hermanos. They had a pretty decent day today.
Yeah, they definitely did. But again, you know, things can change considering that they've played 6 matches so far, and a majority of teams inside this table has not played yet. We have GlitchX Rebound, we have Hero Extreme Godlike, we've got 8-Bit as well, or formerly known as Versatile from previous roster. And also we have Hector Vasista Esports, also not played yet. So these are all heavy hitters who has not played yet. So things will change from tomorrow. But so far, we've seen a little bit of recovery from Team Tamilas. But the next recovery I'm looking forward to here is going to be Reckoning Esports. Are they going to make a comeback?
Oh, that's going to be a big question. It's not just Reckoning as well. Autobotz is also another name that we have seen for a while now. Alibaba Raiders is there, 13 points on the board. I would say for these teams, when they play their next 3 matches, the goal should be to get into the 40s as quickly as possible. And by the time we reach the 12 matches played marker for everyone, I think the bottom 16 is going to be, well, somewhere in the mid-30s still. So you got to avoid that, get to the 40s, and after that, everything else will be a bonus.
Yeah, another few names as well. I think I saw Rider Esports also going to be a team that we have to kind of worry about for barriers. And in this half, Gen X FM, definitely something that I was kind of surprised to see them down
Phoenix
bottom.
Medal.
But Phoenix Medal also in this vicinity. This is just kind of concerning. Something went wrong somewhere.
Roster change.
Well, roster change may not be looking good here for Phoenix Medal, unfortunately.
I mean, of course, I don't even know, because even the roster change, we can't blame the roster change, because Phoenix Esports was good. They just got the Phoenix Esports roster. I don't know why Phoenix Esports roster or Phoenix Medal right now is just gone completely passive. Even Necro was concerned about the same thing.
Yeah, I'm actually genuinely concerned. And even Team Lowe's as well, it's kind of weird considering that they do have the mechanical firepower to actually play for it. So that's something that I would hope that when they start their matches, it is going to be a little bit of recovery for them. But at the start of the day, we have predictions from all 6 casters, 3 from the English and 3 from Hindi. I may have lost for Group A, but guess what? I was the only one that went for OG.
I mean, congratulations to you. Necro seems to have done well. I mean, Golden Glider is his new favorite team, and they are doing quite well for themselves. Over on the Hindi desk, Sparrow is not doing too great, huh? Likitha Esports and 4 Miracle.
OG. It's number 1.
That was an easy pick, man. That's like me picking FS at the start of the day, just because they were already sitting at the top.
But they're not on top.
Not anymore. Second.
But they still did well. They still did well.
Yeah, today was a horrible performance from FS, to be honest. They got like 20 points in the 3 games. Day 1, they got 40.
Yeah, I would say it's like on the lacking one. But again, you know, the goal here is not about who's going to be on top. What matters is who's going to be in the top 8.
Yeah. I think now it's just defense time for FS. Because one thing that has happened is they've completed 6 matches, and their safety cushion that they had, the lead has completely shifted away. So everyone's eyeing that second spot right now. OG is way too far away to compete with, so you would like to push out the other teams in line. Next in line is FS.
Agreed. But at the same time as well, I want to see how Moneymakers are going to try and give chase as well. Because Moneymakers, when they started their journey, no one expected them here. But when I predicted them, they were somewhere in 3rd place. Okay, looking pretty good. Now, we have set the benchmark for the top 3. It is very, very far for Moneymakers, but if they are able to be consistent, that's going to be a good show.
I mean, I would love to see Moneymakers just go all the way and lift the trophy, man. Because, I mean, I personally like these players a lot, but that's just me, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you enjoyed the action for the day. That's how I see. This is Super Johnny. We're done with the day. We'll be back again tomorrow. Until then, take care. Good night.
Delivery, order ready.
ठीक है भाई, अपना भाई वाव मोड में है।
Wow.
Head underwater, but you say it'll be fine in the end. So I'm holding my breath, skipping rocks on my skin until then. Lost at sea, you were the one to push me in. But the water's warm, now I'm bathing in karma and sin. You can see the pain in my eyes, and I can see you standing by. Getting ready to pounce, but it's over. Now you've had your fun, but mine's just begun. Going insane, so I drink my pain. Now the smoke is clear, I have no fear. You gave me a war, but now you'll get yours. Now you'll get yours. Now you'll get yours. Wanna tear out my eyes from the things that you made me see. Confusion, rage, and regret consuming me. Sun's going down and I feel it getting cold. I step outside, but the chill is from your soul. You can see the pain in my